Marvel with Zanpakuto, Chapter 151. You. What did you do? Thor raised his head with difficulty. His face had turned red because of lack of blood. Blood vessels protruded from his skin. He looked as terrifying as a balloon that was about to burst. If he had the power of Thunder God, he might still be able to resist 8 times the gravity. But now he was just an ordinary Asgardian. Let alone 8 times the gravity, even 3 times was enough for him to suffer. This was Wabisuke's ability. Although it looked simple, it was actually a very terrifying Zanpakuto in the entire Soul Society. Moreover, as long as the user's spiritual power was strong enough, the gravity that Wabisuke exerted on the target could be stacked without limit. It didn't sound too great, right? Let us give Thor an example. Before Wabisuke cut Thor, his own weight was about 90 kilograms. But after being cut 3 times, how much weight was Thor now? The first time, after double, it was 180 kilograms. The second time, after double, it would be 360 kilograms. And the third time, after double again, Thor's weight had reached 720 kilograms. 720 kilograms, what kind of concept was that? This was basically the weight of a large cargo truck. Under 8 times the gravity of the body, even if the Asgardians had extraordinary physiques, the burden of the heart that was responsible for providing blood and other organs, blood vessels, and muscles in the body had reached the limit of the body. This was the horror of Wabisuke. If the gravity was applied to an object, it was not actually practical to double the weight. But when applied to the human body, Wabisuke's ability was quite terrifying. As long as the other party was not a Kryptonian or Saiyan. There was basically no carbon-based creature that could withstand 8 times the gravity. Even if you can bear it? Then what about 16, 32, and 64 times? Wabisuke is in the hands of Kira Izuru, and the gravity can reach 8 times at most, but what if it is in the hands of people like Aizen? I am afraid the effect will be better than KY, Ka Suijutsu, and worse. Thinking of this, until the end of the manga, and then to the official novel full setting, Kira Izuru has always been a vice-captain, and I am afraid there are some reasons for his Zanpakuto to be kept at that level. Puff. Thor only lasted for a few dozen seconds, and he vomited blood because his heart was overloaded. The scenery in front of him was drifting away more and more, and there was a situation of overlapping images. Moreover, every breath was accompanied by intense pain in his lungs, and the sound of his heart beating became clearer and clearer in his ears. But as the heartbeat weakened, Lod noticed that in the distant sky, there seemed to be a huge dark cloud gathering. Boom! Thunder flowed through the clouds, and the faint sound of thunder could be heard. Obviously. If this continued, a hammer would probably fly over. The test was over. He had obtained the result he wanted. This was also a test to face the destroyer. If he couldn't defeat the armor, then Lod could only apologize to Thor. It's over, Thor Odinson. Lod waved sword's blood and restored Wabisuke to its original form. He didn't want Thunder God to depart so early. The gravity exerted on Thor also disappeared with the Shikai being cancelled. Hucka! Hucka! Without the suppression of gravity, Thor suddenly felt his whole body light up. His powerful heart and lungs function began to recover. His chest rose and fell violently, greedily breathing in every breath of air. The feeling of living was really good. After escaping death, Thor now felt that even the air smelled better than before. Lod raised his head and looked into the distance again. He found that the dark clouds gathered in the sky had already dispersed, and the sound of thunder had also disappeared. Realizing that Lod had deliberately let him go, Thor's mood became a little complicated and subtle. After holding back for a long time, he said, You didn't use your full strength just now, right? Lod glanced at him with a little amusement and shook his head. I'm not interested in abusing vegetables. I was just unhappy with you just now, so I taught you a lesson. When I get the hammer back, we will fight again. This time, no one is allowed to go easy. Thor was still a little unconvinced, but at least his tone was much calmer. All right, I'll wait for you. Lod nodded and agreed to Thor's invitation. At the early stage of the Avengers, Thunder God was the strongest. He could be used as a grinding stone for sword to see how strong he was now in Marvel World. Lod said, I want to ask you a few things. Ask away. Thor nodded bitterly. This was the first time he had tasted the feeling of powerlessness. He put away his arrogant thoughts. If you win, I can answer your question. As long as it doesn't involve the secrets of Asgard. There was no other way. Strength is everything in Marvel World. This method was not only useful on Earth, but also in Asgard. Of course. If Thor was still not willing to be rational, then Lod had plenty of ways to help him be rational. Your attitude is not bad. Lod smiled and said, don't worry, I'm not interested in knowing the secrets of your Asgardian. That's reassuring. Thor was full of confidence. He patted his chest and promised, as long as it is not related to Asgard, I can tell you. Why did you come to Earth? I made a mistake, so I was exiled to Midgard by father. What was the thing that fell? The hammer of the thunder god, Mjolnir. It was a divine artifact bestowed to me by my father. It was forged from the core of a Death Star. Did no one come to find you? No one dares to disobey the orders of the Alfather in Asgard, so my friends do not dare to come to me. Got it? In just a few short sentences, Lod already knew the current plot progress. The current plot time was not long before Thor was exiled to Earth. According to the original plot development, he would have sneaked into Shield and tried to pull out the Thunder God hammer. However, he was rejected, and he was coaxed by Loki to death by Odin. Under the double blow, he was disheartened and prepared to die of old age on Earth. But all of this was disrupted. The Thunder God hammer was guarded by Aegis, and no one could get close to it. And Loki did not come to Earth and told the news that Odin died because of him, so the four people of Immortal Palace had not sneaked in yet. In other words, he had to figure out the reason between the evolution of the Asgardian divine power and Great Hollow before the four members of the Immortal Palace came. Time is a little tight. Lod lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He decided to let Gwen investigate the Hammer of Thunder God and see if she could also get some divine power. Chapter 152. As the saying goes, if you don't fight, you won't get to know each other. Although he was severely punished for misunderstanding and arrogance at first, after thinking about the ins and outs of the story, Thor did not take it to heart and came up with a familiar appearance. Asgardian had a straightforward personality, especially Thor, who belonged to the type who did not hold a grudge. For experts who were stronger than him, Thor had always been broad-minded, and he intuitively believed that Lod was not an enemy. Winter Monarch, you see, I have already answered your questions. Shouldn't you answer a few of my questions? Thor grinned and revealed a forthright smile. Lod was a bit disgusted. The main reason was that Thor was too dirty. He silently took half a step back and pulled some distance between them. He said, yes, but I might not answer. Thor did not seem to care much about hygiene. He casually patted the dust off his body and said nonchalantly, how did you do it just now? It just suddenly made me several times heavier and almost made me unable to breathe. Lod knew that he wanted to ask this and said the words he had prepared beforehand, that is Keto. You can understand it as a special magic that only people like me can use. It was not difficult to deceive Thor. Thor himself had never seen Death God. He did not even know what Zanpakuto was, let alone understand what Shikai and Bankai were. Moreover, even if Thor told this information to Shield in the future, Coulson would only report it as a new ability. You saw that sword was deformed. In fact, it was just a type of keto. Believe it or not, do you have a way to distinguish? No, no. What was death god? What was soul society? What was Zanpakuto? What was keto? One child was completely clueless about this, but judging from his appearance, even if they racked their brains, they would not be able to figure it out. This was a typical misconception of thinking. In a situation where the information was severely lacking, SHIELD could only rely on the existing information analysis. However, all of SHIELD's understanding of death god, he said. It was only limited to the little bit of information he revealed. As for whether it would be exposed in the future? With all due respect, by the time SHIELD completely understood soul society, he would probably have already become a soul king. So it was a type of magic. Thor seemed to be deep in thought. It's different from Asgard's magic. It's also different from Midgard's magic. Where did you learn it from? This was a bluff. Lod looked at him in surprise. When he was serious, his brain was unexpectedly bright. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Thor asked strangely. He always felt that the way Lod looked at him seemed to be a little rude. No, nothing. After looking away, Lod did not want to answer this question. He shook his head and said, "You will naturally know about this problem in the future. I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." Thor's eyelids twitched. "Wait, how am I going to go back if you leave?" Lod grabbed Thor and used Ho-Ho to return to the previous place. Seeing that Thor was brought back with a bloody nose and a swollen face, everyone was shocked. He was clearly a handsome blonde man before he left. How did he become a pighead when he came back? And his body was covered with dust and yellow sand, his golden hair was also messy, it looked like he was escaping from a disaster. Thor. Jion's expression changed slightly. He rushed forward 3 steps and 2 steps. While asking if he was all right, he pointed at Carlson and scolded him. Carlson looked helpless and wanted to say, "What does it have to do with me? The murderer is sitting there. Why don't you scold him?" The reason was very simple. He just thought that he was easy to bully. Lod, who was sitting over there, was not easy to deal with, but Jane had nowhere to vent, so she could only vent her anger on Carlson. Fortunately, Carlson had a good character, otherwise, if it was a narrow-minded person like Jane, who had a small temper, she would have taken her to SHIELD and taught her. Carlson walked to Lod and asked in a low voice, "Captain Winter Monarch, is there any news about that hammer?" "Yes." Lod nodded slightly and pointed at Thor, who was enjoying the beauty and applying medicine. He said, "Ask him yourself. I want to go to that area to see the situation." "So fast?" Carlson was shocked and hurriedly advised, "Captain Winter Monarch, isn't it a little too fast? I think we should investigate the reason first. This is more reliable." They had not figured out the reason for the mutation of Hollow. If they really let this captain go over and solve the matter quickly, how would he explain it to Fury when he returned? "I'm just going to take a look," Lod said. How could Carlson's little thoughts be hidden from Lod's eyes? It was just that he was too lazy to expose it. At least in terms of investigating the cause of the mutation, he was currently on the same side as SHIELD. Carlson hesitated for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Then, can you bring me along? This guy really not afraid of death?" If an ordinary person approached Hollow, their soul would either be shattered by the powerful spiritual power, or they would be absorbed by Hollow's soul, directly devouring their soul. This was the real reason why SHIELD had sent agents several times, but was unable to get close to those big Hollow. In terms of life, there was a difference of heaven and earth. No. Lod cut through metal and said with a tone that could not be refused, "The souls of humans are too weak. They will be shattered before they get close to hollow. Thank you, I was offended. Humans are so weak, I am really sorry. Then I can only count on you, Captain Winter Monarch. The corners of Carlson's mouth twitched. Although he had already expected this result, he still felt very hurt. Watch my Jigai. Lod's soul left Death God's body and transformed into a Death Tyrant outfit. He wore a white captain's haori and carried a light-beaten warrior sword on his waist. The 8-pointed star sword had a 1,000-year-old green appearance. Who? The moment Death God transformed, the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Especially at the place where Lod was standing, the ground under his feet was condensed with a thin layer of frost, and there seemed to be nothing around his body, drifting with white cold mist. Wait for me to come back. After Lod instructed Carlson, he stepped on his ho-ho and disappeared. This. Carlson supported Jigai and revealed a look of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that this captain had taken him as a clothes rack. Seeing Lod suddenly pass out, Ike and the others were dumbfounded, completely unaware of what had happened. Apart from Carlson, there was only Thor present who could clearly see the form of Lod and Death God after transforming. The feeling of this power seems to be somewhat similar to the seer underworld. There was a glimmer in Thor's eyes as he thought thoughtfully. The ocean underworld was the country where Dead Soul lived in Norse mythology. But in Marvel world, the ocean underworld was one of the shattered pieces of hell. After Odin conquered the universe and divided the 9 worlds, it was used to seal the goddess of death, Hela. Of course. The current Thor did not know that he actually had a sister. The Desert Forbidden Zone. 100 kilometers to the east of Old Bridge City, the deserted desert area was where the hammer of the Thunder God landed. There was originally a road leading to Texas, but ever since the hammer of the Thunder God landed, 32 Jillian and Ajichas occupied this place. This road and area had been classified as a military forbidden zone. Chapter 153. Lod went deep into the restricted area alone. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped and a trace of seriousness appeared between his brows. I feel it. Spiritual power was almost about to solidify. He was filled with despair and an ominous aura. It was like a jade bowl that was upside down and enveloped an area with a diameter of 10 kilometers in front of him. The area that was enveloped by spiritual power was desolate and dead. The ground was filled with cracks and cracks. The bones of animals buried under the yellow sand could be seen everywhere. Even the cactus that was most used to the desert had withered. This was a place where no life could survive. It was a true restricted area. Once Hollow evolved to Jillian's level, they would have a new skill, soul absorption. Soul absorption could forcibly steal the souls of weak creatures within a certain range. The life-forbidden area in front of him was the scene after being absorbed by the souls of Hollow. But this was a desert, a place where life was scarce to begin with. Even if all the souls were devoured, it would still be impossible to meet the conditions for the birth of a single Jillian. It was hard to imagine that in this environment where life was scarce, 33 large Hollow could actually be born, and there was even an Ajichas among them. One had to know that such a large city like New York had only given birth to a Ajichas so far. In Lod's eyes, this was almost comparable to the word miracle. Come on. Let me see why you would rather stay here than go to the town to devour souls. Lod heaved a long sigh of relief and stepped into this area. As soon as he stepped into the forbidden area, Lod felt that there were dozens of turbid and mixed spiritual power not far away. They intertwined with each other, and the aura of despair and ominous was extremely thick. It was as if he was in the deep sea 10,000 meters below, and the pressure was surging from all directions. Among the mottled and mixed spiritual power, there was a stream of spiritual power that was far more conspicuous than other great Hollow, like a fire in the dark night. If Jillian's spiritual power was compared to a flowing stream in the forest, then spiritual power of Ajichas was like a rushing river, and there was a very obvious difference between the two. Not bad. In terms of spiritual powers level, Laud said objectively. It should be slightly worse than Gwen. This was already not easy. With Gwen having people feeding their souls every day, her spiritual power was only slightly stronger than the Sajich's, but this was enough to explain some problems. Roar dash. A strange roar reached the depths of the soul, accompanied by spiritual power into the sky. The sky in the distance suddenly darkened, and spiritual power, who was surging like a tsunami, roared over. Dozens of black figures standing in the clouds gathered and moved towards Laud. Their slender bodies were like a towering spire. Their black skin was like that of a medieval witch's cloak, and under the white bone mask similar to a clown's, their scarlet and tyrannical pupils were squeezed into a long and narrow slit. It was Jillian. Although in Hollow Circle, Jillian was a low-level hollow. It was a very common and large species, but in Marvel World, the number of Jillian was relatively small. Laud had only seen it a few times. The real Jillian was formed by 100 extremely thirsty hollow devouring each other. Unlike the defective products that Laud had cultivated before, spiritual power was very large and could use the powerful red Zero. At this time, it's time for little brother to go on stage. Laud was not in the mood to play with them, so he took out a messenger from his bosom and pressed a few buttons. Not long after, a crisp bell rang, and the door-through was summoned to appear before Laud. As the white mist rose, Gwen slowly walked out from the deep red arch. Lord Laud, Gwen has come to listen to the summons. Gwen was very obedient. When he saw Laud, she consciously knelt down on one knee and bowed her head. I wonder what orders you have for me to come here. It seems that Hashwalth has her trained well. Laud secretly praised Hashwalth in his heart. He smiled gently and raised his finger to the back and said, Gwen, there is a Ajich's over there. I need you to test its level. Do you understand? Gwen looked in the direction that Laud pointed and sensed the powerful spiritual power. The scarlet eyes under the white mask flashed with desire and fanaticism. The genes that Hollow had carved into her bones were boiling like hot lava. After evolving to Ajich's, only the souls and flesh of the same kind could satisfy their desire to continue evolving. If not for Laud, Gwen probably wouldn't have been able to suppress her bloodthirsty desire and wanted to devour that Ajich's. However, I have two more requests. Laud's words calmed Gwen down a little. He raised his hand and looked at the two fingers he raised, quietly listening to the next order. First, you are not allowed to devour any part of it. Second, retreat immediately once you are no match for it. I don't want you to be devoured, understand? Whether it was the Ajich's or Gwen, they were the only second-ranked Ajich's, so Laud did not want them to devour each other. After all, there were too few of them. I understand what you mean, Lord Laud. The fanaticism in Gwen's eyes faded a little as she replied in a deep voice. Laud's fingertips gently brushed past Gwen's mask. He revealed a gentle smile and said, Do not disappoint me. Yes. I will not disappoint you, Lord Laud. Gwen lowered her head deeply. Although Laud was smiling, it made her feel extremely cold. Go. Laud said indifferently. Yes. Gwen stood up, and with a movement of her feet, her entire body disappeared in an instant. Ring. Ring. The effect was similar to that of Death God's Ho-Ho. It was a movement technique that only Great Hollow, who was of the Ajich's level and above, could use. After watching Gwen leave, Laud spread out his spiritual power in the form of a spider web along the ground. After searching for about 3 kilometers, he found the Thunder God Hammer. 3 kilometers was not far for him. In just a few breaths of time, Laud arrived at the laboratory. The entire laboratory was built underground. The huge impact of the Thunder God Hammer when it fell destroyed all the equipment and defense facilities. There were collapsed ruins everywhere. Broken electric roads and steel plates were everywhere. One could even see the blood on the walls. At the center of the impact, Laud saw the Thunder God Hammer, quietly lying on a raised stone. Thunder God Hammer, Mjolnir. Lot admitted that he was tempted in an instant and had the idea of taking the hammer for himself. This was made by the Dwarf King himself. The whole body was made of divine steel, and the interior of the hammer was forged from a Death Star core. At the end of the hammer was a belt made of special ring-shaped material. No matter where it flew to the multivariate, it could return according to the user's intentions. Most importantly, the incantation under the hammer was that anyone who could lift the hammer would be able to obtain the same ability as Thor if he was worthy of it. I'll give it a try. It should be fine, right? Thinking that he would not get pregnant if he tried, Lot took a step forward, reached out to hold the hammer handle, and then forcefully lifted it up. Bang! Thunder God Hammer was lifted up by him. Chapter 154. Lot was dumbfounded. Originally, he did not have any expectations and only wanted to give it a try, but who knew that with a light lift, the Thunder God Hammer would be picked up by him. That was not right. Odin had cast a spell on the hammer of the Thunder God, and only a pure and kind-hearted person could lift it up. Could it be that in the eyes of the hammer of the Thunder God, he was considered a kind and pure person? This question skipped over, and the main point was after. Wasn't it said that anyone who picked up this hammer would be able to obtain the same ability as Thor? Lot shook his head, slightly disappointed. He had picked up the hammer, but what about the power of Thunder God? He didn't know if it was due to Odin's spell, but he felt that he had encountered the unspoken rules. He had already raised the hammer of the Thunder God, but he hadn't obtained the power of the Thunder God. It was definitely a shady deal. That old fellow Odin didn't play according to the rules. I can't afford to play. Lot curled his lips and felt a wave of disdain in his heart. It was clearly a rule he had made himself, so how could he go back on his word? Rumble. Dark clouds surged like a black tide, covering the sky and covering the sky above the entire laboratory. Deafening thunder resounded through the sky, accompanied by lightning as thick as buckets that flashed through the clouds like pythons. The Thunder God Hammer shook violently, as if it was about to break free from control at any moment. Moreover, the profound runes engraved on the surface of the pitch-black hammer flickered with a faint light as if it was breathing. It was these ancient runes that summoned the thunder clouds in the sky. In the dark black thunder clouds, a destructive power of thunder was brewing. Even though they were thousands of meters away, they could still feel the pressure. This scene was a bit familiar. If he did not know that this was Marvel World, he would have thought that there was a cultivator at the crossing calamity stage. Relax. Lot sneered and said, "It's just a hammer. Do you really think I'm greedy for it?" Without the support of the power of the Thunder God, this was just an ordinary hammer. At most, the material was a bit harder than the adamantium alloy. It was a pity to abandon it. Even if he kept the hammer in his hand, it was just a hot potato. Moreover, he did not come here to steal the Thunder God's hammer, but to investigate the reason for the evolution of Hollow, and what was the connection between it and Asgard. Although the Thunder God's hammer was good, he would not feel envious because of it. Weapons. He also had them. For example, Zanpakuto's Ryujinjaka, Kyoka Suijutsu, Seifushi, Katen Ky, Katsu, etc. were no weaker than this hammer. I'll return it to you. Lot casually threw the Thunder God hammer back. Dong. After the Thunder God hammer returned to its original spot, the runes on the surface of the black hammer gradually dimmed. At the same time, the dark thunder clouds above his head slowly dispersed, revealing the clear sky again. The bright sunlight shone through the huge hole in the patio, shining on the body of the Thunder God hammer. It was quiet all around, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. It was solid, there was indeed a black curtain. Lod's eyelids jumped, staring at the Thunder God hammer, thinking that this old guy Odin really did not fall into a deep sleep. If not for Odin's will, he wouldn't have believed that a broken hammer could have such intelligence. Forget it. Let's get down to business. Lod shook his head and stopped worrying about the hammer. He still had more important things to do. In order to figure out the problem, he first had to analyze the remaining power near the Thunder God hammer. At this time, it showed the importance of Nimue. Before coming, Nimue gave him a device that could collect any energy left in the air and automatically analyze the nature of the energy, as well as whether it would mutate after combining with Reishi. Lod took out a few metal sticks and inserted them in 4 corners of the Thunder God hammer. Then he took out a screen and started the analysis instrument. Buzz. The top of the 4 metal pillars shot out electric arcs, connecting with each other, forming a special field area. In the field area, a large number of spirit particles were gathered, and then they constantly collided with the surface of the Thunder God hammer, trying to stimulate the power that could make Hollow evolve. The process lasted for about 10 minutes. Lod stared at the monitor nervously, waiting for the result of the analysis. Did-a-die. After 2 short buzzing sounds, the results of the instrument analysis experiment came out. Lod's expression was a little complicated. The instrument showed 2 results. The first analysis results showed that Thunder God hammer and Reishi had no connection, and it would not promote Reishi to activate, so it could not let Hollow evolve. There was no power fluctuation. It looked like an ordinary hammer. It was not as he had guessed before. It was the influence of the Asgard divine power inside the hammer, accelerating the evolution of the group of Big Hollow. In terms of the current examination results, the hammer had nothing to do with the birth of Big Hollow. And the second analysis result. It showed that there was indeed a kind of power nearby that could stimulate Reishi to be greatly activated and even increase the strength of spiritual power. Other than the Thunder God hammer, there was only the second type of power in the vicinity. Lod sighed slightly in his heart, and his gaze fell on the place that had a strange pattern on it. I didn't expect that it would actually be the power of the Rainbow Bridge. It was unexpected, but it was also reasonable. The Rainbow Bridge was the most important passage in the 9 worlds. In addition to being used as a tool to teleport time and space, it was actually a very powerful star-grade weapon. According to what Odin said in the movie, when the Rainbow Bridge concentrated all its power to attack, its power could destroy the entire planet in an instant. It was a very dangerous and terrifying weapon. Moreover, the Rainbow Bridge had an extraordinary strategic significance to Asgard. Not only could it carry out interstellar teleportation, but it also had the power to destroy the stars in one strike. Therefore, in the entire Asgard, only the divine sword of Heimdall and Alfithor, Odin could activate and control the Rainbow Bridge. In fact, when he looked at Thunder God earlier, Lod had a faint guess in his heart that the Rainbow Bridge was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Because long before Odin became a God King, when Asgarda was still in the era ruled by God King Bor, there was already the Rainbow Bridge. Throughout the entire universe, the only power to travel across space was Asgard, and it was a building that could not be replicated. Then the question was, where did the Rainbow Bridge come from? Lod guessed that the Rainbow Bridge might be related to the World Tree. As everyone knew, in Norse mythology, the 9 worlds relied on the World Tree, and the Rainbow Bridge connected them. Among Marvel World, the 9 worlds also relied on the World Tree, and the power of the previous God Kings, as well as the origin of the calamity of the Twilight of the Gods, all of these came from the World Tree. To put it plainly, it was the World Tree that gave Asmodeus strength and curse. Therefore, Lod guessed that the energy of the Rainbow Bridge, which was almost comparable to infinite gemstones, might have come from the World Tree. Chapter 155. Rainbow Bridge, Bifrost. A hint of bitterness appeared on the corners of Lod's lips. Unless he was completely crazy, he should give up on this idea as soon as possible. If it was just the Thunder God hammer, he could think of a way, but he had no way to deal with the Rainbow Bridge. For a simple example, If he forcefully took away the thunder god's hammer today, it would at most make Odin unhappy. However, if he dared to place his attention on the Rainbow Bridge, then Odin would definitely rush over with the Gungnir and stab him in the heart. Moreover, it was the kind that even Sorcerer Supreme could not stop. The difference between the Thunder God's hammer and the Rainbow Bridge was too great. No matter how precious a hammer was, as long as Odin was willing, he could make another Fire God's hammer and Water God's hammer at any time. If he was happy, he might even be able to make something like the Thunder God's sword. But what about the Rainbow Bridge? After 2 generations of Alfathor, there was only this one. Moreover, the strategic significance of the Rainbow Bridge was great. It had the terrifying destructive power to destroy an entire planet with a single strike. In a sense, the Rainbow Bridge was an atomic bomb that had the ability to erase a part of world map. In the movie, Odin did not seem to care and even told Thor that the Rainbow Bridge was destroyed. In fact, the old fox was very clear that as long as the World Tree was there, the Rainbow Bridge could not be destroyed. Before the Ragnarok arrived, no one could destroy Asgard. This was a blessing, but also a curse. Moreover, he only needed to think about it. If the Rainbow Bridge could be smashed so easily by a hammer, how could the enemies in the universe watch Odin sit firmly in the position of Alfathor? Thunder God, who was not even a father, could smash the Rainbow Bridge with a swing of his hammer. If this news was spread out, Thanos would probably laugh to death if he heard it. If it was really that simple, Thanos would have come over long ago. Was there a need to wait for Asgard to be destroyed? It could only be said that Thor was still too inexperienced. Odin cultivated Thor like a flower in a greenhouse, never telling him anything. Hela was like this, Rainbow Bridge was like this. The World Tree was also the same. Lod vaguely remembered that in the manga, Thor's strongest form was the god of thunder. This powerful form was the power that Thor obtained after hanging upside down in the World Tree for 7 days and 7 nights, drinking the Spring of Wisdom. Therefore, Lod was not surprised at all that the Rainbow Bridge had allowed Great Hollow to evolve. Or perhaps, he should be glad that the World Tree had given him face by not producing a Vastolord-level Great Hollow on the Rainbow Bridge. After figuring out the cause and effect of the whole thing, Lod could only give up the idea of becoming rich overnight, shaking his head and sighing. Whether it was the World Tree or the Rainbow Bridge, they were too far away from him, so he should consider the things in front of him. That Aegis must be under my command. Lod thought with a bit of envy. That was a great hollow who had absorbed the power of the World Tree. As long as he continued to cultivate it, he would almost certainly become the Great Hollow of Vastolord in the future. Let's go and see how far the battle has progressed. Lod thought to himself. Zero. 2 scarlet comets tore through the sky and collided with each other in the sky. Rumble. For a moment, the sky became as red as blood. The entire world was shaking violently. 2 similar but different energies suddenly exploded. The air was like thick water currents, shaking out circles of ripples. Then, they were squeezed and exploded, creating a loud sound. Ha ha, ha ha. Interesting, this is too interesting. This is the feeling. This is a true battle. An arrogant and domineering laughter rang out. A grayish-white cheetah with a few charred spots on its body rushed out of the area shrouded in smoke. The cheetah stepped into the air and slowly walked forward. In its pair of azure blue eyes, there was a surging battle intent that seemed material. Its gaze was piercingly cold as it looked down at the deep pit below. Come out, I know you are not dead yet. The cheetah licked his charred fur, his tone revealing a trace of fanaticism. Newbie, don't tell me this is all you have? Don't disappoint me. Bang. As soon as the cheetah finished speaking, the ground below shook violently, and then suddenly shattered and collapsed. Woo! A petite figure broke through the air, surrounded by a clear ring of horse hooves, emitting a series of ear-piercing sonic booms. It was Gwen. You're courting death. A cold light flashed through the cheetah's eyes, and its streamlined body instantly disappeared from where it was. The next second, the cheetah swooped down like a stream of light, rushing towards Gwen. A huge wave of air was pulled out from behind it, and it roared down like a ferocious dragon. Don't dodge. Don't dodge. Gwen and the cheetah made the same choice at the same time. Neither of them chose to avoid it, but they rushed towards each other with all their might. For a moment, the wind and clouds in the world stirred, and terrifying sounds rang out one after another, as if there were thousands of thunder exploding in the clear sky. If someone could enter this forbidden area at this moment, they would be able to see a strange scene. An azure stream of light that streaked across the horizon and the blazing sun that rose from the ground divided the sky and the earth into two completely different colors. In the blink of an eye, the two sides suddenly collided. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth suddenly changed. A vast expanse of white light swept through the entire world, and what followed was the deafening sound of the sky shattering. A vast wave of energy visible to the naked eye rushed into the clouds, and the explosive winds were like the shock waves created by nuclear bombs, tearing everything within 1,000 meters. Bang! 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 The two hollow in the center of the explosion fought tirelessly. In just a few seconds, the two sides had exchanged hundreds of blows. The terrifying power clashed, causing the air around them to rumble. Violent currents shot out like sharp blades, sweeping away all the clouds that had gathered nearby. The cheetah suffered a heavy punch on her face. Her skull nearly caved in, but the bloodthirsty light in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. She forcefully endured Gwen's fist and used her sharp claws to tear open her chest. Blood for blood, life for life. After taking a punch from you, I must return a claw to you. The two sides roared and engaged in a bloody battle. Although Gwen and spiritual power were a step higher, they were continuously beaten back by this cheetah. This guy, isn't he tired? Gwen looked at the cheetah in disbelief. The madness of the other party had far exceeded her imagination. If they continued to fight, both sides would suffer. But this result was not what she wanted. How humiliating did she really suppressed by an Agichis who had just been born. Lord Laud, did not need trash, I have to win. Kill. Kill you. Gwen roared again and again, and the cold killing intent that burst out from her eyes filled the entire space. Chapter 156. Now we're talking. Feeling the killing intent released by Gwen, the cheetah stuck out its tongue and licked its lips, laughing wildly. Don't forget, we are not playing that kind of leisurely battle game, but fighting. Gwen's eyes were cold. Her fingertips stroked the claw marks on her chest, and then placed the blood on her lips to taste it. She said coldly, state your name, Agichis. Name. The cheetah was slightly startled, then sneered, useless fellow, I don't need this kind of thing. Is that so? Gwen's eyes were cold, and she decided to let this arrogant guy suffer a little. Even though they were both in the same level of hollow evolution, there was still a gap in strength between them. It was obvious that she was stronger than this cheetah. After a short silence, Gwen and the cheetah seemed to have a tacit understanding, and the two sides began to fight again. There was no communication, no courtesy. There was only a bloody battle. Gwen turned around and approached the cheetah. She clenched her fists and struck out. The explosive force created a series of ear-piercing explosive sounds in the air. The battle between Agichis was not like the battle between Death God, which was full of skills and magnificence. It was more inclined to the naked slaughter between wild beasts. Any part of their bodies could become their weapon. The cheetah spun in mid-air and avoided the attack with its fist. It raised its right hand, which was as sharp as sword's claws, and slashed out, as if it wanted to tear Gwen into two. Woo! The sound of the air breaking rang in his ears, and 6 sharp claws came along with the cold wind. If she didn't retreat, this claw would definitely tear her mask. Gwen had no choice but to take a step back before she counterattacked. But who knew? With this retreat, she no longer had a chance to fight back. The cheetah immediately rushed forward, relying on the claws and fangs of the beast. Like a continuous storm, it launched a crazy attack. Gwen was stunned by this crazy attack, and could only retreat again and again. Why? 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 A series of questions flooded Gwen's mind. She could not understand what was happening in front of her. The battle between Death God was the battle between spiritual power. This principle was not only useful to Death God, but also for the Quincy and Hollow. The cheetah's spiritual power was obviously much weaker than her, but why could he suppress her in turn? How dare you be distracted in this kind of battle? Seeing that Gwen was distracted for a moment, the cheetah let out a low roar, and a scarlet light burst out from its mouth. Zero. Moreover, it was fired at a close range, almost face to face. Are you crazy? If you release Zero at this distance, you will also be affected. Gwen revealed a look of disbelief. But what responded to Gwen was only a blue pupil mixed with crazy killing intent. Madman, he was simply a madman. This cheetah was a complete madman. You want to die together? Dream on. Gwen was shocked and angry. She was shocked by the crazy actions of this cheetah and subconsciously retreated. Ha, stupid fellow. There was a hint of mockery in the cheetah's eyes. It seemed that she was mocking Gwen for making such a stupid choice. After retreating dozens of meters, Gwen suddenly realized this. She should not have retreated. If she did not choose to retreat, then the worst outcome for both sides was that both sides would suffer. But once she chose to retreat, then the Zero's explosion would only affect her, not her opponent. But she realized it too late. Go to hell. In front of the cheetah mask, the condensed and violent Zero shot out violently. The scarlet light emitted a dense killing intent, and the shockwave dyed half of the sky red. At the critical moment, Gwen's combat intelligence finally returned. She raised her right hand and formed a tiger claw, forcefully condensing a Zero in her palm. She aimed and shot it towards Zero. The two rays of scarlet light collided again, seemingly long but only for an instant. Rumble. After a brief silence, the next second, it exploded. The energy quickly passed by in a withering manner. It exploded in the boundless sky, causing violent astral winds to wreak havoc and howl. As the shockwave exploded, it produced a thunderous sound, raising a violent shockwave that could be seen with the naked eye. After a full minute, the gale gradually dissipated. In the dust and smoke that filled the sky, the cheetah was breathing heavily in the air, its nerves taut as it looked ahead. In the thick smoke, a figure gradually became clear. In the center of the explosion, Gwen's body was covered in injuries that had been torn apart by the violent wind, and her entire right hand had become as black as charcoal. It was obvious that Gwen had taken Zero head-on at the cost of losing an arm. Ha 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 ha. The cheetah stood proudly in the air, its gray fur now as red as blood. However, it was still laughing wildly. Not only that, the burning battle intent in its eyes became more and more blazing. Gwen didn't even dare to look directly at it. She faintly felt a sense of oppression coming from the top. You are a good opponent. The cheetah licked its fur. The smell of blood stimulated every nerve and said excitedly, but unfortunately, victory can only belong to me, and you will become a cornerstone of my evolution. Ever since it was born, this was the first time it was so excited. The fierce battle with Gwen had successfully awakened the desire to fight in its body. The manic fighting spirit and hot blood flowing in its veins made it eager to find a vent. And Gwen was the vent. Boom. The mighty aura and spiritual power rose from the cheetah's body. It was like a volcano that had been silent for a long time had suddenly erupted. It shook the air nearby, causing it to hiss and explode into ripples of air. At this time, the cheetah's spiritual power and oppressive aura were infinitely close to Gwen, and even slightly higher. Boom! The cheetah suddenly stomped its forefeet, and the air currents in the air exploded with a loud bang. Its slender and beautiful body shot out like a cannonball. Accompanied by a series of thunderous sonic booms, the air currents were pulled out into a long dragon visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the cheetah rushed towards Gwen, its entire body burning with deep blue flames. Claw of the Panther King. With a low roar, the cheetah gathered spiritual power on its two front claws and slashed at Gwen. Buzz! The sharp claws slashed through the air, and 6 huge blue blade-like streaks of light instantly tore through hollow space. Accompanied by a terrifying momentum, they blocked off all the paths of retreat in front, back, and left of Gwen in a crisscross manner. It's over. Gwen felt a chill run down her spine, and she felt the word die appear in front of her eyes. This Ajichas was too strong. She had originally been ordered by Lod to come over and test the level of this Ajichas, but she had not expected to die here. Gwen closed her eyes in despair, waiting for the arrival of death. Chapter 157. Gwen closed her eyes and waited for death. 6 extremely sharp blade-shaped claw marks slashed over. Along with the sharp hissing sound in the air, the space they passed through was actually in a broken shape, as if it had been forcibly torn apart. Right at this moment, a light voice suddenly sounded in the ears of the cheetah and Gwen. Roar, divine retribution. In a split second, the entire sky suddenly darkened. The cheetah and Gwen revealed different expressions, but their gazes looked at the sky at the same time. Gwen was overjoyed, but the cheetah looked ugly. A huge sword blade appeared in the blue sky. An arm wrapped in black armor was holding sword, as if it was going to split the sky and earth apart as it slashed down majestically. Hoo-hoo! When the huge sword descended, the airflow under sword's blade collapsed and became extremely viscous. It split apart like water and set off a burst of violent wind. It let out sharp howls and whines that spread out for several kilometers. Boom! The 6 blue streaks of sword's blade-like claw marks were unable to withstand a single blow from this enormous sword blade, and they were shattered as soon as they came into contact with it. After Gwen had escaped death, she only came back to her senses when she saw the black figure in front of her. My lord! Gwen knelt down on one knee, her voice mixed with a hint of panic. Please forgive Gwen's incompetence. I have embarrassed you. Seeing this scene, the cheetah's pupils contracted. All the hair on its body stood on end, and it roared at Lod. The intuition of a beast told it that the man was very strong. Get up. Lod didn't look back at her and said in a cold voice. To noob. Both of them were still Ajichas. He couldn't figure out why Gwen could lose so badly and waste so much of his soul cultivation. He didn't expect that she couldn't even defeat a newly born Ajichas. He had seen the entire battle just now. Apart from the fact that spiritual power's quality was slightly better, regardless of whether it was her combat skills or her combat instincts, Gwen's performance in every aspect had been completely defeated by that Ajichas. Gwen knew that she was really in trouble this time. He said bitterly, I'm sorry, my lord. Human over there, are you her master? The cheetah lowered its body and made an attack posture. It sneered and said, your pet is nothing. Ha ha. Lod smiled. He lifted sword's hand slightly and looked at it with interest. He said, I think you are not bad. Why don't you think about it and be my subordinate? Is that so? Lod seemed to be a little regretful. He chuckled and said, why don't you think about it? As his voice fell, a majestic spiritual power rose up. It was like a scorching sun that filled the entire world. It displayed an endless amount of terrifying heat. It even caused the space around Hollow to slightly distort. The vast spiritual energy turned into a flood, surging wantonly within a radius of 100 meters. What a terrifying spiritual power! Before he even made a move, the cheetah already felt that he would lose without a doubt. Under the suppression of this vast spiritual energy, All the bones in his body seemed to be about to be crushed. Who are you? The cheetah was pinned to the ground by spiritual power. Lord Carl. There was a hint of calmness between Lod's brows. He looked at the cheetah with a hint of appreciation in his eyes, and his tone carried a hint of refusal. He said, I have seen your performance. Very good. How about you be my subordinate? You want me to be your subordinate? The cheetah stared at Lod arrogantly and growled, then let me see how strong you are. The strong were kings, and this was the rule of Hollow's survival. If he wanted to become its king, then he had to use overwhelming strength to defeat it. Come on. Lod smiled and said, let me test whether you are qualified or not. Bang. The cheetah disappeared in an instant. The next second, a sharp sound of air breaking came from the front. The white figure pulled a huge wave of air around it. 3 sharp sword blades condensed in front of its claws and slashed at Lod. Claw of the Panther King. Hiss hiss. In the midst of the terrifying howling of the wind, 3 blue blade-shaped claw marks tore through empty space and instantly arrived in front of him. This was the powerful move of the cheetah. If this move was unable to defeat that man, then it could only choose to submit. Lod smiled, not showing any signs of panic. The hand that held sword lightly chopped down, rumble, divine retribution. A giant arm suddenly appeared, holding a huge blade of sword, slashing out from below. Boom. With an unstoppable momentum, sword instantly crushed the claw marks. The earth let out a cry that could not bear the burden. A huge gully with a diameter of 1,000 meters was plowed out by the sword. Then, the terrifying sword did not lose his momentum and rushed up to the clouds in the sky. Before the cheetah could react, a cold light fell in front of his eyes. Gush. Sword cut open the flesh and blood on his skin, and his blood splashed high like a fountain. The cheetah grunted and fell to the ground. The cheetah spat out blood and flesh. It took a long time for it to barely stand up from the ground. Sword's wound had cut across its entire abdomen. It looked extremely terrifying. A large amount of blood dyed its gray hair red. It looked like it was about to die. Clang. The sharp blade of sword pointed at the cheetah's forehead. The latter raised his head with difficulty and saw the man in black. So, what is your choice? Lod's tone was very calm, and the hand holding sword did not tremble at all. Rejection was equivalent to death. Although the cheetah had just been born, it could read the meaning from the eyes of that person. The birth of every Ajichas was an extremely lucky thing. Therefore, even the proud and arrogant Hollow would choose to submit when faced with absolute strength. Life and death had nothing to do with dignity. After a moment of silence, the cheetah crouched on the ground and lowered its proud head, saying word by word, I choose to submit, but if I am stronger than you in the future, I will kill you with my own hands. After saying that, the cheetah raised his head and said arrogantly, if you are afraid, you can kill me now so that you won't be killed by me in the future. Hee hee. Lod smiled slightly, sheathed Zanpakuto, and then said lightly, I look forward to the arrival of this day. You can challenge me at any time. This is the power I gave you. If you want to subdue your subordinates, you can't simply rely on control, but you should rely on your own charm. Just like the people gathered under Aizen, there are people who are afraid of his strength and people who follow his wishes. Control was only the most inferior method. I like you a little now. There was a hint of fanaticism in the cheetah's eyes. Following such a confident expert was only interesting to it. Lod said with a faint smile, since you don't have a name, then I will grant you a name. How about it? Up to you. The cheetah licked its fur and said nonchalantly, names don't matter. As long as I can fight to my heart's content, this is enough. Lod's gaze fell on the cheetah's grayish-white fur and his rebellious eyes. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, your name is Grim Joe Jaeger Jacques. Chapter 158. Grim Joe Jaeger Jacques. The cheetah stuck out its barbed tongue and licked the blood on its lips, revealing a sinister smile. Before I can defeat you, as you wish, I will use this name. Lod's thoughts were slightly scattered, and he remembered the introduction of the espada in his previous life. Not only was espada hollow, it also had a type of death form that each of them controlled. Loneliness, aging, sacrifice, hollow, despair, destruction, intoxication, madness, greed, anger. These were the 10 main causes of human death, as well as the abilities of each of the espada, as well as the thoughts of the espada, and the reason for the existence of the espada. Espada Grimjo, ranked number 6, represented the form of destruction. The cause of the birth of this cheetah was Asgard's superweapon, Bifrost. Whether it was the Rainbow Bridge, Bifrost, or Grimjo, from a certain point of view, both had the meaning of destruction. Moreover, the way this cheetah attacked, the tone of its voice, and even the ultimate move, Claw of the Panther King, were all very similar to Grimjo in the original work, and it could even be said that it was the undeveloped Grimjo. It was clearly a product of another world, but in this world, it appeared in front of him in another way. It was purely a coincidence. Or was it the result of the system secretly guiding him? Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Lod rubbed his aching eyebrows, and his thoughts were pulled back to reality. No matter how Grimjo was born, these things were still too far away from him. The real reason behind it was not something he could touch. Lod looked at the distant hollow with a gentle smile on his lips. Grimjo, in order to celebrate your birth, let me see your killing ability. Since he had already accepted Grimjo, the remaining 32 Jillion had no value to him anymore, so it was better to sacrifice and contribute to the soul. 30 medium-level souls was a big harvest. As you wish. Grimjo licked his lips, and his eyes showed a bloodthirsty light. Shua. In the next second, Grimjo instantly disappeared in place, and his streamlined body flashed through the air quickly, pulling out a huge air wave that was visible to the naked eye. Woo! The sharp claws tore through the air, making a series of hissing sounds, and then a figure invisible to the naked eye passed through the group of big hollow, leaving a huge blue arc across the sky, like a crescent moon hanging in the sky. The dim light of the blue arc sprinkled down, reflected in the eyes of Lod and Gwen, and actually showed a different kind of sad feeling. Pucci pucci, pucci. Dozens of Jillian's clown masks were torn apart by 3 claw marks at the same time, letting out miserable wails. Zilliu. Grimjo walked over with elegant steps, his barbed tongue swept into the minced meat, chewed slowly and said, I hope that next time, you can find prey worthy of my attack, not these trash. Lod smiled slightly. Don't worry, there will be prey soon, worthy of your attack. Thunder God Hammer. It seemed to be a good choice. At SHIELD's outpost. In front of the equipment in charge of observing the restricted zone, Coulson and Hawkeye stared at the various soaring index on the screen. Their faces were solemn. Hawkeye grinned and half-jokingly said, if I hadn't read the information beforehand, I would have thought that the military was experimenting with some kind of large-scale killing weapon. The truth is far more exaggerated than I thought. Coulson said with a headache, fortunately, they are in a deserted area. If there is a battle in the city next time, the damage will be no less than a large-scale war. That's right. Hawkeye looked at the soaring index and nodded in agreement. If this battle breaks out in the city, it will be a devastating blow. So, the director is right. We must have a certain degree of checks and balances. Coulson rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He was deeply distressed about how to complete this mission. In the current situation, they, SHIELD, could not intervene in this matter at all. From the data of the various energy surge, humans could not approach the death zone, let alone investigate the truth of the mutation. Hawkeye said, don't be too anxious. Otherwise, it will be easy to be exposed. If Death God finds out that this experiment was led by us, the consequences will be unimaginable. You are right. Maybe I am too anxious. Carlson stared at the screen. The two hands under the sleeves were tightly clenched, and the joints were slightly white. The current shield seemed to have entered a strange circle. If they wanted to keep Death God and Hollow in check, they could only continue to study it. But if they continued to study it, it would inevitably lead to disaster. At that time, they could only throw the blame to Hydra. Then they turned to ask Soul Society for help, and then they repeated it endlessly until one day they had a way to keep them in check. This was like a gambler who had lost a lot. He knew that there was a bottomless abyss in front of him, but he still had to ignore it. He only wanted a chance to turn things around. But how long would this opportunity wait? Carlson had a faint premonition that once this lie was exposed, it might be the day of Shield's destruction. Don't think too much, Carlson. Hawkeye patted the shoulder of this old colleague and joked, "It seems that the burden on you during this period of time is too heavy. Do you want to relax tonight? I know there is a good pub nearby." Carlson looked at him strangely. "Barton, you should know that agent can't drink at will, especially now is not the time to relax." Hawkeye shrugged, "Don't think too much. This is just a reasonable balance of work and rest. Besides, even if we stay here, can there be any progress?" Carlson didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this reason. He shook his head and said, "According to what you said, is there any progress in going to the bar? That might not be the case." Hawkeye reached out and swiped his finger across the screen, revealing a photo of Thor. "Maybe we can get some unexpected things from him." "Thor, Odinson." Carlson looked at the photo and raised his eyebrows. He said thoughtfully, "Do you really believe what he said? Asgard and Norse mythology? This is too absurd. The truth is right in front of us. We can't not believe it." Hawkeye shrugged, "Don't tell me you didn't see that Death God's attitude towards him is obviously much better than treating us." Carlson thought about it, and his expression was a little strange. It seemed that Winter Monarch's attitude was not much better. At least they were not beaten so badly. "Let's go." Hawkeye stepped forward with a smile and reached out to hug Carlson. He said, "Let's go see that Thunder God of Northern Europe and see if we can get some information from him." "Okay." Carlson could not persuade him and had to agree with Barton's suggestion helplessly. "I am going to work, not to relax." "Ha ha ha ha, yes, 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 we are working, not relaxing," Hawkeye laughed. The two of them put their arms around each other and were about to leave. No, it was when they went out to gather information. Suddenly, there was a shrill buzzing sound in the office. Alarm. Carlson and Hawkeye looked at each other. They were shocked and turned to look at the screen behind. All the values were rising rapidly, like a volcanic eruption. "The space channel is twisting. It's that energy again. It is opening a space wormhole." Lod looked up at the sky as if he had a connection. A rainbow cut through the sky and was heading towards them. Chapter 159. Something had happened. The sudden arrival of the Bifrost disrupted Lod's plan. Because when the Rainbow Bridge was activated, Gatekeeper Heimdall needed to determine the location of its landing. In other words, Heimdall's eyes were watching this area. It was very tricky, but it was not a big problem. Although Heimdall looked like an old man who looked like a hidden expert, and his eyes claimed to be able to see everything in the 9 worlds, in fact, he could just listen to such boastful words. He must not take it seriously. Why didn't he see it when Hela appeared? Why didn't he see it when Thanos came? If Heimdall really had a pair of eyes of all sight, why didn't he see how Loki brought the frost giant to Asgard? So, the legends were obviously made by people. Lod quickly made a decision in his heart. "The two of you, retreat 10 meters and cooperate with me." "Retreat 10 meters? Gwen and Grimjo were stunned when they heard this. Although they did not understand the reason why they did this, they still chose to follow the order and retreated 10 meters back. In the next moment, Lod's spiritual power rose up and formed an absolute spiritual power space within a radius of 100 meters. Within the extremely dense absolute spiritual space, one could detect most of the soul. Of course, this was not an absolute in the truest sense. There were still many people in the universe who could ignore the isolation effect of the absolute spiritual space. He was not sure if Heimdall was among them, so he made the second move. Sit upon the frozen heavens, Hyaran Meru. Lod shouted, pulling out Zanpakuto, and making a chopping motion in front of him. Boom! A huge ice dragon with a diameter of about 100 meters was quickly condensed by water vapor, roaring as it rushed towards the two hollow. Seeing that the ice dragon was very close to the two hollow, the dimension portal suddenly appeared in the retreat route and swallowed the two hollow. Then, it disappeared at an extremely fast speed. The essence of the dimension portal was actually a tunnel to the hell dimension. Therefore, in the absence of necessary equipment, Lod could open and close it instantly. When he encountered an emergency situation, he could use it as a trump card to retreat. Boom! The huge ice dragon whistled past, and the extremely cold spiritual power spread out, freezing the front into an ice crystal corridor. After the play was over, Lod expressionlessly put his Zanpakuto into sword's sheath. This sudden incident could be considered as a warning bell for him. In the future, if not for necessary, it would be best to leave things like today to Hashwalth to handle. Experience is killing people. Lod rubbed the space between his eyebrows and thought, don't believe in the plot too much in the future. It was because he believed in the plot too much that he did not count the sudden situation in and caused this mistake. Boom! The rainbow bridge crashed into the ground with a shocking force. A gust of wind instantly blew up, accompanied by a huge wave of energy that radiated to the surrounding area like a tide. Lod stood not far from the rainbow bridge. His black tyrant clothes and white feathers fluttered in the wind. His silver hair danced in the wind. His dark green eyes narrowed slightly as he carefully felt the energy of the rainbow bridge. As he had expected, when the soul was near the energy of the rainbow bridge, the spiritual energy would have a similar lively situation, which would further affect the essence of the soul and cause some strange changes. However, the only pity was that the rainbow bridge did not seem to have a significant effect on Death God's soul. According to the progress of this influence, if Death God's soul wanted to reach the level of Hollow's evolution, unless a person stood in the center of the fall of the rainbow bridge, it would be useless even if it came another 10 or 20 times. When the magnificent light beam disappeared, a strange pattern was left on the ground. A figure appeared in the rising sand. From the curvy figure, it should be a woman. Only one person. Lod couldn't help but frown. The plot of Thor had changed again. In the original drama, in order to find Thor on Earth, Have and the three warriors of Immortal Palace sneaked into Earth with the help of Heimdall. The action of the four-man team and Heimdall was undoubtedly the last straw to press the camel. It greatly stimulated Loki's self-esteem, and he finally made up his mind to send the destroyer to kill Thor to avoid future trouble. But now only goddess Sif, where did the remaining three warriors of the Immortal Palace go? As the rising yellow sand gradually dispersed, Lod's eyes rose with a touch of seriousness. The situation of this goddess Sif was not good. Sif was bathed in blood. Her silver armor was covered with traces of sharp weapons. There was a clear penetrating wound on the round shield and abdomen of her left hand. It was obvious that she had just experienced a fierce battle. Hiss! Lod couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Judging from the situation, could it be that Asgard had been attacked by an external enemy? But on second thought, this was obviously impossible, unless Odin was dead. However, Asgard's reign and time of death had basically been set by the World Tree. Unless the Ragnarok arrived, there was no way anything would happen to Odin. Then the problem is, since Odin could not be in trouble, then where did this injury come from? Lod's eyes fell on Sif's abdomen. Only a spear or spear-type weapon could cause this kind of piercing injury. Thinking of the only magic shield that could pierce through Goddess Sif in Asgarda, and also the weapon that could seriously injure her, the truth was obvious. Eternal Spear, Gungnir. Only this weapon that symbolized Odin's divine power could pierce through the magic round shield that Frigga had bestowed upon her, and the power would not decrease in the slightest as it continued to pierce through Sif's body. Did Loki do it? Lod had roughly guessed that the person who threw the Gungnir was probably the god of mischief, Loki. As for why it wasn't Odin? The reason was very simple. If Odin really threw the Gungnir, not to mention a magic round shield, even if 1,000 more shields blocked the front, Hev would still be unable to escape death. The causality weapon was not a joke. Not to mention that the main material of this weapon came from the World Tree. In the Marvels, anyone who could have a relationship with the World Tree. Anyone who was targeted by the Eternal Spear Gungnir, no matter if you fled to the ends of the earth or in the end of the universe, would never be able to escape this attack. From a certain point of view, the Spear of Eternity and his all creation had the same effect, both being the manifestation of some kind of power of rules. After saying so much, Sif had already started to deal with her injuries. Because she had followed Thor to battle many times, she had a lot of experience dealing with this kind of injuries. She pressed her hand against the wound on her abdomen to avoid fainting from excessive blood loss. She used her teeth and hands to tear her pants into strips and wrap them around the wound like a bandage. After dealing with the most troublesome penetrating wound, Sif gasped for a few breaths with a pale face. She did not choose to rest on the spot, nor did she care about the other injuries on her body. She gritted her teeth and forced her seriously injured body to walk in the direction of the city-town. Chapter 160. Sif was badly injured. Although she had temporarily wrapped the wound with broken cloth, blood still seeped through the cloth and dripped onto the yellow sand. However, the straight distance from here to Old Bridge Town was a full 15 miles. If this continued, Sif would probably die from excessive blood loss before she even saw Thor. This was not going to work. Lod thought about it for a moment and decided to go over and test out Sif. In addition to giving Asgard favor, he also wanted to see if he could get some information about Asgard from Sif. The loss of blood not only blurred Sif's vision, but it also consumed a lot of strength every time she took a step. Her leg was as weak as a newborn baby. If not for the strong belief supporting her, she would have fainted long ago. Just as Sif was moving towards the town with difficulty, a man suddenly appeared in front of her. Clang! Almost subconsciously, Sif raised the long sword in her right hand and skillfully made an attack posture. Relax. Lod said in a calm tone, I am not your enemy, Asgardian. Who are you? Sif looked very nervous. She did not lower her guard just because of one sentence. Instead, she clenched the long sword in her hand. Having just experienced a bloody battle, Sif's nerves were in a state of high tension. It was easy to be vigilant and alert to outsiders, especially when facing someone who suddenly appeared in front of her. In this case, once Sif noticed any movement from him, the divine sword would probably come over in the next second. Lod noticed this, so he did not approach her rashly. Instead, he tried to make his tone softer and said, in your words, I should be considered a Midgardian. Midgard. Sif covered her wound with one hand and pointed her sword at Lod with the other. She said warily, I have never heard of a powerhouse like you in Midgard. This. Asgard's historical education was worrying. No wonder no one even remembered Hela. There's no need to be nervous. Are you looking for another Asgardian who landed on Earth? Lod decided to throw out a bait first. Otherwise, with Sif's vigilance, he would not be able to ask anything. What? The straight bait was salty. Sure enough, once this sentence was said, Sif's vigilance dropped greatly. She put down the divine sword in her hand, a hint of surprise on her face. "Do you know Thor? Thor Odinson. He is a blond man with muscles all over his head. He also needs to be beaten when he speaks. He keeps shouting that he wants to find a hammer. If you are talking about this person, then I should know him." Lod briefly described the characteristics of the thunder god. "Yes, it is him." As soon as she heard about finding hammers all over the world, Sif was sure that this person really knew Thor. After all, other than Thor, no one else could treat Hammer as a wife. "Please, quickly take me to Thor." Sif's face was pale from excessive blood loss. When she heard that there was news of Thor, she was so excited that her blood surged, and her vision went black and she was about to fall to the ground. Looking at the way he fell, it was estimated that his face fell to the ground first. Lod took a step forward and held Sif with one hand. Sif cast a grateful look. If he had not made a move in time, his face would have had a close contact with the sandy ground. Although the Asgardians had outstanding physiques, even if they really fell on it, they would be fine. However, when it came to face issues, whether it was Asgard or the women on Earth, their attitudes were all highly consistent. "If possible, can you tell me what happened to Asgard?" Lod looked at Sif and said in a calm tone. Sif hesitated for a few seconds and said, "Asgard. Something big has happened. Loki and the frost giant colluded to assassinate the Alfather, Odin, who has fallen into a deep sleep. We discovered his plot and were stabbed by the eternal spear. Thanks to the three warriors stopping Loki and Laufey for me, Heimdall activated the Rainbow Bridge and sent me to Midgard. I must find Thor quickly and take him back to save Asgard." Lod's tiger body shook again and then shook again. Was this something Loki could do? When did that proud second prince become so brave? The Asgard Imperial Palace. In a magnificent palace, Loki sat on the golden throne that he had dreamed of. He gazed at Asgard outside the golden hall, a complicated look in his eyes. If there were outsiders present at this moment, they could see that Loki was not as calm as he appeared to be. His hand holding the eternal spear was actually trembling slightly. "Why?" Loki muttered absent-mindedly, "All of you, do you not believe me?" He was hesitating, urging himself to make up his mind. Time went back to 30 minutes ago. He originally wanted to use the death of his father, the frost giant, Laufey, to completely eradicate the war between Asgard and Jotunheim for 1,000 years. This was to prove to his mother, Frigga, and Odin that he was no worse than his own Thor. He was even stronger. He had the ability to make Asgard more prosperous. However, there was no way he could plan everything in 100 ways. When he brought Laufey into Odin's bedroom, he was accidentally caught by Thor's fiancée, Sif. Sif was shocked to find out that Loki was the mastermind, and also shocked that Loki was so bold that he wanted to kill the Alfather. She immediately shouted for her companions to stop Loki's conspiracy. In a moment of desperation, Loki was at a loss for words. The frost giant, Laufey, was present, so he could only throw the eternal spear to injure Sif. He wanted to explain to Sif after everything was over. But the key problem was that he did not want to kill Sif, so he showed mercy. Although the eternal spear injured Sif, it did not make her lose her ability to move. Under the desperate call of Sif, the three warriors of the immortal palace came to support her. Asgard and Jotunheim were enemies for generations, especially when the king of the frost giants appeared in the immortal palace. The three warriors, just like Sif, instantly came up with a shocking conspiracy. One mistake after another, now he had no way to retreat. Loki had no choice but to help Laufey to seriously injure the three warriors, but Sif had already fled to the Rainbow Bridge in the chaos. The powerful magic laid outside Odin's bedroom, so Odin, who was sleeping inside and watching over her, did not notice that there was a mess outside. The next situation was simple. Although Loki was furious that Sif did not trust him, the frost giant, Laufey, was the biggest threat. He could only watch as Sif escaped and choose to continue the plan. The plan succeeded very smoothly. Laufey died in Odin's bedroom, and in the eyes of his mother, Frigga, he became the hero who guarded Asgard. It was him who got rid of the frost giant king. It was him who had completely destroyed Jotunheim's ability to start a war again. Or was it him who had protected Odin and Frigga? But why? No one believed him. They would rather believe that idiot brother. Is it because he is the second prince, the god of mischief, the damned bloodline of the frost giant? Loki clenched the eternal spear in his hand, anger flashing in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. No. Since he was young, no matter what he did, his father would not praise him. On the other hand, no matter how much trouble Thor had caused, his father would forgive him over and over again. But, this time, he didn't want to back down anymore. He wanted to let everyone know that he was the God King who was truly suitable for Asgard. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being merciless. Loki stood up, his eyes cold. He seemed to be comforting himself, but also seemed to be making up his mind. His cold voice echoed in the empty golden hall. You forced me to do this. I should be the king of Asgard, not the fool who only knows how to fight. The fight for the throne had been cruel since ancient times. The brothers who were called were just like flowers in the mirror in front of the emperor's family. Chapter 161. The Asgardian Divine Realm. Right below the Divine King Hall was the treasure vault of Odin, which contained countless treasures. If the items in this treasure vault were to be released, it would be enough to attract the greed of the entire universe. It could be seen how precious the treasures hidden within were. Loki held the eternal spear Gungnir and opened the door to Odin's treasure vault. He went straight through the dark and smooth corridor. On the stone platforms on both sides of the corridor, there were countless treasures of the universe, but Loki's eyes did not waver at all, and he went straight to the deepest part of the treasury. In front of a wall that was firmly sealed, there was an ice blue box on the stone platform. Loki raised the eternal spear in his hand and lightly hit the ground. Dong! The wall that was sealed by divine power slowly opened. A tall figure walked out from the white light. This was an extremely ferocious armor. Its entire body was suffused with a metallic luster. From the shoulders on both sides to the entire body, it was covered in sharp spikes. I order you to kill Thor. Loki stared at this ferocious armor and said coldly, make sure that my brother will not come back and destroy everything you see, including Sif. Lod tried to heal Sif's injuries, but he found that there was little effect. It was unknown whether it was because Sif's wound was caused by the eternal spear, but the healing effect was not ideal. It could only barely ensure that Sif would not die from excessive blood loss, but it could not completely heal the wound. This reminded Lod that when he met Odin in the future, it was best to be careful of the weapon in his hand. Although he didn't know what the eternal spear was like, from the description in the mythology books and the injuries of Sif in front of him, it seemed to be an indirect proof of how powerful this divine artifact was. Lod brought Sif back to Old Bridge City. After spiritual power sensed Thor's position, he went there directly. Jane and Thor, a pair of adulterous couple, had unknowingly created the flame of love. The two favors were deep. Just as they were hugging each other and preparing to kiss, a loud sound suddenly rang in their ears. Bang! The door was violently broken open. Lod suddenly appeared in front of them with a heavily injured Sif in one hand. X3. Jane widened her eyes and looked at the door as if she had seen a ghost. After being stunned for half a second, she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Because she was just an ordinary person and did not have spiritual energy, she could not see Lod. She could only see a woman covered in blood floating in the air. Then, Lod felt that she was too annoying and directly knocked Jane out with spiritual power. In the room, Thor and Sif stared at each other. Thor did not speak, purely because he was embarrassed. One had to know that Sif was his fiancée. The two of them had already been engaged, but now they were caught having an affair outside. The scene was extremely awkward. As for Sif, she was so angry that she spat out another mouthful of blood. She had gone through many hardships to come to Earth to find Thor. She had even almost died halfway. As a result, when they met, she found that the other party was hugging another woman and kissing her. In an instant, she felt as if there was a huge grassland above her head. Thor glanced at Lod with resentment. He always felt that this guy was doing it on purpose. Lod turned his head and deliberately avoided Thor's gaze. There was no other meaning. Finally, the impatient Thor couldn't stand the awkward atmosphere and spoke first. Ahem. Sif, why are you here at Midgard? What happened to you? Why are you so badly injured? Sif looked at Thor with resentment and said faintly, of course I came to find you. As for the injuries on my body, they were all done by your younger brother, Loki. He wants to kill me. Loki. Thor was slightly startled. Then, he said angrily, impossible. Loki is a good person. You misunderstood him. He would never do such a thing. Sif covered her wound and said with a pale face, I know that this is a huge blow to you, but you have to face the truth now. Loki betrayed Asgard. He allied with the frost giants to kill the Alfather Odin and seize the throne that belongs to you. There was too much information, and it stunned Thor. No, impossible. Thor could not accept this fact for a moment and shouted, it's impossible for Loki to do such a thing. He is the prince of Asgard. How could he do such a thing? Perhaps this was the so-called brother complex. Even when everyone was suspecting Loki, only Thor could firmly believe him. Perhaps this was the real reason why Loki could change his mind and even sacrifice himself to save Thor in the end. This is the truth. Sif tore open the cloth wrapped around her abdomen, revealing the wound that had been pierced. She glared at Thor. Look for yourself. Other than the eternal spear, what other weapon can pierce through my magic shield and cause such a wound? This is Father's weapon. Thor was immediately stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. His limbs were as cold as ice. The remnant divine power left in Sif's wound was exactly the same as his father's eternal spear Gungnir. But this wound could never have been left by Odin. But, Father is still here. How could Loki do such a thing? Thor still found it hard to accept this fact and racked his brain to find a reason for his younger brother. However, Sif's next words completely plunged Thor into the abyss. After the Alfather sent you away, he fell into Odin's sleep because of his anger. That's why Loki took this opportunity to seize the throne that belongs to you. Sif's words were like a heavy hammer hitting Thor's chest. As if he felt that the blow was not big enough, Sif continued, I want to tell you a piece of bad news. The Alfather might have been killed. Now that Asgard has completely fallen into the hands of the frost giant and Loki, we need you, Thor. Overnight. Not only had he lost his father, but he had also lost his younger brother. He had even lost his home. This painful blow caused this proud and arrogant thunder god to instantly fall from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. Dong. Thor's eyes lost focus and his whole body fell to the ground as if he had lost all his strength. He kept repeating, this is impossible. This is impossible. This is impossible. Pull yourself together, Thor. Sif said. He walked over and slapped Thor hard on the face. Pa. The clear slap made Lod, who was watching from the side, frown slightly. Thor's brain buzzed from the slap. He looked up with a confused face and just happened to meet Sif's eyes that were full of anger. Thor, you are the prince of Asgard, the invincible thunder god. Sif shouted angrily, cheer up for me. What you need to do now is to go back to Asgard with me and save our home. But I don't have a hammer. Thor covered her flushed cheeks and said with grievance like a little wife. Let's talk about the hammer later. Lod suddenly interrupted Sif, who was about to speak. He turned his eyes to the window and said lightly, let me ask you a question. There is a metal armor over there. It should be a product of your Asgardian, right? Metal armor. Sif and Thor looked at each other. Their hearts skipped a beat and they shouted in unison, could it be, the Destroyer? Chapter 162. Asgard. The brilliant palace was located on a continent. The endless waterfall passed through the immortal palace and flowed down in the direction of the Rainbow Bridge, finally falling into the Milky Way below. In front of a beautiful long road that seemed to be cast from a rainbow, the gatekeeper of Asgard, Heimdallr, stood in front of Loki, who held the eternal spear. Heimdallr, you violated the king's order. Loki held the eternal spear in one hand and landed heavily on the Rainbow Bridge, his eyes flashing with anger. Without my order, who allowed you to open the Rainbow Bridge privately? Heimdallr, dressed in golden armor, held the divine sword to open the Rainbow Bridge with both hands. His golden eyes stared at Loki and said in a deep voice, tell me, Loki, how did you bring Jotunheim's ice giant into the Asgard god's domain? Is this how you treat the king? Lod looked angry and said coldly, do you think that the Rainbow Bridge is the only way to get in and out of Asgard? There are many secret passages between the kingdoms. Even if you are talented, you can't see them. But I don't need them now. And I declare that because of your treason, I will immediately be exempted from your duty as a gatekeeper in the name of the king of Asgard, and you are no longer a citizen of Asgard. Heimdallr's eyes gradually became cold, and a trace of killing intent spread out. Then I don't need to obey you. As soon as he finished speaking, Heimdallr held his sword with both hands and slashed at Loki. There was a hint of ridicule in Loki's eyes. The magic energy in his body surged, and an ice blue box appeared in his hands. Whoosh! The ice blue box released a shocking cold current that enveloped Heimdallr. The speed of the golden sword suddenly slowed down until it stopped a few centimeters in front of Loki. On the other hand, Heimdallr's whole body was frozen by ice. Whoosh! Loki exhaled. His skin had already turned into a strange ice blue color. This was the royal bloodline of the frost giant. Only this bloodline could control Jotunheim's divine artifact, the Tesseract. Heimdallr was frozen by the ice box. His golden pupils saw this scene. Although he was furious, he was unable to break free from this layer of ice. Loki sneered. Holding the eternal spear, he crossed Heimdallr and went straight to the Rainbow Bridge. Goodbye, my brother. Loki sneered and activated the Rainbow Bridge, then threw the destroyer down. Destroyer. It was made from the unique black rude metal materials of the immortal palace. Because it was given to God Soul King by Odin, it was almost impossible to destroy itself. Moreover, the laser that was fired could destroy most of the known matter. It was the final weapon that Odin had specially made for himself in order to resist the invasion of otherworlders. In a common sense. After wearing the destroyer armor, Odin could even exchange a few moves with the otherworlder of the universe, although he was still unable to escape the fate of defeat in the end. How strong the otherworlder was, there was no need to talk about it anymore, right? It was not an exaggeration to say that Odin, who was wearing the destroyer armor, was even stronger than Big Boss. The frost giant that could single-handedly destroy the entire Jotunheim would not have any changes even if Laufey had the Tesseract in his hands. Sif revealed a bitter expression and said, "It's Loki. He used the eternal spear to control the destroyer. The only thing that could control the destroyer was his divine artifact, the eternal spear, other than God King Odin. And now, this weapon was in Loki's hands. There was no one else other than him who could control it. It really is Loki." At this moment, Thor finally believed Sif's words. The destroyer armor has appeared in Midgard. Is there any more conclusive evidence than this? It can't be that Odin wants to kill his son. Even with Thor's brain full of muscles, he could imagine that Loki was controlling the destroyer behind his back, and his goal was to kill him and seize the position of the king of God. Loki. Thor was both sad and angry. Although he did not believe that something had really happened to Odin, the facts in front of him were undoubtedly sending him a message. The things that Sif told him might be true. Asgard might have been captured by the frost giants, and his people are fighting a bloody battle. His mother, Fredi, is mourning the death of the God King. Lod interrupted the two at the right time and said, "Do you know the weakness of this destroyer?" Although he knew it was unlikely, he could not give up any clues. What if Thor really knew the weakness of the destroyer? No weaknesses. The destroyer was the forged armor for Alfathor, so there are no weaknesses. Lod frowned and asked, "Even you can't do anything about it?" "Are you sure?" Thor said with a strange expression, "I am just a mortal now. I can't even defeat Sif. How can I defeat the destroyer?" Sif was insulted. Lod shook his head, indicating that he did not mean it that way. "What I mean is, if you can turn back into the thunder god, how confident are you in defeating the destroyer?" Thor thought about it and seemed to be evaluating his and the strength of the destroyer. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Even if there is Mjolnir, I only have half the confidence." "Half?" Lod roughly estimated and said, "That's enough. I'll stop the destroyer. You and Sif quickly go find the hammer." Sif sized up Lod and asked suspiciously, "Can you stop the destroyer by yourself?" Thor also responded with a skeptical attitude. Although Lod could abuse him before, it did not mean that he could abuse the destroyer. The current him and the destroyer were at least 10,000 Sif in the middle. Even if it doesn't work, it has to work. Lod glanced at them and said coldly, "The destroyer was provoked by you. If it continues to move forward, all the people in this town will die because of you." Thor revealed a trace of guilt on his face. It was indeed as Lod said. Once the destroyer entered the town, the people here would not be able to escape death. Moreover, all of this was caused by him alone. Rather than feeling guilty here, why don't we hurry and find that bald man and let him go find that hammer? Lod snorted coldly. "Thank you." Thor took a deep breath and stared at Lod. "I will remember this favor. I will definitely repay you in the future. Go." Lod looked expressionless, but in fact, he was cursing in his heart. If not for this dog system mission, he wouldn't have chosen to lure the destroyer away by himself. Emergency mission, Whetstone, I. Mission details, a final weapon from the Immortal Palace. As your grindstone, you can barely qualify. Mission condition, repelling the destroyer and protecting the town from harm. Mission reward, Bankai, K. Gonri. Reiki. Yellow glittering royal villa of the stern spirit. More Bankai. Let's go. Isn't it just an armor? Lod did not believe that a mere armor could be so hard. Chapter 163. At the temporary base of Shield's outpost. About 5 miles away from the small town in Old Bridge City, the surrounding area was a deserted desert area. A huge, ferocious-looking armor walked over with heavy steps from the rolling yellow sand and dust. In front of its route was the outpost base that Shield had built. The group of agent, led by Coulson and Hawkeye, also found this unknown intruder through the monitor. Under the reflection of the sunlight, the destroyer's entire body was glowing with an impenetrable luster. Its 4 limbs and 2 shoulders were covered in ferocious spikes. Through the gaps between the armor links, one could faintly see the orange red-hot energy inside. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Its ferocious appearance made it appear extremely oppressive. "That thing, is that Stark's new invention?" Hawkeye saw the destroyer's first reaction through the monitor and immediately thought of the Playboy's masterpiece. "It doesn't look like it." Coulson looked serious. After careful observation, he shook his head and said, This is not Tony's style. If it is his invention, the color should be more fancy, such as gold and red. Hawkeye thought for a moment and felt that what Carlson said was very reasonable. That famous playboy, whether it was mecha or weapons invention, all of them were aimed at the word showy, and the key point was the word handsome. On the other hand, the unknown steel-colored robot in front of him, from its appearance to its color, did not match the playboy's aesthetic taste. I have a bad feeling. The way this guy came is similar to the spatial passage that we collected before. I guess he came from the place called Asgard, just like Thor. Carlson voiced the worry in his heart. Hawkeye frowned slightly. Then do you think it came with good intentions or with bad intentions? I'm not sure. Carlson shook his head and said, but I feel that its purpose is not simple. Let everyone be prepared. I will try to contact it first. Be careful. Hawkeye was a little worried. Just from the ferocious appearance of the armor, it looked like some kind of war machine. Don't worry. Carlson nodded, then turned around and called a few agents. They quickly walked out of the base. Outside the base, Carlson held the loudspeaker and shouted to the destroyer, "Hello, sir, you are using the unregistered weapon technology. Please state your identity." The destroyer stopped. A smile appeared on Carlson's face. It should be fine. However, the destroyer's mask suddenly opened, and an orange-red energy gathered inside, shooting out a hot laser as thick as a bucket. Not good, run. Carlson shouted to remind his classmates around him. He was very experienced and threw himself to the side. Boom. The orange laser carried a shocking heat. When it swept through the air, even the surrounding temperature became hot. Behind Carlson, there were a few agents who had no time to dodge. They were vaporized on the spot by the terrifying high temperature. A few meters wide scorched black trench was plowed out on the ground. The gravel and stones were even crystallized. Hiss. Carlson gasped. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. If he had reacted a little slower just now, he would have died on the spot. Attack. Hawkeye, who was in charge of the command room, immediately gave the order to attack. At the same time, he picked up his beloved alloy bow and rushed out. Boom 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 boom. The M134 machine gun on all parts of the base began to spin rapidly. With a speed of 4,500 rounds per minute, the bullets poured down on the destroyer like crazy. The lines of fire that burst out of the gun barrel intertwined together, forming a metal torrent that bombarded the destroyer without stopping. The bullets hit the destroyer's body, making a series of crisp sounds, causing dense sparks to fly. The destroyer's entire body was covered in sparks. Facing this terrifying firepower suppression, he did not take a step back. Instead, he was still firmly advancing towards them. RPG. Several rockets with long exhaust flames swept past the heads of agent and crashed into the destroyer. Rumble. A shocking explosion sounded, setting off a wave of hot air. Fortunately, he had received a notification beforehand that Carlson had already run away. Otherwise, if he was hit by this wave of air, at least a few ribs would break. The thick smell of gunpowder filled the air, and the dust raised by the explosion obscured everyone's vision, making them look down on the situation inside. How is it? Carlson wiped his sweat with his face covered in dirt. He looked at the center of the explosion, swallowed his saliva, and asked, "Has it stopped moving?" Before he could finish his words, a tall figure gradually appeared in front of them in the yellow sand. What kind of monster is this? Carlson's expression changed greatly. Human weapons were useless against it. The surface of the ferocious armor was still as smooth as new, as if the suppression of fire just now was just a child scratching an itch for it. Ka-cha! The destroyer's mask opened again, and orange-red energy boiled inside. The next laser beam was about to come. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 metal arrows formed a triangle and shot into the destroyer's mask at an extremely tricky angle, and then the special arrows instantly exploded. It was Hawkeye. Of all the people present, only he had such excellent archery skills. He could send the explosive arrow into the narrow mask of the destroyer in a fraction of a second before the laser fired. Boom! This time, the intense explosion finally shook the destroyer's body, and the orange-red energy rising inside it also disappeared. Did it succeed? All of Agent held their breath and stared nervously at the destroyer. But unfortunately, the destroyer's mask opened, and the orange energy inside lit up again, bursting out a dazzling hot light that swept across the battle group for half a week. Boom! All the creatures within the range of the light could not even let out a scream before they were instantly vaporized into ashes. Boom! 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 The destroyer continued to move forward. From time to time, it fired lasers at the surroundings. No matter where it passed, it could not be resisted. In the blink of an eye, it was completely destroyed, leaving only a few charred marks, as if proving that they existed. One Hild's dozens of elite agent, as well as his established outpost base, could not even stop the destroyer for a second before turning into ruins under the orange laser. It's over. Carlson's eyes were dull, and he felt deep despair in his heart. The weapon that they were proud of was as laughable as a baby's toy in front of this kind of foreign weapon. Just as the destroyer was about to continue forward, an ear-piercing sound of wind breaking suddenly came from the distance. Chiang! A sharp sword pressure swept past quickly, leaving a clear and visible mark in front of the destroyer. Sorry, this road is blocked. Lod, who was dressed in a black death suit and a white captain's feather coat, suddenly appeared, holding Zanpakuto in front of the destroyer. The timing was just right. If he was a step later, he might have to collect the corpse of Carlson. Chapter 164. A Midgardian? The controller of the Asgard Immortal Palace, Loki, saw Lod in front of him through the destroyer. His lips curled into a mocking smile, and his eyes revealed a look of disdain. The destroyer was the final weapon of the Immortal Palace, the armor exclusive to great god Odin, a divine artifact used to fight against his enemies. As the weakest world in the 9 worlds, Midgardian actually dared to dream of stopping the destroyer? Kill him, destroyer! Loki held the golden spear in his hand and lightly hit the ground. He coldly ordered. The destroyer took a step forward and crossed the sword marks on the ground. The orange energy in the mask rose rapidly. Bang! Yellow sand splashed out from the ground. Almost in an instant, Lod stepped on Ho-Ho and arrived in front of the destroyer. 1. Bone. Lod's legs were separated in a bow step. The 5 fingers of his right hand clenched into a fist, and he slowly spat out a white stream of air, like a sharp arrow hitting the air, making a sound similar to the sound of tearing through the air. Gathering all of spiritual power's body at one point, and then a standard step forward punch, opened wide, fierce, and terrifying power poured down on the destroyer's body like a landslide. Boom! The destroyer was sent flying by a punch. Its huge body swept through the air like a meteor. The explosive wind circled around it, creating an ear-piercing explosion. It set off a huge wave of air like a tsunami. The ground where Lod was standing could not withstand such a powerful force and continued to collapse. Numerous cracks spread out in all directions like a giant spider web. Gulp! Carlson was thrown to the ground by the wave of air and could not help but swallow his saliva. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. One Hild thought that he had overestimated Death God, but he did not expect that this time, Death God would once again refresh their knowledge. He punched the iron-skinned man a few hundred meters away. It must be known that the iron-skinned man was a ruthless character who was able to continue moving forward. Not only did he not make it take a step back, but he also withstood the bombardment of dozens of machine guns and PRG. The power of this punch. How terrifying would it be? Carlson suspected that only special materials used to defend against nuclear bombs would be able to withstand the power of Winter Monarch's punch. Don't be in a daze. Lod slowly let out a breath. He did not think that he could defeat the destroyer with just one punch. He said without looking back, "Go find Thor now, and then take him to that area to find that hammer." Take Thor to find the hammer. Carlson's thoughts could not keep up for a moment, and his head was full of black question marks. Wait. Isn't there a big hollow in that area? And hammer, Thor, and this iron-skinned man, do the three have any necessary connections? I have already dealt with Big Hollow. Lod glanced at Carlson and said coldly, "Ask Thor the specific reason. I don't have time to explain to you." Following Schild's excellent tradition of courting death, Carlson mustered up his courage and probed, "Captain Winter Monarch, is that hammer very important?" "Very important." Lod was truly convinced by Schild's group of agent. No matter what, he did not forget to get straight to the point and said impatiently, "Only Thor using that hammer can defeat the destroyer, so you better move faster." "Destroyer?" Carlson was shocked. Just as he was about to ask again, he saw that Lod had already disappeared. He could only shut his mouth with a slight regret. East of Old Bridge City. The destroyer was sent flying several hundred meters with a single punch, and it only stopped after smashing several rock walls. "This place isn't bad." Lod pulled out Zanpakuto from his waist and stared coldly at the destroyer. He said coldly, "In this sort of place, I don't need to worry about involving ordinary souls." The destroyer didn't know what was going on, and he swung his fist full of spikes at Lod. Woo! This punch had a force of over 10,000 jin, and before it could touch Lod's body, a strong wind blew like sword, making the white captain's feathers flutter. Seeing that the destroyer's fist was getting closer and closer, Lod had no intention of dodging at all. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his thin lips parted slightly. He said, "Bankai, Daiguran Hyaran Meru." Who? The extremely cold spiritual power was like a substance that stirred up a huge storm, mixed with frost crystals visible to the naked eye, like a dragon breaking out of the sea, raising its head and flapping its wings and rushing straight to the nine heavens. The water in the atmosphere was freezing rapidly, turning into pale blue ice and casting armor over Lod's body. The huge ice wings stretched out from the back, and the ferocious dragon head covered the entire right arm, holding a sword blade that emitted endless cold air in its mouth. At the moment of Bankai, the temperature within a radius of thousands of meters is dropping rapidly at a visible degree, and the sky above is gathering dark clouds, rolling like tides. Temporarily borrowing Soul Society's Bankai, Lod finally reached captain level. And the influence range of the power of Hyaran Meru has also changed greatly. Compared with the battle in New York, the scope is obviously several times larger. Ice Dragon Tornado Tail. Lod's eyes were cold. He turned the sword blade in his hand and said coldly, "Roar." A giant ice dragon with wings released from the tip of Sword's sword. It let out a deafening roar and collided with the destroyer's fist. Boom boom boom. The ice dragon collided with the destroyer. The indestructible destroyer shattered the ice dragon with a single punch, but the extreme cold energy contained within suddenly erupted, instantly freezing the destroyer within the thick layer of ice. Kaka. The destroyer that was frozen in the ice released a shocking amount of heat from the gaps between the armor links. The orange-yellow energy inside the core was like a burning sun, evaporating the ice into white smoke. Lod's expression was normal, as if he had already expected this. In any case, this was one of the final weapons of the Immortal Palace. If he was defeated so easily, wouldn't he be slapping Odin in the face? Bang! The ice exploded, and the destroyer was freed. The destroyer stepped on the ground, and the rune characters in his body flashed with a dazzling light. They poured orange magical energy into his right arm, and the metal fists that were covered in spikes seemed to burn. Whoosh! Whoosh! The astonishing power poured down like a landslide, as if it forcibly sucked out the nearby air. The rolling airflow was like a dragon and a snake flying in the air, and then it fell on Lod's face with the momentum of the collapse of the sky. This punch, both in speed or strength, they were all several times stronger than before. Multi-layered ice wall. Lod knew that this punch was extremely powerful, so he made a prompt decision to create 3 layers of ice wall in front of him. He then gathered the ice wings to protect himself, and then attached spiritual powers wall to the surface of his body. 3 layers of protection. Bang! The orange-yellow magical energy was so powerful that it shattered the 3 layers of ice in an instant. Then, the power of the destroyer's fist did not decrease. It directly broke the ice wings and shattered the last layer of spiritual powers wall. Seeing that the 3 layers of defense were broken, Lod wielded his sword with both hands and collided with the metal fist, creating a dazzling spark. The power of the destroyer was extremely terrifying. It forcefully pushed Zanpakuto away and then heavily hit Lod's body. Bang! Lod groaned and his body uncontrollably retreated backwards, his feet plowing 2 long ditches on the ground. After retreating for 100 meters, Lod finally dissipated the force and managed to stop his retreating body. Tisk tisk. Lod raised his hand to wipe away the blood from the corner of his lips. He looked at the destroyer and chuckled, as expected of the ultimate weapon of Asgard. This power is indeed not to be underestimated. Chapter 165. As expected of the destroyer. Although Lod had deliberately tried to probe the attack just now, the performance of the destroyer was beyond his expectations. Apart from the heaven-shaking change in speed and strength, the attack methods were also very flexible and varied, especially the orange-yellow energy. Not only could it launch destructive rays, but it could also be attached to punches and kicks. It could be said to be quite tricky. Sure enough. To be regarded as the final weapon by the Asgard Immortal Palace, the destroyer was not as useless as it appeared in movies and television dramas. One had to know that in the Thor movie, this so-called final weapon destroyer, apart from being able to emit destructive rays of light, was a huge iron simpleton. Originally, he thought that there was something wrong with Loki's operation, but now it seemed that there was a problem with the plot itself, and it did not show the true strength of the destroyer. After a simple test just now, Lod had roughly understood the strength of the destroyer. The destroyer was roughly about the same level as Captain Death God. Although the destructive laser was terrifying, it was a pity that the firing speed was too slow. It was almost impossible to hit him. In the second mode of attack, the destroyer could attach orange magic energy to his fists and feet, greatly increasing his destructive power, speed, and strength. But to him, the effect of this move was not very obvious. Since he had the Hyro of Arankar and super speed regeneration, Lod had filled up his physical resistance and HP recovery points. As long as it was not fatal, he could recover quickly in a short time. The only tricky part was the defense of the destroyer. The interior of the destroyer was engraved with the rune characters personally by Odin. Magic not only gave it indestructible defense, but also gave it the ability to automatically repair after being damaged. As for furl and energy resource, it was even more impossible. The rune characters inside the destroyer could automatically convert all energy and store it inside, which was equivalent to a half-completed perpetual motion machine. It was completely impossible to win against it by wasting its energy. There is only one choice left. Do you want to demolish it? The light in Lod's eyes faded, and he felt a trace of fighting spirit. As the system said, it is a qualified whetstone. Whetstone. It was a stone that could make sword's blade even sharper. However, he did not know how sharp this whetstone of the destroyer could make him. This is the end of the test. Lod said calmly, and an invisible murderous aura enveloped the surroundings. Next, it's time to get serious. Loki, who was far away in the Immortal Palace, was furious when he heard this. Damned Midgardian, you will pay with your life for your arrogance. Lod used Ho-Ho and opened up a distance and stared at the destroyer. He took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "This is my trump card. I hope it won't disappoint me." As his voice fell, Lod communicated with Soul Society with his will and temporarily plundered some of the stored spiritual energy. Then, an indescribably terrifying spiritual power erupted like a volcano. The heavy pressure instantly covered a range of nearly 1,000 meters. The huge storm formed by spiritual power directly rushed into the sky. Like a giant dragon, it swallowed up the rolling dark clouds, pulling out flashes of lightning like pythons. Rumble. The dark clouds rolled, and the fierce wind roared. The storm swept across the earth like a tsunami, rolling up a giant flood dragon into the sky, attracting the thunder in the sky and making a series of rumbling sounds. Lod's spiritual power burned like a flame. The extremely unstable Kido turned into lightning and wrapped around the surface of his body. In the dazzling white light, an extremely destructive aura spread out. Violent lightning kept flowing on the surface of his body and then approached a stable state. In the end, a pair of ferocious thunder horns appeared on Lod's head, and on his back, there were 6 rings of lightning in the shape of an imperial bell. Shunko, Raijin Senkai, War God Armor. One of the derivative moves with Shunko as the foundation was the form formed after the Shunko was cultivated to the extreme. In this form, not only could it greatly enhance the white damage, but also through the 6 imperial drums on the back, it could release a large area of continuous thunder, and each move could add the power of thunder. As he said this, he had to mention it. The lightning in this form was actually Kido's energy after highly compressed. It was just that it was displayed in a relatively different form of lightning, so it could be used with any Zanpakuto, and there would not be a situation of mutual restraint. In order to cultivate this form, it could be said that Lod had suffered a lot. First, he needed the Hyro and superfast regeneration to ensure that he would not be torn apart by this violent force. At the same time, he also had to borrow Soul Society's spiritual energy to forcibly control the high compression of Kido's energy outside of his body. Even under such harsh conditions, the Thunder God battle form still had a time limit. 5 minutes. Once this limit was exceeded, the super speed regeneration would not be able to keep up with Kido's speed of destruction, resulting in serious internal injuries. If he was not careful, the violent Kido energy would cause his body to explode and die. But what corresponded to this huge risk was the powerful combat strength of the Raijin Senkai. Destroyer of the Immortal Palace, let's end this quickly. Lod's eyes, which were originally blue, were now occupied by white lightning, as dazzling as the sun. Loki, who was far away in the Immortal Palace, saw the pure white pupils through the destroyer. Even though they were separated by a world, he could clearly feel the trembling coming from the deepest part of his soul. Lod leaned forward slightly, and then with the sound of thunder, his whole person disappeared from Loki's sight. Boom! Along with the sound of an explosion that seemed to tear the sky apart, the ring-shaped sonic clouds brought up a terrifying hurricane. The airflow around Lod rolled and was pulled out for 100 meters. It was like a fierce flood dragon breaking through the sea. The next second, the ear-piercing noise produced by the light blue sword's wind friction in the air was intertwined with the roar of the thunderstorm, and they jointly composed a movement called destruction. The blades of frost, which contained extreme coldness, slashed down with violent thunder, cutting through layers of air. Before the destroyer could react, it was occupied by dazzling white light. Was it sword? Or was it lightning? Or was it the ice crystal? Loki was also a little dazed for a moment. He could not see how much sword had attacked at that moment at all. Only sword's light came into view. It was like a torrential downpour, mixed with white destructive thunder. The two fell together. The sound of huge metal clashing against metal, mixed with terrifying sonic booms, like firecrackers exploding continuously. The destroyer burst out countless flames under the hundreds of swords' light strikes, blooming like gorgeous fireworks. The exploding sword's light and sharp sword pressure swept out 100 meters like a storm. The entire ground was covered with crisscrossing ferocious sword marks. Thunder and frost alternated in the vicinity. Chapter 166. Clang. An ice dragon bathed in lightning. It flapped its two huge wings and broke through the layers of obstruction of the airflow. In an instant, it accelerated to several times the speed of sound. A huge ring-shaped cloud with a diameter of dozens of meters exploded with a bang. It even temporarily suppressed the thunder in the sky. Sword's blade was wrapped in extreme cold air. It drew a beautiful crescent moon in the air, emitting a cold and deathly aura as it descended on the destroyer. Boom! The terrifying sword pressure split apart the storm. The crescent-shaped sword roared, forcefully pushing the destroyer back at a speed that approached the sound barrier. The airflow around it was constantly torn apart, forming a visible wave of air that rolled, roared, and howled like a giant dragon. The destroyer was pushed back several hundred meters. Its two legs plowed deep ravines on the ground, and the flat ground in front of it was shockingly torn apart by the terrifying sword pressure. A giant crack that was 100 meters long and several meters wide appeared. When the rising yellow sand dispersed, Lod took advantage of the gap to catch his breath and looked at the destroyer. The surface of the body that was known to be indestructible was now covered in cracks like porcelain, as if it would immediately shatter to the ground with a light touch. How is this possible? Loki, who was in charge of the Asgardian temple, looked at the scene with a dumbfounded expression. He said in disbelief, "How can a mere Midgardian destroy the destroyer?" The destroyer was a divine artifact that guarded Odin's treasury. In terms of power, it was only slightly inferior to the Eternal Spear. But now, it was shattered by the publicly acknowledged weakest Midgardian in the 9 worlds. This made the arrogant Loki somewhat unable to accept it. Especially the person bathing in the lightning, no matter how he looked at it, it made him feel awkward. Loki's eyes revealed an extremely disgusted expression, because it reminded him of that idiot big brother whose brain was full of muscles. Very good, Midgard. Loki stood up, the eternal spear pointed to the earth, and his cold voice was mixed with undisguised killing intent. "This is what you forced me to do. Destroyer, release all your energy. Release all of your energy." This meant that Odin's treasury had fallen, and the enemy was too powerful. Therefore, the destroyer would enter a state of violent rage, attacking all living things in an indiscriminate range. It would only stop when all the living objects were completely destroyed. Unless it was absolutely necessary. He did not want to use this move either. The orange energy in the destroyer's body rose and quickly covered the entire armor like a volcano. It was like a red-hot iron, emitting a terrifying heat that was difficult to bear. After withstanding Lod's attack, the destroyer's body that was covered in cracks like broken porcelain became completely new under the repair of magical energy. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. In the process of the destroyer repairing, Lod saw the rune text that flashed within it. It was these ancient words that gave the destroyer an indestructible shell, as well as a terrifying ability to recover infinitely. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Lod exhaled a mouthful of scorching white breath, his eyes blazing as he said, "Looks like the battle won't end until I tear you into pieces." Destroy the destroyer? It was interesting to think about it. If Odin, that old fellow, saw it, his jaw would probably drop. Dong. 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 The 6 sides of the divine jade drum were releasing a deep and grand sound of thunder. The black sea of clouds surged like a tide, and the dazzling lightning illuminated the entire world. Lod's entire body was bathed in white lightning. The ice wings behind him spread out, covering his right arm and the ferocious dragon head as he spat out cold air. The ice and lightning perfectly merged into one. Under the illumination of the two, it made him seem like a god that controlled lightning. When his white pupils opened and closed, they released a scorching and majestic aura that was like the scorching sun. An indescribable strong aura filled the space around him. On the other side, the destroyer entered the berserk state. The orange-yellow magical energy invaded the earth like a crimson sun, emitting endless heat. It turned into an invisible high-temperature energy field, blocking all the frost and lightning that tried to invade. For a moment, the sky and earth changed color. Come. Fight. The light in Lod's eyes was like stars, surging with blazing and boiling battle intent. Hulala. When Lod took a step forward, the feathers fluttered in the wind, and the mighty momentum mixed with spiritual power rushed into the sky. As the rolling airflow surged, it was like a raging sea surging in waves. The heaven and earth were alarmed, and the momentum was great. The orange fire illuminated half of the sky, dyeing the clouds into a burning color. On the other side, the dark clouds churned, and lightning flashed. The two intertwined together to create a horrible scene like the end of the world. The residents of Old Bridge Town, dozens of miles away, all showed shock on their faces. They could not help but call their friends to see. Many of them even took out their mobile phones, intending to take a picture of this strange scene. Boom! Only to see Lod let out a long roar, and then he leaned over and rushed straight. The sky rumbled and exploded, bursting out a sound wave that was enough to tear the eardrums. It passed through the wind for several miles and dozens of miles away. The surrounding earth suddenly shook, as if 10,000 tons of yellow sand were swept up by the wind, like a tsunami, surging out in the sky. The 12 ice flowers floating behind him all withered, and the ice armor covering the whole body also peeled off into pieces of ice. The two huge wings closed and disappeared, and the image of Bankai had changed greatly. Under the extreme speed, the sonic boom ring kept exploding. Hoo-hoo! In the next moment, Lod suddenly appeared in front of the destroyer. His whole body was pressed down extremely low, one hand on sword's handle, hiding sword in the sheath. Go to hell, Midgard! Inside the shrine, Loki roared angrily. The eternal spear smashed into the ground, pouring boundless divine power into the destroyer's body. The destroyer's body ignited with scorching yellow flames. The endless divine power of Odin poured into his body. He waved his scarlet fist, as if he was about to shatter the heavens. He shot through the air. 4 realms of ice, creation thunder god. The divine light in Lod's eyes disappeared, and his right hand suddenly pulled sword out of the sheath, slashing from the bottom to the top. Clang! The sharp blade rubbed against sword's sheath, producing an ear-piercing noise, but when the long sword that carried the destructive thunder came out of the sheath, a bright light that was as bright as the sun suddenly blossomed. It was as if millions of swords' light had converged into one, turning into a slash that was indescribable. The storm wrapped around the edge of sword's body, forming a turbulent mist. The terrifying momentum seemed to want to cut the entire world apart. When the destroyer's fist collided with swords, all the sounds in the world seemed to be suppressed by this strike. No. Not only that, even the light and smell seemed to have disappeared. A moment later. Rumble. A world-shaking roar suddenly exploded between heaven and earth. The sharp sword pressure roared like a storm, slicing and splitting the earth around it. The visible wind pressure tore through the air and then spread like a tsunami, as if hundreds of thousands of war beasts were trampling on the ground, and the explosive shock wave surged in all directions. Within 1,000 meters, all tangible and intangible substances were crushed into powder by the wind pressure that was swept up by the sword energy. Chapter 167. Phew! In the wilderness, a cold, bone-chilling wind blew. Lod maintained the action of pulling sword up, while the destroyer's fist stopped several centimeters in front of him. Everything in the world seemed to stop at this moment. Looking up at the sky, the black cloud layer that covered 100 kilometers of the sky was shockingly split open by sword. Looking down at the earth again, a 1,000-meter-long ravine appeared behind the destroyer like a rift valley. No matter how surging the magical energy in the destroyer's body was, under the blade of sword, which contained extreme coldness, it was still frozen into a vivid and beautiful ice sculpture. 4 realms of ice. Sword blade touched, within 4 steps, everything froze. 10th Division Captain T, sure? Hitsugaya, the strongest skill after hard cultivation. Only when all 12 ice flowers wither, the Daiguren Hyoran Meru will welcome the full form of liberation, and the Hyoran Meru at this time, its sword blade is close to absolute zero. Kaka. A slight sound of metal breaking rang out, and it was only at this moment that a clearly visible sword mark appeared on the destroyer armor. This final weapon, known as the treasure vault of the Divine Palace, the destroyer armor forged by great god Odin and the dwarf, was split open from the middle by this sword. It's over. Lod exhaled a cold white breath, waved sword's blood, and returned Zanpakuto to the sheath. From the start of the battle until now, it had been exactly 5 minutes, no more, no less. Lod's face was slightly pale, and a feeling of powerlessness invaded his entire body. The side effects of Shunko, Rage and Senkai were too terrifying. It had only been used for 5 minutes, but after that, his spiritual power was exhausted. His muscles and bones, after experiencing a high load, transmitted a tearing pain signal to his brain. The current him found it difficult to even lift a finger. High risk, high return. Although he had heavily injured the destroyer, his entire body seemed to be suppressed by a weight of 10,000 tons. Even lifting a finger was extremely difficult. This move is too dangerous. Lod said silently in his heart. It is better not to use this move unless necessary. In the future, if he decides to use this move, he must be sure to defeat the other party, otherwise once the time limit is over, he will become a fish on the chopping board, and can only be trampled on. Sitting quietly in the same place for more than 10 minutes, after using the Quincy talent to restore a little spiritual power, Lod felt that his whole body was not so painful, and he reluctantly recovered some physical strength, enough for him to return to the old bridge city. Just as Lod was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. What about the system prompt? Logically speaking, whenever he completed the mission, the system should have warned him in time. But why did the system not remind him when he completed the mission this time? Could it be? Lod's expression changed slightly, and an ominous premonition flashed through his heart. He called out the system to check the mission description. At the end of the mission description, 3 bright words were marked, "Not completed." As if confirming Lod's guess, the destroyer behind him stood up again. When the rune text engraved on the interior of the destroyer shone brightly. The entire metal armor suddenly became like a living creature, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, repairing the damaged parts of the body. Rumble. The storm and thunder returned to the world at this moment. The destroyer, who had been resurrected, exuded a terrifying pressure that was as deep as the sea. Boundless pressure enveloped the entire world, dividing this place into a domain of the gods. The air seemed to have turned into a large mountain, pressing heavily on Lod's shoulder, as if forcing him to kneel. Don't even think about it. Lod clenched his teeth. His eyes were blood red, and his back was straight like a sharp sword that soared into the sky. He would rather die than kneel. An unimaginable pressure fell on every part of his body, causing him to endure terrifying pressure all the time. He even had to use all his strength every time he breathed. Only then would he be able to grab a tiny bit of air from the thick airflow around him. Odin. Lod looked at the armor. At this point, if he still couldn't guess who was controlling the armor, then he would have wasted his time. The position of the destroyer's pupils on the visor radiated a dazzling golden light, like 2 suns that had been ignited. Ordinary people would faint on the spot just by looking at them. Divine might? At this moment, Lod finally experienced it for himself. War and death, storms and thunder, wisdom and magic, poetry and healing, he was the king of Pantheon, Odin. Lod cursed the old fox in his heart. As expected, this old fellow did not fall into a deep sleep. Instead, he secretly directed this good show in order to let Thor stabilize the throne and eliminate the restless second prince, Loki. As for the reason why he appeared, Lod could also guess a thing or two. It was nothing more than his appearance. Not only did he interrupt Odin's plan, but he also did not learn the meaning of the king. He also almost drove his second son crazy. Thinking about it carefully, the big picture that he had set up with great difficulty was to educate his two sons. In the end, he was suddenly disturbed by someone. No wonder he was so angry that he came to control the destroyer. An old voice came from the destroyer's armor. You crossed the line. This is inconsistent with our previous agreement. Odin's words made Lod confused. He thought to himself, I don't remember what agreement I made with you. Could it be that there was someone else here? Lod quickly reacted. Odin did not say this to him, but to another person. After careful observation, it could be seen that Odin's gaze was not on him, but somewhere behind him. Destroyer, after a moment of silence, the voice seemed to be a little weak. I have no intention of declaring war on Earth. Asgard is allies with Earth. This will never change. I can swear in the name of the Alfather. Was it her? Lod felt a chill in his heart, as if he knew who Odin was talking to. In fact, there was no need to think about it. To be able to make the king of all gods of Asgard, who had conquered the 9 worlds, talk to her with a calm attitude, and that person was still on Earth, it was obvious that her identity was already on the verge of being revealed. Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Sorcerer Supreme, who was in charge of guarding the Earth's magic dimension, had a few small fights on weekdays. As long as there was no problem with the latitude, she could ignore it. But the arrival of the Asgardian Divine King, Sorcerer Supreme could not ignore it. However, there was still one thing that she was not clear about. Since Ancient One had no intention of avoiding it, why didn't she show up directly, but chose to appear in such a form? Could it be that she was worried? Chapter 168. I can't figure it out. The thoughts of these big shots were always puzzling. The conversation between Odin and Ancient One continued, but the following content seemed to involve some secrets, so Lod couldn't hear what they were talking about. But judging from the golden flames dancing in the eyes of the destroyer and the occasional tremors around space, he judged. Lod estimated that Odin should be very unhappy right now. But no matter how unhappy he was, Odin could do nothing to Ancient One. Not to mention the future Ragnarok, Asgard still needed the protection of the Earth. Even if they were to fight now, he was not confident that he could defeat Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Although Odin was as arrogant as the pinnacle of the 9 worlds, he did not dare to be too presumptuous when he met Sorcerer Supreme. After all, the backer behind her was eternal. The conversation between the two lasted for about 10 minutes. During this period, Odin couldn't control his emotions several times. The surging divine might was like a wave hitting the reef, causing ripples in the air around him. It can't be that the negotiation broke down, right? Lod thought silently in his heart. If the two of them broke up, then it would be interesting to start a war. Of course, this was just a thought. He could tell with his toes that right now, Asta was in its declining phase and would need to rely on the protection of Earth in the future. With Odin's old fox character, it was absolutely impossible for him to fall out with Sorcerer Supreme. Thinking further, Thor had caused quite a bit of trouble in Asgard in the past, but why did he have to deliberately let Thor appear on Earth at this time, or even allow Thor to join the Avengers in the future? A dignified great prince of Asgard, the future successor of the God King, running to Earth to maintain peace was a big joke in the entire universe, but Odin still acquiesced in Thor's actions. Why? Because Odin was paving the way for Thor. Everyone thought that Odin was on the first floor. Lod had thought that Odin was on the third floor, but in fact, Odin was on the fifth floor. He had long seen the future and knew that Asgard was about to welcome the Ragnarok. Then, he began to pave the road for Thor and Asta. 4 birds with 1 arrow. As expected of an old fox who had lived for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, Lod was sincerely impressed by Odin. This king was really thoughtful. After a long while, the shaking space gradually calmed down, and the dancing flames in the eyes of the destroyer disappeared. It's over. Lod was refreshed, and the conversation between the two sides had clearly come to an end. I understand what you mean. Odin's voice became a little older again. If one listened carefully, one could even hear a trace of Hollow's extremely weak feeling. In that case, I believe in your choice and the future you see. Choice. Future. Lod's eyes moved slightly. He keenly noticed the 2 special words that Odin spoke. Although there were only 2 words, after careful analysis, it was obvious that 2 pieces of information could be found. First, the content of their conversation involved one of the future that Sorcerer Supreme was spying on. Second, Odin chose to believe the future that Sorcerer Supreme was spying on and made a very difficult choice. What kind of future did Sorcerer Supreme see that could make this divine king, who was calm and collected, so emotional that he could only make a choice after a long silence? Lod narrowed his eyes and suddenly became a little curious. Young man. Destroyer's eyes that were dancing with golden flames turned to look at Lod and said in a meaningful tone, "Can you do me a favor?" Lod's eyelids twitched, and he immediately refused. Alfithor, you must be joking. With my meager abilities, I probably can't help you much. Alfithor, please find someone else. What kind of joke was this? The great Asgardian divine king actually asked for his help. It was obvious that there was something fishy about this matter. Some things could be involved, and some things could not be involved. After seeing how Odin trained his 2 sons, Lod became very secretive about this old fox. If he played with this old fox who had lived for tens of thousands of years, who knew when he would be sold? Young man, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Odin seemed to have expected that he would refuse. He said bluntly, this matter will only benefit you. There is no harm. Why don't you listen and decide first? The corner of Lod's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to refuse directly from his heart, a voice suddenly floated into his ears. I suggest you listen. A shiny bald head appeared beside him without anyone noticing. Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. She was wearing a yellow robe with her hands behind her back. She smiled and nodded at Lod. Then, she said indifferently, the price offered by the Alfithor is not low. Lod. He hated the mages of Camartage, especially the bald mage. Ancient One smiled and said, Camartage is actually not bad. If you have time, you can come and take a seat. Just in time, you can solve the dark energy in your body. You can read my mind. Lod stared at Ancient One vigilantly, covering his entire body with absolute spiritual energy, cutting off all telepathic senses and mind-reading skills. No. Ancient One smiled and pointed at his eyes. But I can see from your eyes that you are very wary and disgusted with me. In fact, there is no need for that. He always felt that Ancient One was lying, but there was no actual evidence. Ancient One smiled. Cough cough. Odin coughed lightly and interrupted the 2 of them. He said gently, young man, are you willing to listen to my request first? Whether it was a blessing or a curse, it was a disaster that could not be avoided. Lod sighed and nodded. Since that's the case, please tell me. If I can help you, I will do my best. But if I can't help you, then forgive me for refusing. Odin said, it's actually very simple. I hope that you can help Thor defeat Loki. Help. Thor. Lod looked at Odin strangely. Could it be that this old man still thought that Loki had not been beaten up badly enough? Would he still need his help to fight against that trash, Loki? Thor alone could beat Loki until he cried for his mother. Odin seemed to have seen through his doubts and explained, now that Loki has the eternal spear Gungnir and the Tesseract, the bloodline of the frost giant king royal family has also awakened, it is very difficult for Thor to defeat Loki alone. Lod asked doubtfully, since that's the case, why don't you take back the eternal spear yourself? I can't do that. Odin shook his head and said, my physical body has fallen into deep sleep. Forcefully interrupting it will shorten my lifespan. Then now you, Lod looked at Odin suspiciously, feeling that this old man was not telling the truth. This is just a spiritual body that temporarily resides in the destroyer's body. Odin calmly said, if you don't believe me, you can verify the identity of Sorcerer Supreme at the side. I believe that with the noble character of a mage, she will definitely not deliberately deceive you. Lod looked sideways at Ancient One. The latter nodded and smiled, I can guarantee that the Alfather did not lie to you. Odin seemed to be afraid that he would disagree and threw out another heavy bomb. I won't let you help for nothing. After the matter is done, I can promise you to go to the treasury and choose an item as a reward. How about it? Okay, I agree. Lod said quickly. There was no other way. The price they offered was too tempting. That was Odin's treasure house. The treasures stored inside were enough to make half the universe envious. There would be no better reward. Chapter 169. The risk was great, but the rewards were even greater. If he went to Asgard and helped Odin educate that reindeer, he would be able to choose a treasure from the God King's treasury. This kind of good thing was hard to find in the entire universe. Whoever rejected it would be a fool. Moreover, even if Odin was an old fox, he couldn't betray him in front of Sorcerer Supreme. Seeing Lod agree, Odin was not surprised at all. Or rather, it was already within his expectations. After all, he had even brought out the treasury. He believed that even in the entire universe, not many people would be able to refuse him. Since that's the case, then I will wait for you in the immortal palace. The burning golden flames in the destroyer's eyes suddenly dimmed a bit, and his voice carried a hint of exhaustion that could not be wiped away. Regarding the Odin sleep, Lod actually knew a bit about it. Odin sleep, which happened once a year, lasted for a week each time. It was the power that Odin had accumulated in his body for a long time and became too powerful. If he did not balance the power of Odin in his body, then the overly powerful divine power would instead consume the lifespan of Odin. Therefore, splitting a spiritual body to descend was already the limit for Odin. If he forcibly woke up to save the scene like in the original drama, it would make this Alfather whose life was like a candle in the wind speed up the little remaining lifespan he had left. As Odin's will dissipated, the destroyer lost its support and fell to the ground with a loud bang. The long-lost system prompt sounded. Ding. Emergency mission, Whetstone, completed. Reward, Zanpakuto, Gonri, Maru. Obtained, Bankai, K. Gonri. Reiki. Although Lod now wanted to feel whether this Zanpakuto, who was buried in the original work, was as powerful as Captain Commander Evaluation. But when he thought that Sorcerer Supreme had not left, Lod could only regretfully give up this idea. He turned to look at the smiling Ancient One and said, Ancient One, we meet again. This is the second time we've met. Ancient One looked at him with interest and praised, you grew up very quickly. I remember that you weren't this powerful when we last met. This is very good. Thank you for your praise, Venerable One. Lod smiled, but in his heart, he was thinking, what exactly did Sorcerer Supreme mean? The things he did, logically speaking, should not be able to hide from the eyes of this mage. However, not only did she not take action to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, she instead looked like she was looking forward to seeing you. This made Lod somewhat puzzled. Ancient One's eyes revealed a hint of admiration that could not be concealed, and she smiled. You should be able to reap a lot of things when you go to Asgard this time. You don't have to worry about what Odin will do to you. I have an agreement with him. Lod frowned slightly and felt even more strange. Wasn't Sorcerer Supreme's attitude towards him a little too good? There was no such thing as good or evil to you for no reason in the world. He firmly believed this. Although he did not know what Sorcerer Supreme had said to Odin, it was obvious that it was because of Ancient One that Odin changed his mind and threw out the reward of the treasure house to him. But, why? The more Lod thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. As Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One had an eternal backer behind her, and even the three of them as one did not put him in his eyes. Why did she have to favor him so much? It could not be that Ancient One planned to kick Stephen Strange and let him become Camartage, Sorcerer Supreme instead, right? Impossible. Venerable One, forgive me for being blunt. Lod hesitated for a moment before deciding to ask her directly, you. Why are you helping me? Ancient One smiled and said, because I admire you, so I helped you. Is that okay? But. Lod paused for a moment, glanced at Ancient One, and continued, I believe that what I have done cannot be hidden from your eyes. Since that is the case, why do you still help me? Hearing this, Ancient One smiled and said, what do you think my duty is? The magical dimension overseer protecting the earth so it is not invaded, Lod said. That is one of the reasons. Ancient One said lightly, what you did it involve the invasion of the magical dimension? No. Lod shook his head. He was not so capable. Then why should I care? Ancient One looked at Lod strangely and said, if I have to care about this kind of thing, then there are too many things on earth that I have to care about. Do you think Sorcerer Supreme is a policeman? Lod pondered for a moment and felt that what Sorcerer Supreme said was very reasonable. He asked again, but in the eyes of ordinary people, people like me should be considered as an evil person, right? Ancient One chuckled and said, the view of good and evil in the eyes of ordinary people is no different in the eyes of people like us. It is just that the angle we stand on is different. Of course, this is just an example. What you have done has not crossed that line, and it does not involve the invasion of the magical dimension. In that case, why should I care about you? What the mage said makes sense. Lod smiled and said, but you still hasn't told me why he helped me. Ancient One smiled without saying anything. It seems that you doesn't want to tell me the reason. Lod sighed helplessly. Talking to this kind of person was tiring and always secretive. Ancient One reached out her hand from the yellow robe and held up the eyeball-shaped ornament hanging on her chest. One day, you will know the reason. There are some things that I can't tell you because it will disturb that future. I understand what you mean, Venerable One. Lod raised his eyebrows. From Ancient One's movements, he seemed to already know a little. If you have time, why don't you come to Camartage for a seat? Ancient One smiled and opened the dimensional door with one hand, slowly stepping inside. Facing Sorcerer Supreme's invitation, Lod could only bite the bullet and say, next time, definitely next time. The moment the dimensional gate was about to disappear. I forgot to tell you. Ancient One suddenly looked back and said meaningfully, time is not a straight line, but a disorderly node. While I am spying on the future, there are people who are spying on me in the past. Sizzle. The orange-yellow magic door disappeared, leaving behind a dumbfounded Lod. What did that mean? When Venerable Ancient One was spying on the future, there were still people who were spying on the past from the future. There should be very few people in the universe who could do such a thing, right? Could it be that Ancient One wanted to use this to remind him that something big would happen in the future regarding time? Chapter 170. Asgard Immortal Palace. Loki was completely dumbfounded. He had never expected that his plan would be destroyed by a human from Midgard. That was the destroyer. The armor worn by the god King Odin, the guardian of the immortal palace treasury, one of the strongest weapons of Asgard. But now, it was actually split in half by the publicly acknowledged weakest Midgardian. This was the same as stepping on Asgarda's face. Why? Why? Loki's angry roar resounded through the entire temple. Why are all of you here to stop me? He was clearly more suited to become a king. He was clearly stronger than Thor. He could clearly obtain more things. At this moment, Loki was completely crazy and fell into a state of madness. Since the destroyer can't do anything to you, then don't blame me for being ruthless. He wanted to destroy Midgard. Since the destroyer couldn't do it, then he could only bring out the final weapon of Asgard. It was mentioned before that in addition to the destroyer and the eternal spear, there was also the weapon of god King Odin. This weapon had the ability to cross the galaxy, and it could destroy a planet with just one strike. That was, Rainbow Bridge Bifrost. Holding the eternal spear, Loki walked firmly and decisively on the long bridge paved with rainbow bricks. This rainbow bridge that had been extremely long in the past could not stop Loki's surging killing intent at this moment. Not long after, Loki arrived at the end. The wielder of Heimdallr's sword was frozen at the door of the rainbow bridge. A pair of golden eyes looked through the ice and cast an angry look at Loki. Although his body was frozen by the tesseract, Heimdallr did not die, just temporarily unable to move. Loki snorted coldly. He ignored Heimdallr and walked straight into the dome building behind him. This golden dome building could concentrate the energy of the rainbow bridge to launch out. This was Loki's goal. You forced me to do this. A trace of gloominess flashed through Loki's eyes as he arrived at a control panel in the center. He then inserted the eternal spear into a groove in the control panel. The size of the groove matched the eternal spear perfectly. As the control panel shook, a huge star map appeared in front of Loki. Loki locked his gaze on Earth and then fiercely pressed the eternal spear into the ground. Ka! The huge golden dome building shook violently, and then the seven-colored energy gathered at one point and shot out in the direction of Earth. The gorgeous rainbow energy instantly turned into a surging torrent of energy. The terrifying power tore through layers of space-time barriers in an instant, crossing the entire galaxy and descending on Earth. Boom! It was different from the previous times. This time, the rainbow bridge came with the power to destroy everything. The mighty seven-colored torrent broke through the sea of clouds. Everyone in New Mexico could clearly see the torrent that tore through the sky and crashed into the ground with a destructive force. Rumble. The moment the seven-colored torrent collided, the destructive force was comparable to the fall of a small planet. The ground within a radius of thousands of meters let out a cry of unbearable pain. It collapsed in the loud roar, breaking into huge rocks one by one, and then it was shot into the sky by a terrifying storm visible to the naked eye. The explosive wind and the huge roar mixed together and exploded. All the sounds in the world were suppressed, forming a huge mushroom cloud wave that spread outwards at a speed that surpassed the sound barrier. All tangible matter was shattered by it. Thick smoke and dust covered the entire sky, as if an invisible giant hand blocked the sun. Indescribable pressure and fear spread in everyone's hearts, gradually evolving into despair and madness. The end of the world. Within a few seconds after the rainbow bridge descended, a huge earthquake had already spread throughout New Mexico, and it was even spreading to the entire U.S. For a time, countless phone calls almost blew up the White House. Nick Fury, who was far away in New York City, was so anxious that he almost pulled his scalp off. Loki. Is he crazy? When Thor saw the huge rainbow light pillar descend, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. He wants to destroy the entire Midgard. No one knew better than him what that huge rainbow bridge meant. Only when the rainbow bridge was operating at full power would it emit such a terrifying energy. And there was only one goal for this action, and that was to completely destroy the entire planet. Could it be? I was really wrong. Thor held his head in frustration, and a deep sense of guilt welled up in his heart. It's all my fault. If not for me, Loki wouldn't have become like that. Sif was speechless. Thor, now is not the time to regret. Hurry up and find a way to pick up the hammer. You must stop Loki. Sif. Coulson couldn't help but ask, are you sure he can lift it? Of course the Thunder God hammer belongs to Thor. Could it be yours? Sif glared at him. This person was so blind. Why didn't he say anything when the pot was open? The corner of Coulson's mouth twitched. But, he has already tried more than 10 times. This hammer hasn't even moved a bit. Thor. He had already tried countless times. He wanted to pick up his hammer, but his hands were almost peeled off. There was no sign of the hammer moving at all. Mjolnir. Don't want me anymore. Under the double blow, Thor squatted on the ground dejectedly, his eyes full of ash. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I can't lift the hammer. Bang. Thor was suddenly kicked in the face. The huge force directly sent him flying, and then he crashed into the ruins next to him. Sif and Coulson were stunned. They turned around and saw the naked Lod, who was still raising his leg to kick people. You. Sif widened his eyes and stammered, why are you here? Could it be that the destroyer is already here? Lod coldly glanced at the crowd and said, I appeared here. Naturally, I have already dealt with that destroyer. Dealt. Sif's voice suddenly rose by more than 10 degrees, and her face was full of the word shock. She said in disbelief, wait, you mean, you have already dealt with the destroyer? Yes. Lod repeated it again, and his expression was obviously impatient. He said, why hasn't Thor raised his hammer yet? Sif was too embarrassed to say the reason, so he could only say vaguely, Thor is not ready yet. Give him a little more time and he will be able to lift the hammer. Coulson couldn't help but complain, are you sure you can give him a little more time to lift it? He has been lifting it for more than 10 minutes, and the hammer hasn't moved at all. Sif said reluctantly, believe him, he can definitely do it. He is Thunder God. Coulson said with a strange expression, but why do I feel that he is more like the god of hammers? Sif. This person is so annoying. Why does every word he says sound like sword, specifically stabbing into the heart of people? Chapter 171. Coulson was speechless. He still remembered that before he came, Sif had told him with a solemn look that the Prince of Asgard, the future successor of the God King, was the god of war who dominated the 9 great worlds. Originally, Coulson still had a glimmer of hope that he could witness the true Norse mythology with his own eyes, but the result was sad and disappointing. Was this god of thunder Thor? Coulson suddenly had a feeling of disillusionment. No matter how he looked at it, the invincible god of thunder Thor in Norse mythology seemed to have nothing to do with this golden-haired man with a decadent face, right? He must be able to give him a little more time. He is Thor Odinson, the son of the great king of Pantheon, Odin. He is the guardian god of Asgard. Even though Thor was very shameful, Sif still firmly believed him. But what we lack the most now is time. Coulson said bitterly. Then, he looked at Lod with a pleading look in his eyes. We can't put all our hopes on him. Captain Winter Monarch, do you have any other way? Lod shook his head. No, the only person who can stop the Rainbow Bridge is Thor. The Rainbow Bridge was an important weapon of Asgard. Even if he was confident that he could destroy the bridge, he absolutely could not do it himself. It was a choice that concerned the entire Asgard, so he had to let Thor do it. If an outsider like him destroyed the Rainbow Bridge, perhaps that old fox, Odin, would take this opportunity to take the blame for him. Therefore, his task was only to beat up the reindeer. As for the problem of the Rainbow Bridge, it was better to leave it to their own prince to solve it. You mean, the key to saving the world right now is Thor. Carlsen's face was full of despair, feeling like the world was about to be finished. Sif pulled Thor out of the buried ruins, and then violently dragged him to the side of the thunder god hammer. Thor, open your eyes and look. If you don't lift the thunder god hammer, the entire Midgard will be destroyed by your brother. I'm sorry. Sif, I let you down. Thor's eyes lost their soul. He said dejectedly, I can't lift it up. I don't deserve to be the thunder god. Mjolnir doesn't recognize me. Lod felt a toothache and couldn't help but say, Thor, Odinson, are you the god of hammer? But, Thor glanced at Lod resentfully and whispered, without Mjolnir, I wouldn't be thunder god. Sif covered her face and sighed. She wished she could stab this idiot to death. He scolded, Thor, that hammer was made by Odin for you to learn to control your own power, not for you to use it as the source of power. Thor said dispiritedly, I understand what you all are saying, but I just can't lift it up. What can I do? Listen, Thor. Lod couldn't bear to continue listening. He grabbed Thor by the neck and forcefully lifted the 8-foot-tall man into the air. I don't have time to waste on you right now. I'll give you two choices. Either you raise the hammer yourself or prepare to die here. As the 5 fingers continued to shrink, the powerful force made Thor unable to breathe. He subconsciously struggled, his 2 hands desperately pulling Lod, and his mouth let out a meaningless cry. The naked eye could see that Thor's face had turned purple-red, and the black blood vessels protruded one by one, looking very terrifying. Bastard, put Thor down quickly. Sif was shocked, but seeing that Thor's breathing was getting weaker and weaker, he immediately pulled out his sword and rushed to stop Lod. But before he could rush over, Sif saw Lod raise his left hand and say softly, Bakudo number 61, 6 rods prison of light. Whoosh! 6 rays of light suddenly appeared, blocking off Sif's movements. This is a magic seal. Sif was shocked that the binding force of this magic could actually make her unable to move. You still have 10 seconds, Thor. There was a glimmer in Lod's eyes as she looked at Thor, whose face was purple and blue. She said lightly, 10 seconds later, if you still can't become the thunder god, then prepare to go to the hell. The hell was the only dead world in the 9 worlds, and it was the final destination after everyone died, except Midgardian. HHH. Thor squeezed the last bit of air in his lungs, and his limbs struggled wildly. He saw a hint of killing intent in Lod's eyes, and he knew that he was definitely not joking. Carlsen looked at Lod thoughtfully. He roughly understood the captain's thoughts and said, Thor, there is something I didn't want to tell you, but since you are going to die, I won't hide it from you. When Lod saw Carlsen look at him with a look at my performance, he was curious and loosened his grip a little, allowing Thor to barely breathe. Carlsen sneered, his eyes flashing with cruelty. Jane Foster, Darcy Louise, Eric Selvig, and the other 2 have come into contact with alien creatures and caused a destructive blow. According to the highest constitution in the United States, the 3 of them have been sentenced to death. Death, death. Thor's expression froze instantly. He muttered, no. Impossible. You are lying to me. Unfortunately, this is true. Carlsen took out his phone from his suit pocket and placed a video in front of Thor. He said, after we set off, the 3 of them were shot on the spot by SHIELD. This is the execution video. In the video, the 3 of them were shackled and shot by the man in black. Blood bloomed all over Jane's body like flowers. The muzzle of the gun spewed out flames. The bullets carried strong kinetic energy and completely tore her apart. Jane. This scene deeply hurt Thor's heart. Her blue pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. You. How can you do this? Aren't you an organization that protects civilian? Thor let out a hysterical roar, his eyes bloodshot as he questioned Carlsen. I'm sorry, this is how we, SHIELD, do things. Carlsen's face was filled with the words "I am the villain," and he said gloomily, "If they had not contacted you without permission, how could they have attracted the attack of a destructive weapon? This is a great sin they have committed." "No." Thor's eyes were bloodshot. The burning anger seemed to have burned his nerves, and he let out a beast-like roar. Buzz! The thunder god hammer shook, and the three circular patterns on its surface seemed to echo Thor's angry mood. "I'm going to kill you." Rumble! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky, and Lot immediately let go and retreated. A huge storm gathered around Thor, bathing him in the dazzling lightning. Pieces of armor appeared on the surface of his body, and a red cloak suddenly unfolded. Lot had no expression on his face and was speechless in his heart. This was a typical American Hollywood blockbuster, an old trick of a hero saving the world for love. Could it be that Odin also watched it on weekdays? It's Thunder God. Thor's eyes were blood red. He clenched one hand in Hollow's air and summoned Thunder God's hammer. "I swear by the name of the Asgardian race that I will avenge my friend and stop Loki's conspiracy." "Congratulations, welcome back." The sinister expression on Carlsen's face immediately turned into a gentle smile. "By the way, what happened just now was all fake. Your friends are still alive." Thor. Chapter 172. "You mean Jane is not dead yet?" Thor widened his eyes and stared at Carlsen doubtfully, as if he wanted to hammer him to death if he dared to lie to him. "Of course she is not dead." Carlsen coughed lightly and said with a smile, "We, SHIELD, are not a terrorist organization. How could we possibly kill a few innocent citizens?" This old agent was so thick-skinned that even Lot could not help but cast a sidelong glance at him. Thor looked at Carlsen suspiciously. He clenched the hammer in his hand and asked, "Then why did you lie to me?" Carlsen could only explain, "I only did this to stimulate you and make you lift that damned hammer." "Is Jane really not dead?" Thor seemed to be worried and confirmed again. "She is not dead, and she is still alive. She has been protected by our agent." Carlsen said helplessly, "When the rainbow stuff is finished, you can meet her again at any time." "That's good." Hearing this, Thor was completely relieved and put down the hammer in his hand. Seeing this, Lot clicked his tongue in his heart. It seemed that Thor only had a girlfriend in his eyes. The return of Thunder God was very pleasant. Thor finally saved the glory of the Asgardian race. However, among everyone, only Sif was feeling a little complicated. On one hand, she felt sincerely happy for the return of Thor, but on the other hand, the reason that made Thor cheer up was that of a woman from Earth. This made her somewhat angry. So, a childhood sweetheart who had accompanied him for 3,000 years and nights was no match for the sudden love at first sight. Although some people looked cold on the surface and looked like strangers were not allowed to enter, in fact, they were secretly looking back and forth between Sif and Thor. If it was the routine of Japanese people, Sif would probably be green all over and then shout that this was the world's fault. Thor. The more Sif thought about it, the angrier she got. She went up and gave Thor a kick, saying, "Now is not the time to talk about this. We must hurry back to Asgard." Ouch! Thor staggered and remembered that his fiancée was still watching from the side. Facing Sif's murderous gaze, Thor suddenly felt his scalp go numb. He immediately changed the topic and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Asgard, let's go back to Asgard." Sif glared at him, and the meaning was very obvious, "After dealing with Loki, I will settle the score with you later." Thor felt his scalp tingle. He turned around to avoid Sif's gaze. At the same time, he sent an invitation to Lot and said, "Winter Monarch, now that Midgard is facing destruction, I need your strength." Sif also looked at him and said seriously, "Yes, now that Loki has the Gungnir and the help of the Frost Giant, we need your strength to save Asgard." This relationship was good. Lot was just wondering what to say. What reason should he use to go back to Asgard with Thor? He did not expect that Thor would bring it up first. This way, he could avoid the problem of his motive. After pretending to think for a moment, Lod nodded slightly and said coldly, "In that case, I will go with you." "That's great." Thor's eyes were fiery as he said excitedly, "With your help, we will definitely be able to defeat Loki and the Frost Giant." Ever since his strength had been stripped away by Odin, Thor had come to understand many things over the past few days. For example, how to become a qualified king or use the strength of the team to accomplish something. Winter Monarch's combat strength was enough to match the destroyer of the enemy. He was a strong support that was indispensable for this counterattack against Asgard. At least he could pin down Laufey and let him free his hands to deal with Loki. When it came to matters related to combat, Thor never let people down. Sif nodded with satisfaction, because this was the invincible thunder god in her mind. There was a helping hand, but they needed to face an even more serious problem now. "Heimdallr, take us back. Heimdallr. Heimdallr, are you still alive?" Thor kept calling, but his neck was tired, and there was no sound. Sif also called out, but there was no response. It was as if Asgard had completely cut off all contact with them. "Oh no, he won't respond to me," Thor said with a serious face. Could it be that Loki killed? If they wanted to return from Midgard, they would need to be guided by the Rainbow Bridge. If Heimdallr was really killed, they would be trapped here forever. "No." Sif interrupted Thor and said firmly, "Nothing will happen to Heimdallr. He is the guard appointed by Odin. He won't be killed by Loki." On the other hand, there was a cold knowledge. Heimdallr was Sif's brother. Don't ask why the black man's sister was a white man, but it was the god race's chromosomes that were awesome. "Heimdallr!" Thor shouted, "Can you hear us? We need your power." Sif shouted together, "Heimdallr, my brother, where are you? We need you now." Rumble. The clouds in the sky rolled up in a spiral, slowly extending down like a staircase. Seeing the abnormality in the sky, Thor revealed a happy expression. He raised the hammer in his hand and said excitedly, "Get closer to me, Winter Monarch, get ready to go to Asgard." The three of them stood together, and then Thor looked up and shouted, "Now, Heimdallr, take us back to Asgard." Boom! A huge rainbow light beam shot down from the spiraling clouds, enveloping the three of them. Lod felt that he was out of control. Together with Thor and Sif, he was suddenly pulled into the starry sky. A rainbow pillar of light crossed the entire galaxy and finally landed in Asgard. Surrounded by layers of mountains, gorgeous buildings that were like sharp peaks were located on a supercontinent. Above and below were the boundless starry sky of the universe. As the dazzling light in front of them faded, Lod and the others arrived at the place where the gods of legends lived. However, what surprised Thor was that they landed on the opposite side of the Rainbow Bridge. Sif gritted his teeth and said, "The person who led us is Loki." On the long Rainbow Bridge, there were at least 100 giants with ice-blue skin standing on both sides of the bridge. Hundreds of frost giants guarded the Rainbow Bridge. At the end, Loki was sitting on a huge ice throne. His right hand was holding Gungnir, and his left hand was holding the Tesseract. He looked like a nouveau riche. "Loki." Thor looked at his brother with a complicated expression. He was no longer the same as he remembered. "Welcome back, my dear brother." Loki was playing with the Gungnir in his hand. A sneer flashed across his face. "You don't have to thank me, because I want you to witness the destruction of Midgard." "So many spirits." "No, it's the frost giants." Lod looked at the 2 rows of frost giants. If not for maintaining his image, he would have drooled. Chapter 173. It was a pleasant surprise. He had originally thought that he would only be able to help Thor beat up that reindeer. However, he did not expect that Loki, who was the landlord, would actually be so warm and hospitable. He knew that he just happened to be lacking in souls recently, so he specially found so many frost giants. Lod's eyes carried a trace of heat. These frost giants were living rewards in his eyes, and if he gathered them together, he would be able to give them 10 consecutive hits. No. He had to calm down. Lod forced himself to calm down. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. However, after taking a deep breath, a hint of surprise rose in Lod's eyes. He thought to himself, what a rich spiritual power. He only took a breath of air from Asgard, and he was able to seize the spiritual power hundreds of times that of Earth. To the Quincy, Asgard was the most advantageous battlefield. During the fierce battle with the Destroyer, he consumed most of his spiritual energy, but in the special environment of Asgard, he only needed 10 minutes to completely recover his spiritual energy. It could be seen how dense the nearby Rishi was. If the Rishi contained in the heavy spiritual land was compared to 100 by number, then the Rishi contained in Asgarda would be 1,000, a full 10 times gap. If he did not know that it was impossible, Lod even wanted to build a new Soul King palace in Asgard. Give me 10 minutes. Lod said concisely, I need to recover. After the battle with the Destroyer, the injuries and consumption left behind. Although Sif and Thor were extremely anxious and wanted to immediately rush up to stop Loki, they could understand Lod. They could only suppress their anxiety and wait patiently. At this moment, when the space shook slightly, and a man suddenly appeared in front of them. There was no need to introduce more. Looking at Thor's expression, it was obvious that this man was his younger brother, the mischief god Loki. The symbolic reindeer helmet, the golden slim armor and the dark green cloak, matched with a handsome and cunning appearance. With a trace of refined temperament, and the slight curve of his lips added a trace of evil to him. Loki. There was a trace of sorrow in Thor's eyes. Why did you do this? In order to prove to my father, I am his best son, the son worthy of his pride. Loki clenched the Gungnir and said, it is also to prove to everyone that I, Loki, am the guardian god of Asgard, not a reckless fool like you. Thor roared, no, Loki, you are just an executioner. You are slaughtering a race. Sif stood up and interrupted the conversation between the two brothers. He said angrily, Thor, don't talk too much with this kind of person. He killed the God King, Loki. You damn frost giant, you are not worthy to talk about Asgard. Thor's eyes were full of sadness. He said in a low voice, Loki, I am too disappointed in you. He. A hint of disappointment silently flashed through Loki's eyes, and the corners of his lips curled into an icy arc. He seemed to be mocking himself, but he also seemed to be mocking Thor. So you are all the same. In your eyes, I, Loki, was born to be an evil ice giant. He didn't explain. Or rather, he was too lazy to explain. From the moment Sif said the words damn frost giant, to when Thor chose to believe her without hesitation, Loki felt his entire body turn cold to the bone, and even his feelings seemed to have left him. You are right. Loki sneered and said, I am a frost giant. I am not worthy of being called Asgardian, and I am not the so-called prince. So I will destroy this world. Thor clenched the thunder god hammer, and his eyes gradually turned from confusion to determination. He shouted, I will definitely stop your conspiracy. You can't stop me. Loki sneered and said, I will let you see with your own eyes that Midgard was torn to pieces by the Rainbow Bridge, including the woman you love. Loki. This sentence completely angered Thunder God. Although the two of them had only met for a few days, the woman on Earth, Jane Foster, had already become his true love. Using a common saying, Jane Foster was Thor's reverse scale. Just like how Lois Lane was to Clark Kent, she was an untouchable existence. Anyone who dared to attack her would die without a doubt. Hoo. Thor brandished the thunder god hammer and jumped high with the help of the centrifugal force. Then, like a meteorite, he streaked across the sky with thunder and lightning, smashing towards Loki, who was at the end of the rainbow bridge. The battle between brothers had officially begun. However, Thor's reckless action of charging into the crowd of people without caring about the consequences caused Sif, who was behind him, to be furious to the point of being half dead. His eyebrows were knitted together. He said, "That damn idiot, he will be besieged by the frost giants." Sure enough. Before Thor could fly halfway, he saw Loki holding the Gungnir and shooting out a blazing ray of light at him. Bang! Thor was caught off guard and was hit by the laser. Although he blocked the attack with the help of the Thunder God Hammer, he was also blown away by the powerful kinetic energy and landed on the Rainbow Bridge. He was besieged by the frost giants that had been waiting for a long time. Thanks to the recovery of the Tesseract, these frost giants were no longer small fries that he could slaughter before. Instead, they were a group of people who were proficient in ice magic and possessed terrifying strength. Thor let out a heaven-shaking roar. The Thunder God Hammer in his hand waved like a tiger in the wind. Thunder and lightning roared wantonly. They were forcibly born under the siege of the frost giants and opened up a blood road. Respected Lord Winter Monarch. When Sif saw that Thor had survived several times, she anxiously turned to look at Lot and pleaded, "Please, help Thor quickly. He won't be able to hold on for long." If not for the injury caused by the Gungnir that had yet to recover, Sif would have already rushed in to help Thor. But now, she could only pin her hopes on this Midgardian. So troublesome. Lot sighed slightly and pressed the handle of sword on his waist. He said lightly, "Since that's the case, then I'll go help him." Although his spiritual power had not fully recovered, he could still help Thor stall the frost giant. This kind of small matter was still possible. Swish. In the next second, Lot appeared on the battlefield. Zanpakuto's cold light swept across the sky, carrying with it a terrifying wind that tore through the air, cutting an ice giant that was trying to sneak attack Thor in half on the spot. Acquired, Medium Soul *1. After receiving the system notification, Lot smiled. Thor held the hammer and said breathlessly, "Thank you, brother." Ice blue blood splashed on the gorgeous rainbow bridge. Lot was naked with his upper body. Sword hung low on the ground and said to Thor, "Leave this place to me. You go and deal with Loki." Are you okay?" There was a hint of worry in Thor's eyes. He knew that Lot and the destroyer had not recovered from their injuries after the battle. Now, he had to stop hundreds of frost giants by himself. It was a bit dangerous. "Don't worry," Lot said lightly, "with just these things, he can't kill me." Seeing Lot's determined eyes, Thor slowly nodded and said in a deep voice, "I'll leave it to you. When the battle is over, we still have to attend the banquet together." Chapter 174. Su. Thor soared into the sky, using the Thunder God Hammer to fly towards Loki. Roar dash. Stop him. Kill Thor. When the frost giants found that their target had run away, they roared and were about to chase after Thor when a sharp sword pressure suddenly swept forward. Pucci pucci. The moment the two frost giants touched each other, they were split in half by the sharp sword energy. Ice blue blood poured out like a spring. Blood fell like rain, dripping. Lot stood horizontally in front of his sword. Blood dripped down, the tip of his finger brushing against sword's blade. His eyes contained a trace of killing intent, and he said coldly, although it seems a bit arrogant to say this, but, you all should attack together. The faces of more than 100 frost giants instantly became extremely ugly. Even Thunder God Thor had never said such provocative words in front of them. "You all attack together. Arrogant Midgardian." The frost giant in the lead said angrily, "Break his limbs and break him little by little after freezing him. I want him to know what a heavy price he will pay to provoke the frost giants. We will wait and see." Lod's eyes were indifferent as he said, I would like to see if an ant can really bite an elephant to death. A frost giant rushed out and rubbed his hands together. Ice energy condensed into a sharp blade in his palm. Then, he roared and strode forward. Go to hell, arrogant Midgardian. The frost giant roared and slashed down with the frost blade in both hands. Woo! The ice blade cut through the air and let out a sharp and ear-piercing howl. He's dead. The eyes of all the frost giants revealed a ferocious and cruel expression, as if they could not wait to see that person being dismembered. However, just as the ice blade was about to touch Lod, it was easily blocked by the back of his hand that was slowly raised. That seemingly ordinary palm of flesh. At this moment, it became extremely hard. The frost giant's full-strength attack could not even leave a mark on it. In an instant, all the frost giants were stunned. It was as if their necks had been grabbed. They all quieted down at the same time, their faces full of horror and confusion. They did not understand. How could a person from Midgard possess such a terrifying physical body? Just his two palms alone were enough to block the frost edge. One had to know that the sharpness of the frost edge could even easily tear apart Asgard's standard battle armor. The veins on the frost giant's arms bulged as he let out low growls. It was as if he had used all his strength. Even so, his ice edge was unable to break through Lod's skin, not even allowing him to move half a step. Too weak. A trace of disappointment flashed through Lod's eyes. He said, "It seems that my evaluation of you will be a little lower." Such a weak and powerless attack, even his steel skin was unable to break. No wonder the frost giant lost to Asgard. Other than the player who was just a bystander in the plot, the rest of the frost giants were obviously too weak to be a match for Asgardian. This is impossible. The frost giant's face was full of shock. They had never met such a human before. His skin was even thicker than the mountain giant. Boom! Spiritual power suddenly released the ice giant from the back of his hand, sending it flying dozens of meters before crashing heavily onto the rainbow bridge. The ice giant gritted his teeth and growled, "So what if you are strong? We have more than 120 people here. Even one person and one sword can cut you into meat paste." "That's right." Another frost giant shouted, "If we use numbers, we can still kill him. For King Loki. For Jotunheim. For the frost giants." The frost giants were excited, and a large group of them rushed toward Lod. "You overestimate yourselves." Lod waved sword lightly and said indifferently, "When cleaning the dust, whether it is 1 or 100, there is no difference to me." If not for the fact that his spiritual power had not yet recovered, with the strength of these frost giants, he could have killed them instantly. Shua! Lod tapped the tip of his foot and disappeared instantly. His movement speed was so fast that he even left an afterimage in his original place. The next moment, Sword's voice was like Death God's whisper, letting out a sharp whistle. In the group of frost giants, a cold light that was as cold as a crescent moon appeared. In an instant, Lod lowered his head to the ground and slowly walked towards the remaining frost giants. Behind him, an icy blue rain of blood blossomed. Acquired, medium soul *1. Acquired, medium soul *1. Acquired, medium soul *1. The system's notification rang out in succession. Blood rained down all over the sky, but Lod was not stained at all. When all the dirt fell down, it was swept away by the majestic spiritual power. At this moment, Lod was like a banished immortal who had descended to the world, untainted by dust, with an outstanding temperament. However, in the eyes of this group of frost giants, Lod should be a demon from hell. The 17 frost giants were instantly killed. They could not even see Lod raise his hand and wave swords movements. "Use ice magic. Don't get close to him." The leading frost giant made a prompt decision and ordered, "He is a warrior. As long as we stand far away and exhaust his strength with magic, we will win. For a time. Countless dazzling ice spells were cast by the frost giants and smashed towards Lod. Ha! Not a bad idea. Lod threw a look of appreciation and then said with a smile that was not a smile, but, it just so happens that my best ability is also ice. Hyaran Meru might not be as powerful as the Tesseract, but they were more than enough to deal with these frost giants. Attacking each other with the same attribute, the one who had the upper hand was undoubtedly the stronger side, and its suppression force was even more exaggerated than the suppression attribute. Sit upon the frozen heaven, Hyaran Meru. Lod whispered, and his Zanpakuto's form changed. A chain emerged from the end of sword's handle, and there was a crescent-shaped blade at the end. Whew! Endless cold air spread out. Lod gently waved sword, and a wall of ice dozens of meters appeared out of thin air, blocking all the ice magic. Ice Dragon Spinning Tail. Lod held the Hyaran Meru in his hand. Sword turned his blade, and the ice condensed into a giant dragon that rushed towards the group of frost giants in the direction pointed by sword. Roar! The eyes of the ice dragon that was dozens of meters long were blood red, and it let out a heaven-shaking roar. It carried a huge ice storm and drowned the group of frost giants. After the ice storm dissipated, the frost giants suffered heavy casualties, and only the frost giants that were led at the beginning were still struggling. This is impossible. The frost giant's eyes were perfectly fine. The group of people who followed him to Asgard was already the last elite of the frost giant clan. However, this last group of elites had now died in Asgard. From now on, the frost giant would never rise again. Chapter 175. Loki. Thor. The Gungnir and Mjolnir, the two divine artifacts that the Asgardians were so proud of, collided fiercely on the Rainbow Bridge. Bang! A loud sound of metal clashing rang out, spreading out for several miles like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, and countless sparks of fire shot out like dazzling fireworks. The mages and warriors had just confronted each other head-on, so there was no need to talk about the result. Loki held his spear in both hands to block, but unexpectedly, he was forced back more than 10 meters by Thor's heavy hammer, and the webbing between his hands almost split open. The two sides had only met face to face, but the difference in strength was already obvious. Although the grade of the Gungnir was higher than the Mjolnir, the person holding it was not Odin, but a melee mage with a bad talent. He didn't know what was wrong with Loki. He obviously learned magic from the queen, but in the end, he became an assassin mage proficient in illusion and liked to play with a dagger. Thinking about it again, since the appearance of Gandalf, it seemed that all the mages had a wrong path. It seemed that Loki's behavior was not incomprehensible. Taking advantage of the fact that Loki's center of gravity was not stable, Thor did not give him a chance to adjust, and he smashed it again. The sound of the hammer blowing against his face was so great that it seemed like it was going to beat him to a pulp. Loki was so scared that his eyelids jumped wildly, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart. His brain was definitely cramping. Otherwise, why would he fight with Thor in close combat? Even the giants were not a match for this god, let alone his small body. If he was hit by Thor's angry hammer, he would probably become one with the Rainbow Bridge. At that time, he wouldn't even be able to buckle it. Bang 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 bang, bang. The thunder god's hammer continuously smashed down, each strike filled with killing intent as it aimed at Loki's head. As for Loki, he held the eternal spear in his hand, blocking left and right. Several times, the hammer brushed past him, and his face was cut by the strong wind. His heart was beating violently, and he was barely alive. Loki knew in his heart that if he was suppressed like this, sooner or later, he would be seized by Thor and beaten to death with a single strike. A plan surfaced in his mind. Loki pretended to be exhausted and fell to the ground in panic, revealing a huge flaw. But in fact, Loki used the double magic of illusion and illusion to confuse Thor's eyes. Sure enough, Thor was fooled. Die, Loki. Thor roared and waved the thunder god hammer. His moves were wide. When the hammer smashed down, the violent wind howled and mixed with dazzling thunder and lightning. "Don't! Brother!" Loki cried out in horror and pleaded, "I was wrong. Please let me go, brother." In front of family, Thor hesitated in the end. He stopped the falling thunder god hammer and said with a complicated expression, "Loki, you, Before he could finish speaking, Loki, who was lying on the ground, suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, a sharp pain came from his waist, and he looked down to see a golden bloody tip of the spear. The position of this attack was very particular. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but in short, Loki's spear just happened to avoid the vital point, rubbing against Thor's kidney and stabbing in. Loki. Thor was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. The pain was secondary. The main thing was that if the attack was a little bit off, Asgard would be dead. Without thinking, he knew that he had been deceived by Loki for the umpteenth time. He had been in a bad mood ever since he was a child. Loki pulled out the Gungnir, turned around, and sent Thor flying. Thor slid 10 meters along the rainbow bridge, leaving a long trail of blood. Loki. Thor struggled to get up. His face was slightly pale, and the anger in his eyes was clearly visible. He gnashed his teeth and said, "I shouldn't have believed you, you despicable fellow. You are wrong, my dear brother." With the eternal spear in hand, a hint of ridicule flashed across Loki's face. Battles have never been fair and square. Only the victors who survive have the right to comment on this battle. A short confrontation had revealed their ideals and personalities. In the face of the choice of battle, Thor was more inclined to the process and focus on defeating the opponent openly. On the other hand, Loki paid more attention to the results and could do anything for the sake of victory. Both were extreme. In order to become the Asgardian king, the above 2 points were indispensable. Odin had a good balance of these 2 points, so he was a great god king. Whether the two of them became kings, it might not be a good thing for Asgard. Even without the Ragnarok, destruction was only a matter of time. Now, everything is over. Loki clasped his hands together, and magical energy surged in his palms. A dark blue tesseract suddenly appeared. Tesseract. The moment Thor saw the dark blue treasure box, his heart suddenly stirred up a great tide. He said with a shocked expression, "Loki, quickly put down the tesseract. Its power is not something you can control. You will destroy the entire Asgard." But what a pity. At this time, Loki had long been overwhelmed by anger and could not listen to Thor's advice. He even felt that Thor was humiliating him. "Can't control it?" Loki sneered. He was the son of Laufey. The purest bloodline of the frost giant flowed in his body. Controlling the trivial tesseract was no problem at all. "Goodbye, my brother. I will prove to everyone that I am the most suitable person to become king of Asgard." In order to ensure that he could completely deal with Thor, Loki did not hold back at all this time. He poured all the remaining magic power into the tesseract. He wanted to activate the tesseract's greatest power. As the magic power continued to pour in, the tesseract kept shaking in Loki's hand. It was like a runaway wild horse that would rush out if he was not careful. Loki's expression changed slightly. He found that the speed at which the tesseract absorbed magic power was a bit too exaggerated. "Loki, stop." Thor saw that the situation was not good and immediately shouted, "Don't even think about it." Loki roared and glared at Thor with red eyes, "Open your eyes wide and watch. I will definitely be able to control its power." Buzz buzz buzz. An extremely cold aura emanated from the tesseract, as if it was going to freeze the entire world. The rainbow bridge nearby could not even withstand it, and a thick layer of ice formed. "Stop, Loki." Thor, who was enveloped by the cold air, felt the uneasiness in his heart become stronger and stronger, as if something big was about to happen. Ah dash! Loki roared. He circulated his magic power to the extreme, and his entire skin showed a strange ice blue color. The light of the tesseract in his hand became more and more blazing and intense, like a small sun. But what the sun brought was not warmth, but extreme coldness. Suddenly, the tesseract stopped vibrating and shot out an icy blue light from within. With a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, it swept across hundreds of meters of space. The icy blue light swept past Lot and directly entered the body of the remaining frost giant in front of him. Roar dash! The frost giant roared towards the sky, its body suddenly growing crazily. 1 meter. 2 meters. 3 meters. In the end, it stopped at 9 meters. Thank you, my son. The ice giant stared at Loki with its deep blue eyes. The corners of its lips curled into a mocking smile. If you hadn't activated the tesseract with all your strength, I wouldn't have been able to revive. No, impossible. Loki's face was pale. He subconsciously took a step back and said in horror, I remember that I killed you with my own hands. Laufey. Chapter 176. The worst situation had happened. Loki's expression was extremely ugly. He had actually been tricked by Laufey. At this point, how could he not understand that the vibration from the tesseract just now was caused by Laufey tempting him to inject magic power and then seize the opportunity to seize the body of his fellow clansman to regain his vitality? No wonder. Back then, when he had used the Gungnir to kill Laufey, the latter had looked at him with a gaze that was filled with indescribable ridicule. It turned out that Laufey had already anticipated that he would rebel. Thus, she had left behind a contingency plan for resurrection in advance on the grounds of checking the tesseract. However, thinking about it carefully, it seemed very normal. If the Frost Giant King, who had fought with Odin for tens of thousands of years, did not even have this little bit of scheming and tricks, it was likely that he would have long since been invaded by Asgard's army and scattered the ashes of the Frost Giant in the entirety of Jotunheim. Do not doubt Odin's determination. If there was a chance, he would not mind letting his hands be stained with blood again and completely slaughter Jotunheim's ice giant. Beneath Asgard's golden throne, it was made up of countless bones and blood. You already knew that I wanted to kill you, right? Loki's face was gloomy, and Hollow asked weakly. The tesseract had absorbed all of his magic power, and he needed to rely on the Gungnir to stand on his most ordinary position. A hint of ridicule appeared on Laufey's face as he said, My foolish child, the killing intent in your eyes is too strong. In the future, if you want to sneak attack others again, remember to hide your killing intent. Loki's expression became even uglier, as if his liver had swelled to a purple color. He gritted his teeth and said, So you didn't want to kill Odin, but to take back the tesseract, right? Laufey sneered, You guessed wrong. If you didn't stop me at that time, I would have killed Odin and taken the tesseract from her. Thor listened to the two people talking and finally understood the ins and outs of the story. Loki did not kill his sleeping father. Instead, he used a trick like a trick to deceive Laufey and killed the king of frost giants with a sneak attack. However, he did not expect Laufey to still hold back. This led to the current situation. At this moment, Laufey seemed to be certain of victory and threw an olive branch to Loki. My child, give me the tesseract and let us destroy Asgard. Loki. When Thor heard this, he nervously stared at Loki. If Laufey were to obtain the tesseract, then the entire Asgard would be sealed in ice. This time, no god king would save them. If I gave you the tesseract, you would destroy Asgard, right? Loki said with a smile that was not a smile. Of course. Laufey did not care about Loki's tone. He raised his arms and shouted, As long as you give me the tesseract, I will freeze the entire Asgard for you. At that time, the two of us will become the new divine king in the 9 worlds. I will grant you supreme glory. In the name of the frost giant, you will rule the 9 great worlds. Laufey's voice was extremely tempting. It even made Loki unconsciously imagine that he had become the king of the frost giant race, and his glory when ruling the 9 worlds was limitless. My child. Laufey smiled calmly and said, I am your real father. Those two bitches Odin and Frigga are just sinister villains. Frigga. This name seemed to have some kind of magic that made Loki break away from that fantasy and pull him back to reality. You are not allowed to slander my mother. Loki gripped the Gungnir tightly and roared, I am the god king of Asgard, and I have the responsibility to protect Asgard. I will not be invaded by foreign enemies and protect my people. And you? King of the frost giants, Laufey, in the name of the god king of Asgard, I swear to cut off your head and apologize to the great empress of the heavens, Frigga. When everyone doubted him, questioned him, humiliated him, and slandered him, only Frigga always believed in him and taught him magic skills. In Loki's heart, Frigga was the most important person to him, and no one was allowed to slander him. Thor. Loki held the gun with both hands and assumed an offensive posture. He growled, in the name of the divine king, we will temporarily stop the battle and deal with the intruder, Laufey. What do you think? Ha 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 ha. Thor called for the thunder god hammer, and his eyes under his golden hair burned with fighting spirit. My little brother, the divine king is not you yet, but I am willing to work together with you to deal with Laufey. You guys are courting death. Laufey's face immediately darkened. Originally, according to his thoughts, Loki should have turned around and joined him, but he did not expect that he would actually become an enemy. Even. His words had instead removed the estrangement between Thor and Loki, directly matchmaking the two brothers to work together to deal with him. Gungnir, Mjolnir. Few people in the 9 worlds could experience the experience of being beaten up by the Mjolnir and Gungnir, and he, Laufey, was the lucky one. 10,000 years ago, when Asgard conquered Jotunheim, as the king of the ice giants, he had personally experienced the experience of being beaten by Odin and Hela with these two artifacts. With lingering fear in his heart, Laufey looked at the humans below and a plan suddenly appeared in his mind. He could draw this human to his side. No matter what conditions Asgard offered, he could double them. When he got the Laufey, he could completely turn his face and refuse to acknowledge it. Midgardian, if you are willing to move aside, I can grant you the title of King of Midgard. I conquer Asgard. Laufey made a blank check, trying to tempt Lod in this way. Are you sick in the head? Lod raised his head and looked at Laufey strangely. Perhaps this guy still hadn't figured out the current situation. Not to mention whether or not Laufey could occupy Asgard, just giving away the title of King of Midgard. Had he asked for Sorcerer Supreme's opinion? Human. Being rejected again and again, Laufey obviously couldn't keep her face. She said darkly, don't think that just because you killed hundreds of frost giants, you can become enemies with me, the king of frost giants. With your little ice magic, I don't care. The reason why Laufey had absolute confidence was that Lod's ability was also ice. It was not an exaggeration to say. The bloodline of the ice giant royal family, the power of the ice magic, even in the entire universe, could be ranked as one of the top existences. If he had the Tesseract in his hand, during his peak, he could even freeze an entire planet in a breath's time. It was precisely because of this that Odin regarded Laufey as his mortal enemy and took the Tesseract, using it to weaken his power. However, even without the Tesseract in hand, when Laufey was still in Jotunheim, the ice magic was still terrifying. Otherwise, Odin would not have stopped the war and signed a peace contract with him. But unfortunately, Laufey had seriously miscalculated one thing. Lod had never said that his ability was limited to ice. Chapter 177. Since you refuse to submit to me, then sacrifice your lives for the Frost God King who is about to be born. Luffy clenched his fists tightly, and his body flowed with magic fluctuations that seemed to be tangible. The frost spread from his feet to the surroundings, and the cold airflow swept out, as if it were foregoing to freeze the entire world. Thor and Loki looked at each other. Their many years of tacit understanding made them understand, and they attacked Luffy at the same time. Well, it just so happens that I can recover spiritual power. Lod smiled and followed the idea of catching fish if he could. He retreated to the side to watch the battle. It was rare to see two proud brothers working together. The sound of the hammer turned and the wind howled. Thor leaped into the air. Boom! The dark black clouds rolled like a tide, and then a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket descended. It roared like a serpent dragon and tore through the long sky, carrying the power of destruction as it struck towards Luffy. Thunder, so annoying. The dazzling lightning shone on Luffy's face, and a trace of fear flashed through his blue pupils. Luffy casually waved his hand, and surging magic power wantonly surged out. In the blink of an eye, it created a huge ice curtain above his head, and it covered him like a jade bowl. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning crashed down. Although it seemed powerful, the ice curtain did not move at all, as if it were for an absolute defense, blocking all the lightning. Chi! A sneer flashed across Luffy's face. This hammer is in your hands. It is far inferior to the previous owner. The previous one. Thor was slightly startled. Then, he said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Mjolnir is a divine artifact specially made for me by my father. From beginning to end, I am the only master." Ha 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 ha. Luffy sneered, "Don't flatter yourself. Odin specially made it for you. You are just the third user of this hammer. This is impossible." Thor didn't believe it at all. He held the hammer and rushed to Luffy. The red cloak fluttered. Thor, who was bathed in the lightning, had long golden hair fluttering in the wind. Combined with his determined face and his eyes full of killing intent, he was like a roaring lion. His momentum was quite terrifying. "Die, Luffy." Thor held the hammer with one hand and made a posture with great power and beauty. He swung the hammer like a blacksmith, treating Luffy as a piece of tempered steel, smashing down with a terrifying sonic boom. Bang! 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 Dazzling thunder filled every corner of the surroundings. With the support of Thor's terrifying power, the hammer in his hand fell like a meteorite. The thick air was expelled like water, forming a vacuum area. Odin has indeed given birth to a good son. A strong sense of fear flashed through Luffy's eyes. At the age of 3000, he had already surpassed the former Odin. If he were to ascend to the position of Divine King in the future, Jotunheim would really be finished. Eliminate the roots. He absolutely could not let Thor live. Who dash? Luffy exhaled a cold breath of white air and condensed a crystal-clear dark blue two-handed axe in his hands. Then, he held the axe and slashed out diagonally. Boom! The Thunder God hammer and the Ice Giant axe collided. For a time, two completely different forces violently collided. However, no matter how Thor used all his strength, the power of thunder was still no match for the extremely cold ice magic of Luffy. Kaka. The Thunder God hammer gradually froze, and there was a trend of further spreading. Moreover, the cold air that pervaded the surroundings made Thor feel as if he was about to be frozen. Ah! Luffy, who was as big as a small mountain, had blue veins bulging on his arms. The giant axe sent Thor and his hammer flying. Good chance. Loki's eyes lit up. He aimed at the gap between Luffy's attacks and planned to use the Gungnir to launch a sneak attack. But Luffy was obviously not naive. He had already suffered a loss once, how could he not be prepared for Loki's small movements? The corners of Luffy's lips curled up into a sneer. He condensed a dark blue ice spear with one hand and threw it at Loki. Boom. The moment the dark blue ice spear left his hand, it suddenly shot out at a terrifying speed, dragging along a wave of air that was visible to the naked eye, making a loud, ear-piercing noise. 100 meters away, it was as if it was close. Relying on the terrifying wrist strength of the giant, the speed of the ice spear thrown with all his strength was so fast that Loki had no time to react at all. If it was Thor, even if he had no time to dodge, he would not stand there foolishly. Instead, he would choose to use the Thunder God hammer to block this fatal blow. However, Loki's physical fitness was not as good as Thor's. His reaction and combat experience were also not as good as Thor's. Therefore, when he suddenly faced such a fast attack, he was scared silly. He stood in place like a puppet. I'm dead. Loki's face was pale. In an instant, many images appeared in his mind, just like the lantern before death. However, just as Loki was about to lose his life and be nailed to death by a spear, a pair of large hands suddenly appeared and pushed him to the side. A tall and sturdy figure blocked in front of him. His golden hair and red cape fluttered in the wind, deeply entering Loki's eyes. It was Thor. He pushed Loki away from where he was, but he did not have the time to defend himself. The next moment, the dark blue ice spear pierced through Thor, bringing with it a large amount of bright red blood. Boom! The huge impact dragged him back at a speed close to the sound barrier. Blood sprayed all the way, dyeing half of the rainbow bridge red. In the end, the ice spear nailed Thor to the golden dome outside the rainbow bridge. Thor. Loki's heart was half cold. His pupils trembled slightly as he looked at Thor in a daze. Why, do you want to save me? At that moment, he had thought about many things, including repentance, unwillingness, and resentment toward everyone. But he had never thought. Thor actually ignored his own safety and rushed over to push him away. After that, he chose to take this fatal shot himself. Ha 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 ha. Laufey obviously did not expect that the attack that should have been aimed at Loki would actually pierce through Thor. She said in surprise, I didn't expect that the Prince of Asgard would be so stupid to actually choose to save a frost giant. Ah! Loki let out a hysterical roar. His eyes were filled with despair and regret. Tears almost filled his eyes and he could not stop flowing down. It was him who had caused the death of Thor. It was him who had led the wolf into the house and brought Laufey. It was him who was so angry that his father, Odin, fell asleep in advance. All of this. It was all because of his jealousy and desire for power. Loki roared in despair, a sense of despair and regret that he had never felt before. It was like countless large hands were pulling him into the bottomless abyss. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that the greatest obstacle to perishing Asgard had been cut off, Laufey felt the pent-up anger in his chest dissipate. He couldn't help but laugh towards the sky. I won. I finally won. Laufey laughed loudly and walked towards Loki. He wanted to take back the ice box and then freeze the entire Asgard to become the new God King. Swish. Lod suddenly appeared, his expression mixed with a trace of helplessness. He said to the dazed Loki, Thor is not dead yet. Go and save him. Leave Laufey to me to deal with. In fact, his spiritual power had not fully recovered yet, but there was an old man who could not sit still and insisted that he make a move quickly. Otherwise, the promise of the treasury would not be valid. There was no way. Who asked him to covet his treasury? The rest time is over. Lod stood horizontally in front of Sword, his eyes indifferent. He said, Next, I will be your opponent. Chapter 178. Just in time. Lod chuckled and said, I can take this opportunity to test if my basic skills have fallen or not. Death God had 4 basic skills: Cut, White, Run, Spirit. Cut, Zanjutsu. White, Hakuta. Run, Ho-Ho. Spirit, Kido. Although Lod rarely used swordsmanship on weekdays, this did not mean that his swordsmanship cultivation was very bad. On the contrary, his swordsmanship had been improving. There is something called talent. Although Lod has ordinary talent, his swordsmanship talent is extremely strong. Even if he just cultivates casually, it will exceed the efforts of ordinary people for decades. Just as no one has ever seen Aizen practice swordsmanship, his Zanjutsu cultivation is ranked among the top in Division 13, and is in existence second only to Anohana and Yamamoto Genryosai Old Man. This was talent. Bang! Lod disappeared in an instant and appeared on top of Lo Fei's head. He raised his sword and slashed down. Hulala! The majestic sword pressure rubbed against the air and burst out with a shocking loud noise. The momentum was so great and terrifying that it seemed as if it could split mountains and cut rivers. Lo Fei held the ice axe above his head with both hands and forcibly withstood the sword strike. Clang! The power contained in the sword was enough to shock Lo Fei, and his entire body was almost pressed to the ground. Please be serious, or you will die. Although Lod was smiling, there was a faint killing intent in his blue eyes, which made Lo Fei feel cold and cold. But in the next second, Lo Fei felt humiliated and immediately said angrily, "Arrogant human, you want to kill me by boasting shamelessly? Let me show you the real ice magic." Boom 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 boom. In an instant, the two exchanged hundreds of blows. Whether it was the king of the frost giants, Lo Fei, or the mysterious Midgardian, these two people were like monsters fighting. The violent air currents that were wantonly released crushed everything around them. The huge ice axe blade collided with the slender sword blade, bursting forth with a dazzling fiery light like fireworks. Accompanied by the crisp and ear-piercing sound of metal striking each other, the roaring air waves were like an impassioned war drum, striking on the hearts of everyone. As the terrifying power surged, the visible air waves spread. The entire rainbow bridge creaked, and along with the hissing air, it let out a lament that could not bear the burden. Under the intense battle between the two people, the indestructible rainbow bridge showed an unbearable situation. Streaks of crisscrossed cracks continued to increase in the strikes of Sword's axe. Loki had no doubt that if he were to get involved in this battle, he would probably be torn into pieces in an instant. He had not expected that the hidden strength of this king of the frost giants, Lo Fei, was actually so terrifying. Even Lod, who was strong enough to rival the destroyer, seemed to pale in comparison in front of him. He was suppressed in all aspects by Lo Fei, and even had a trace of a sorry figure. In fact, Loki did not know that the reason why Lod was at a disadvantage was firstly to test Lo Fei's strength, and secondly to wait for spiritual power to recover. Using a suitable battle to consume spiritual energy could actually speed up the recovery of spiritual energy. This was the experience of the 4th Division, Anohanaretsu. Relying on his huge body, Lo Fei fully displayed the talent of the giant race and swung down a heavy axe. The ice axe fell with ear-piercing sonic booms, and Lod blocked it with one hand. Clang! The huge force directly poured on Lod, pressing his feet into the rainbow bridge. Spiritual power, finally recovered. Lod showed a smile on his face. Thanks to the talent of Quincy and the high concentration of Rishi of Asgard, Lod's spiritual power, which was exhausted after the battle with the destroyer, finally recovered completely. After being suppressed by Lo Fei for so long, he was already full of anger, and now he could finally go all out. However, before the official fight began, he still needed to solve a problem. Absolute spirit energy space opened. In an environment with high concentration of spirit particles in Asgard, Lod could allow his absolute spirit energy space to expand to 1,000 meters with himself as the center, and the degree of isolation was 100 times that of Earth. Yes, 100 times. The higher the concentration of spiritual droplets in the environment, the easier it would be. In this space filled with absolute spiritual droplets, even God King Odin and Sorcerer Supreme would not be able to spy on the situation in the absolute space unless they used their trump cards. When Under the control of Lod, the invisible Rishi built a huge isolation domain. And Loki, who was outside the domain, saw a strange scene. Lod and Laufey, who were still fighting, suddenly seemed to disappear, and even their aura was completely gone. This feeling. Is it some kind of magic? Within the domain, Laufey frowned slightly. He vaguely sensed that something was wrong, but he could not tell what exactly was wrong. Are you ready? Lod waved sword to shake off the ice axe and said, "Welcome to your death, the king of the frost giants." A hint of a sneer flashed across Laufey's face. "Arrogant Midgardian, I will let you experience what it feels like to be frozen into an ice sculpture." Who? Laufey exhaled lightly, turning into an extreme cold wind that enveloped Lod within. Blood for blood, teeth for teeth. This king of frost giants was obviously very vengeful. Since Lod had frozen his people to death with the power of ice, he also wanted Lod to personally experience the feeling of being frozen to death by ice. Soon. In the state where Lod was standing, the extremely cold magic mixed in the cold wind froze him into a lifelike ice sculpture. "It's over, Midgardian." A hint of ridicule flashed through Laufey's eyes. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. You shouldn't be so arrogant." Just as Laufey was about to leave, she heard a whisper in her ear. "Bankai. K. Gonri. Reiki. Golden Lightning Palace." The heavy spiritual power shrouded the vicinity in a split second, and without a doubt, this frost giant king showed a deep horror on his face. In this special battlefield, the people in the outside world could not see it, nor could they feel the slightest aura inside it, completely achieving the effect of isolation, so he could display it to his heart's content. Rumble. The golden lightning streaked across the horizon, giving off a world-shaking roar. Gradually, more and more lightning gathered in the sky. It was so dense that it was like a surging river. The rumbling thunder resounded through the entire cloud layer. An indescribable pressure fell on the body of the frost giant king, Laufey. The majestic spiritual power that wantonly released the golden lightning that filled the sky condensed into a gorgeous noble canopy in the sky. The lightning at the edge of the thunder curtain hung down like pearls, protecting Lod like a king. The golden lightning cover looked extremely luxurious, but it was also filled with an aura of destruction. The layer of ice that had frozen Lod also melted away under the heat of the lightning. Disappear along with the thunder. Lod's eyes were filled with an indescribable coldness. His right hand held a golden lightning as he swung it down. Chapter 179. Disappear along with the thunder. Lod's eyes were dyed with pure gold. He held a golden lightning in one hand and connected it with the golden lightning cover. Rumble. A rumbling sound resounded through the sky. The golden lightning emitted a strong aura of destruction and condensed into a ferocious and terrifying giant beast. Its fierce and ruthless eyes stared at Laufey. "What magic is this?" Laufey stared at the ferocious beast with his mouth agape. His heart seemed to have been struck by lightning as it twitched. A sense of fear and terror wildly spread to his limbs and bones. "Goodbye, Laufey." Lod's eyes were indifferent as he waved his right hand. Roar. The golden lightning beast leaped up and let out an earth-shaking roar. With a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, it tore through the sky and fell down in a thousandth of a second. Boom boom boom. The earth-shattering lightning beast dyed everything it saw into a dazzling golden color. It was like a stormy sea that set off a stormy sea, drowning everything within 1,000 meters in a destructive storm. The wind and thunder intertwined together, setting off a surging and explosive gale, erupting with an immeasurable destructive force. Under the bombardment of this force, the rainbow bridge let out a lament that could not bear the burden. Huge cracks that could be seen with the naked eye continuously spread out from the center of the explosion. The terrifying thunderstorm that could destroy the heavens and the earth lasted for several minutes before it gradually subsided and dispersed. The center of the explosion was filled with a blazing high temperature, as well as some residual lightning. The white smoke evaporated and rose, and a figure could be vaguely seen. Lod raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "I didn't expect that you would still be alive after taking this attack head-on." Cough cough. Lo Fei stared at Lod with resentment. He couldn't stop coughing out blood. There were also irregular pieces of internal organs mixed in with broken ice scattered around. Although he was still alive, the current situation was very bad. In order to resist the magic power of thunder, his body had been severely shrunk and he was only the size of a normal person. Not only that, but the high temperature left by the thunder. The surface of Lo Fei's body was covered with cracks, and wisps of white smoke rose up. The ice-blue skin turned black as if it was burned, and it gave off an unpleasant smell of cooked meat. It was easy to imagine how terrifying of an attack had Lo Fei endured at the center of the thunderstorm. If he wasn't proficient in ice magic and had created the ice curtain to protect himself when the thunder beast landed, he would have been burned to ashes by now. "You lost." Lod's face was slightly pale. 2 consecutive bankais in a day, even he could not bear it. "I lost." Lo Fei's eyes were full of resentment, staring at Lod, as if to imprint the person who destroyed his plan deep in his heart. If not for him, Asgard was already destroyed, and he would become the new God King. Clang. A sharp sword blade was placed on Lo Fei's neck. A murderous intent condensed in Lod's eyes as he said, "The king of the frost giants will die in Asgard today. No one can save you." He. A hint of ridicule flashed through Lafayette's eyes, as if she was mocking Lod for overestimating himself. "You can't kill me, Midgardian." Lod sneered. Just as he was about to kill Lo Fei, he was interrupted by an old voice. "Wait a minute." Lod looked up and his eyes fell on the figure that was getting closer and closer. His expression changed slightly and he frowned. The old figure wearing the golden armor was the god King Odin, who had just woken up. The moment Odin appeared, the entire world of Asgard seemed to be cheering. As for the stars hanging above the Milky Way, they blossomed with incomparable brilliance as Odin advanced. They sprinkled like mercury on the rainbow bridge, forming a beautiful corridor of stars. Odin seemed to be walking casually, but in a few breaths, he crossed 1,000 meters and appeared directly in front of Lod. "May I ask, what advice does the Divine King have?" Lod vaguely felt that something was wrong. Odin was neither early nor late, but he had to wait until Lo Fei was killed before coming. Was there something fishy? A gentle smile appeared on Odin's wrinkled face. "Child, I have an inappropriate request. I wonder if you can spare his life." "As expected." "Is the Divine King joking with me?" The temperature in Lod's eyes suddenly dropped and contained a trace of coldness. He said, "Lo Fei is the culprit who invaded Asgard and almost killed your son. Now you want me to let him go?" "That's right." Odin had a complicated expression on his face. His gaze fell on Lo Fei, and then he sighed faintly. "He is the king of the frost giants after all. If he dies here today, and the other 7 realms know about it, they will inevitably develop a grudge against Asgard, and it will be difficult to obtain a balance. I'm afraid there will be more waves." The Divine King's worry was not unreasonable. As the king of the frost giants, Lo Fei could die anywhere, but he couldn't die in Asgard. Especially at this moment, the Ragnarok was about to arrive, and he, the God King, was at a critical juncture when he was getting weaker by the day. The death of the frost giant king in Asgard could easily cause the other races to worry and break the balance that he had painstakingly maintained. As if he had already expected this, Lo Fei sneered, "Look, did I say it? I can't die, you can't kill me. What if I have to kill him?" Lod narrowed his eyes and looked at Odin's expression. The blade of Zanpakuto in his hand was pressed against Lo Fei's neck. "Release Lo Fei?" What kind of international joke was this? Although Lo Fei's current strength was not that great, 10,000 years ago, he was at least a strong cultivator of Big Boss. Killing him would earn him a superior soul. He had never seen a superior soul before. From the items available in special stores, he could tell how precious it was. How could he let go of this duck just because of one sentence from Odin? As for the balance of the 9 worlds and the chaos of Asgard, these were none of his business. Must I kill him? Seeing that Lod seemed unwilling to back down, Odin frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "What if I insist on protecting Laufey? What if I insist on killing him?" There was a gentle smile on Lod's face. It seemed like he was discussing something, but in reality, there was a hint of determination mixed in. Laufey's eyelids twitched. He could see that Lod really wanted to kill him. He was suddenly a little uncertain. He hurriedly looked at Odin with a hint of panic. Odin hesitated for a moment. His gaze moved back and forth between Laufey and Lod, as if he was weighing the weight of the two. Who was the honest and upright one who tilted the balance in his heart? Choosing Laufey or Lod? Chapter 180. After a long time, Odin remained silent. These two matters were very important in his heart: to maintain the balance of the 9 worlds and to rope Lod in. They were also related to the future Thor and Asgard. He was hesitant about who to choose. "Have you thought it through, Divine King?" Lod put sword on Laufey's neck and said calmly. If Odin was determined to protect Laufey, he could only watch as the duck in his hand flew away. Odin still remained silent, but his eyes moved up slightly and landed on Loki, flashing with an unknown color. A moment later, Loki, who was far away, had a cold look in his eyes and a cold smile on his face. He held the eternal spear and shot out a blazing light that pierced through Laufey's chest. All of this happened too suddenly. No one had expected that Loki would suddenly launch a sneak attack. Lod turned around in surprise. He had not expected that Loki would actually help him in the end. Odin sighed softly, and an imperceptible sadness flashed across his face. "Loki." Laufey touched the wound on his chest and revealed an expression of disbelief. He had never thought that the person who had ended his life was the child he had abandoned many years ago. Soon after, Laufey seemed to have thought of something. He raised his head and met Odin's gaze. His face revealed a look of understanding. "So, you were waiting for him." In fact, Odin had already noticed Loki's small movements. However, he could not speak clearly, so he handed over the power to decide Laufey's fate to Loki, who was also from the Ice Frost Giant clan. The king of the Frost Giant clan, Laufey, had died in the hands of his son, Loki. This way, he could avoid the balance of the 9 worlds being broken, and also avoid offending Lod. This was the only way that Odin could think of. It was a win-win situation. Only in this way, Loki would bear the crime of usurping the throne and murdering his father and be exiled by Asgard. Odin closed his eyes. This god king who was always strong now felt deeply tired and guilty. He could only sigh in a low voice and say, "Now, you can do it. God king, good plan." Lod looked at Odin deeply and saw through the means of this god king. He could not help but feel a trace of respect in his heart. Then, Lod swung sword across Laufey's neck. Chi! The sharp sword flashed by, and then Laufey stared at him with a pair of hateful eyes, and his head fell to the ground. The first generation of the King of Frost Giant had fallen in Asgard today. Ding! Acquired, high-grade soul *1. As he expected, Laufey was once big boss. Even though his strength had declined, his value would not change. He was still worth a high-grade soul. This was a high-grade soul. Lod's heart was burning. Since he came to Marvel World, this was the first time he had seen a superior soul. "Now, are you satisfied?" Odin sighed and looked at Lod with a complicated expression. "Of course I am satisfied." Lod smiled and said, "I will remember the kindness of the Divine King. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. There is no need to say more." A deep exhaustion appeared on Odin's face. It seemed that he was unwilling to say more about this matter. He waved his hand and said, "Since the matter is over, it is time for me to fulfill my promise. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Lod had actually considered the issue of the reward for a long time. There are countless artifacts in Odin's hoard, such as the Sorcerer's Eye, Tuning Fork, Infinity Gauntlet, Eternal Fire, Monument of Life and Time, Ether Particles, and more. Although there were many divine artifacts in the treasury, there were very few that were worthy of being selected. Although the Eternal Fire was powerful, it was only useful to the flame giant Surtr. Moreover, the effect of reviving dead soul was not very useful to him at the moment, so there was no need to ask for it now. It was hard to tell whether the Infinity Gauntlet were real or fake. Moreover, even if he got it, it was just a decoration without gems, so it was not within the scope of choice. The Eye of the Wizard and the Sound Fork were not very useful, so he decisively gave up. The only things that could be chosen were the Monument of Life and Time, Ether Particles. The Monument of Life and Time came from Atlantis. According to the method shown by the inscription, any creature could evolve to a higher state, possessing extraordinary intelligence and strength. The value of this thing ranked second in Lod's heart. The divine artifact ranked first was the Ether Particles. The Ether Particles were also known as Reality Stone. They did not have a fixed form. Under normal circumstances, they were erratic liquid and could be converted into dark red translucent solid. It was one of the 6 great infinity stones. It could turn a person's thoughts into reality without exaggeration. It could be the strongest of the 6 infinity stones. Any physical law was meaningless in front of it. In the plot of Thor 2, the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, wanted to use it to return the universe to darkness and occupy it for himself. The importance of this stone far surpassed the other 5 stones in Lod's heart. The only key problem was, if he rashly asked for ether particles, would Odin agree? However, he did not have much expectations. In any case, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. If Odin did not agree, then he would choose the Monument of Life and Time. When the second plot of the Thor began, he would then planning on getting the ether particles. "Have you thought it through?" Odin urged again. "I've thought it through." Lod took a deep breath and said with a smile, "I want ether particles. I wonder if the Divine King is willing to give them to me." Odin was silent for a moment, his gaze carrying a trace of scrutiny. "Are you sure you want ether particles?" "Yes." Lod said firmly, "I want ether particles." Odin asked meaningfully, "Then do you know the true form of the ether particles themselves?" "Infinity Stone." Lod said indifferently, "Ether particles are one of the 6 infinity stones, the Reality Stone." Odin frowned slightly. "Since you know, then you should understand that the infinity stones only bring about destruction and disaster. Why do you still want to obtain them? Asgard once had 2 great infinity stones, space and reality. However, not only did Odin not use them, he instead threw the space stone on Earth. The reality stone were sealed in hollow space. Did he not understand the power of the infinity stone? No. Odin knew very well how powerful the infinity stone was, but he was more afraid of the disaster brought about by them. "I know." Lod disagreed. He stared at Odin with a burning gaze and said, "Since I dare to ask the Divine King for ether, I naturally won't be afraid of disaster. The key question is the Divine King himself willing to give up his treasure?" He. Odin laughed and said, "Since I have promised you, I will naturally not break my promise." Whether it was the Reality Stone or the Space Stone, it was not very useful to Asgard. Now it could only be considered a hot potato. Since someone was willing to take it, he was happy to hand it over. What's more, in Odin's eyes, although an ether particle was precious, it was not as precious as this young man. Chapter 181. So simple? Lod looked at Odin with a slight difference. It seemed that he still found it hard to believe that the ether particles he dreamed of had been so easily obtained. Those were infinity stones. Each infinity stones represented supreme power, a divine artifact that could cause bloodshed in the entire universe. Could this old fellow be plotting something again? After seeing Odin's scheming, Lod became even more vigilant towards this old fellow, afraid that he would be tricked by Odin if he wasn't careful. Odin's mind was extremely shrewd. He saw through Lod's thoughts with a single glance and said indifferently, although the Infinity Stone is a divine artifact, it is accompanied by disaster and destruction. In the hands of Asgard, it is just a hot potato. Rather than hiding it, it is better to make friends. Two birds with one stone. These words were not a lie. Asgard was still at his prime. Bor, Odin, and Hela, the three great big boss experts, were in charge. They had the three legions of Asgard, Dead Soul, and Valkyrie under their command. Wherever the sword pointed, all the races of the 9 worlds would retreat. They were much more powerful than Thanos' legion. But even so, at that time, Asgard did not choose to collect Infinity Stones. Now that Asgard was on the verge of decline, how could he still occupy 2 gems? So that's how it is. Lod cupped his hands and bowed. He smiled and said, "Then I will accept this kindness and thank the Divine King in advance. There is no need to thank me." Odin waved his hand and said, "This is the reward you won. It would be better to say that I borrowed your hand and sent out a trouble. The Divine King is joking." Lod chuckled. He was afraid that Odin would change his mind when the night was long, so he said bluntly, "May I ask the Divine King, when can you give me ether particles?" My father, Bor, sealed the ether particles in Hollow's spatial crack. Odin's voice carried a hint of exhaustion. "Currently, my main body is still asleep, so I can only ask you to stay in Asgard for a few days. I will hand it over to you after I completely recover, is that okay?" Only then did Lod notice that Odin's body had become somewhat illusory. It was clear that this time, Odin was still an incarnation. His main body was still sleeping in the temple. Lod nodded. "It doesn't matter. The Divine King's body is more important. There is no need to rush the ether particles. The concentration of Asgard Rishi was so high that it could also be pulled into Soul Society, so why would he be happy? Allow me to deal with the private matter first." After saying that, Odin took a step forward and came to Loki. The father and son looked at each other. One side's eyes were mixed with deep guilt, while the other side's eyes revealed a hint of ridicule. Odin's old face was full of guilt. His lips trembled slightly, and he said hesitantly, "You have been a smart child since you were a child. So you should understand what you have to face, right?" "I know." The mockery in Loki's eyes became even more intense. He said, "Usurping the throne and murdering his father, killing his brother and slaughtering his clan, stripping him of his position as a prince, removing his identity as an Asgardian and permanently banishing him, right?" Odin had a complicated expression and sighed, "Loki, I've let you down." "You didn't let me down." Loki took a deep breath and regained his calm. He said coldly, "You are the god king of Asgard, and Thor is the prince of Asta. I am just an adopted abandoned child. It is already your blessing that I am alive. You have not let me down." The relationship between father and son was just his wishful thinking. Now, he needed to repay the kindness that Odin had shown him when he adopted him. And the conditions to repay him. It was him, a treacherous person, who shouldered all the blame and protected Asgard in another way, maintaining the fragile balance of the 9 worlds. This was the Divine King. Loki finally understood what kind of price he had to pay if he wanted to sit on that golden throne. How ironic. The position of the God King that he had dreamed of in the past, now he would rather give it up. 7 days later. In the waiting of the many races in the 9 worlds, Asgard judged Loki. Loki seized the opportunity when the God King was asleep to usurp the throne, attempting to kill his father and brother, and cruelly killing the king of the frost giants, Laufey, starting a war in the Nine Worlds, destroying the hard to come by peace. In the name of the God King of the Nine Worlds, Odin deprived Loki of the position of the second prince of Asgard, removed the identity of an Asgard citizen, and banished him forever. Facing Odin's nearly cold judgment, Loki neither opened his mouth to argue nor did he overreact. He remained expressionless all the time, staring at the God King who was high above. The only thing that made Loki's expression change was the gentle Empress Frigga. After begging for mercy a few more times, Frigga could only tearfully send Loki off, watching him ride a spaceship into the starry sky and gradually get away from Asgard. See you next time, reindeer. In a room in the temple, Lod looked at Loki who was getting further and further away, and a mysterious smile suddenly appeared on his face. If nothing unexpected happened, they would meet again on Earth soon. This incident allowed him to fully experience how terrifying the binding force of the Marvel world was. In the plot of Thunder God, Loki should have ended up falling into the Milky Way and disappearing, but after a series of magic changes, he had become an exiled universe. Although there were some differences in the process, the final outcome was the same. This feeling was as if there was some kind of power controlling the progress of the storyline, allowing the world line that deviated from its original route to return to the right track. Lod was thinking. If he forcefully destroyed this world line, what would happen then? This feeling of being forcefully controlled made him feel very uncomfortable. Because if there is really a power that can control and make the world line, does that mean that he himself is also being affected by a certain power? It can't be said. Lod vaguely sensed that if he said something, what would be waiting for him would be. It's getting more and more interesting. Lod rubbed his sore temples and sighed in his heart. The water in this world is a little deep. Just as Lod was thinking, God King Odin came to his room. I'm here to fulfill my promise. Odin raised his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Threads of red fluid suddenly gathered at his fingertips and solidified into a dark red gem. This was ether particles. Lod's breathing slowed slightly, and his eyes were burning. The ether particles are yours. There was no trace of reluctance in Odin's eyes. He handed the dark red gem to Lod and said lightly, I hope you won't be swallowed by the darkness. Otherwise, I will take it back with my own hands. Thank you, God King. Lod cupped his hands and bowed. Then, he took the dark red gem from Odin's hand. Without even looking at it, he threw it into Soul Society. Chapter 182. The Power of Hell. Odin stroked his white beard and looked at Lod meaningfully. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I first saw you. Although it had only been a moment since he opened the Danga, he could not hide it from Odin. He sensed a unique aura of hell. However, he did not intend to hide it. Anyway, Soul Society would be exposed sooner or later. Now, it was just a little early. Sorry to let the Divine King see this. Lod smiled slightly. It was just a coincidence. It is not as good as the hell under the control of the Divine King. It is just a place to live. The so-called Nether Sea was actually just a form of address to the outside world. Its true form of address should actually be one of the fragments of the Nether Hell. It was just that Odin had used some method to connect this fragment to the world tree, and then it became the current Nether Sea realm. Later on, in the process of conquering the Nine Worlds, Odin conferred the eldest daughter, Hela, as the goddess of death, and handed over the authority of the Nether Sea realm to her. Odin's actions caused Hela's strength to instantly soar, and she directly came to Big Boss, cooperating with the Undying Dead Soul Legion under her command to help Odin successfully unify the Nine Worlds. This was also why in the movies, Thor and the famous Valkyrie Legion of the Valkyrie could not do anything to Hel, because she was the master of the underworld. Only god kings with Odin's power were qualified to defeat the master of the underworld. The power of hell is not so easy to control. Also, remember to be careful of Mephisto, do not be fooled by him. Odin warned in a deep voice. When he said this, Lod noticed that there was an awkward look in Odin's eye. It seemed to be a past that could not be recalled. Lod looked a little strange. Looking at Odin gnashing his teeth, could it be that he had been deceived by Mephisto before? Not to mention, with Mephisto's cunning character, maybe he could really deceive Odin. Have you interacted with Mephisto? Lod pondered for a moment and decided to ask about it in advance. The main reason was that as one of the lords of hell, he would definitely deal with Mephisto in the future, so he planned to get some information from Odin in advance so that he would not be fooled by Mephisto in the future. I guess so. Odin's expression was a little unnatural. He seemed to have thought of something, and anger immediately emerged in his eyes. He gnashed his teeth and said, "If you have the chance to meet him in the future, remember to teach that bastard a lesson for me. After the matter is done, you can choose any item in my treasury." Good boy. How big of a grudge is this? He even took out the treasury. Lod was speechless in his heart. What exactly did Mephisto do to make the old Odin so angry? I am indebted to the God King for thinking so highly of me. It's just that Mephisto is one of the demon kings closest to the title of Satan. With just this little bit of ability of mine, I'm afraid I can only disappoint the God King. Lod shook his head and spread out his hands to show that he was powerless. Although the treasure vault was good, he had to be alive to take it. If he really met Mephisto, it would be too late for him to run away, let alone teach him a lesson. Odin pondered for a moment, and it seemed to make sense. After fixing his eyes on Lod for a moment, he said, "I was careless. How about this? Give me your hand and I'll give you something." Lod raised his eyebrows and stretched out his palm. Odin stretched out a finger, shining with a dense brilliance like gold, and drew a golden symbol on Lod's palm. In Norse mythology, this symbol meant horse, transmission, and harmony. Lod looked at the golden symbol in his palm and asked doubtfully, "Divine King, what is this?" "This is the rune language." Odin stroked his white beard and said indifferently, "If you meet Mephisto in the future, you only need to activate this rune and I will know the situation. Then, I will use the rune to guide you down to Midgard." Lod looked at the golden rune and was a little curious. "Since the God King has a grudge with Mephisto, why don't you go find him yourself?" "Humph." Odin laughed coldly, "I wanted to look for him, but would Mephisto dare to appear in front of me?" Hearing this, Lod could not help but frown, feeling that Odin was bragging. If he remembered correctly, Mephisto should be at the single universe level. Would he need to fear Odin? "You are wondering why he is afraid of me, right?" Odin saw through Lod's thoughts and chuckled. "Indeed, Mephisto does not need to be afraid of me. However, do not forget that he is one of the infernal kings. With the limitations of Midgard, he cannot display much of his strength." "I see." Only then did Lod understand the reason behind it. Mephisto's original body was indeed not afraid of Odin, but when he was far away from the earth in the hell dimension, naturally, he would not be a match for the God King Odin. Now, Odin was living one day less than the other. He was completely a good person who would not do anything even if he did not do anything. It could be imagined that the relationship between these two people was not small. This thing, it was good. Although the target of use was strictly limited, it at least gave Lod confidence. In the future, if he really met Mephisto, he could summon Odin to attack. With Odin's strength, it was more than enough to destroy Mephisto's avatar. Even if one looked at the entire universe's big boss experts, God King Odin and Sorcerer Supreme, these two were considered top experts that were as rare as phoenix feathers and Kylan horns. False father, Thanos, Thor. The real father, Ancient One, Odin. Comparing each other's performance, one could clearly see how big the gap was. With Thanos' performance in the movie, if he really met Sorcerer Supreme and Odin, he would probably be beaten into a vegetable. Lod carefully withdrew his palm and then shamelessly asked, I wonder if the God King's promise of the treasury is still valid. Although he had obtained a treasure for Mephisto, he still had to get the wool. Odin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that Lod would still be thinking about his treasury after taking a rune for nothing. Don't worry. Odin smiled and said, the God King's promise will never change. If you meet Mephisto and summon me, the treasury will still allow you to choose one thing. How about it? The God King is generous. Lod's expression was solemn as he sincerely cupped his hands and thanked the God King. I will remember this favor. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay Asgard. That's good. Odin stroked his beard with a smile, an unknown expression flashing in his eyes. He said meaningfully, perhaps one day, the people Asgard will need your protection. Chapter 183. The Divine King chatted for a while and then left in a hurry. Looking at the figure of Odin, who was in a hurry with a bit of a sorry figure, it was likely that he was afraid that if he said a few more words, the treasure house would be emptied. Lod looked at the bulging purse, and his face showed a trace of wanting to continue. As expected of Asgard. However, the amount of wool he had gained from this trip was much more than what he had gained in Los Angeles, where he had risked his life to fight with the angels and demons. Lod clicked on it and was shocked to find that he had suddenly become rich from this trip. First of all, the 120 medium-sized souls that the frost giants had contributed were enough for him to support the 2 metal-swallowing beasts for a period of time, except for the 10 exciting draws. Next was the Golden Lightning Palace. Both its destructive power or gorgeous level, it surpassed the Daiguren Hyaran Meru. It also had the ability of wind from heaven. It could be said to be a powerful weapon to show off in the future. Then there was the unlucky king of frost giants, Laufey, the only superior soul he had contributed. He could wait for the special store to open and see if there was a chance to farm a valuable item. In the past few refresh times of the special store, there would basically be items worth superior souls every time, and each item could be said to be worth it. In addition to the items given by the system above, the biggest harvest this time was the ether particles. It was one of Marvel World's 6 Infinity Stones, the Reality Stone. This stone could be said to be the most difficult power to control among the 6 great source stones. It could even be said to be the most dangerous gem. Compared to the other 5 source stones, the use of the Reality Stone had to be accompanied by a considerable risk. Moreover, if one was not careful, they would be attacked by the powerful power contained in the stone. However, if the wielder could completely grasp the full power of the Reality Stone, then all the dreams in his heart could be turned into reality. It was so small that he could change the law of physics and chemistry at will, so big that he could directly create the rules, and even erase the existence of any living creature. He could do it lightly and precisely. What you think is right and what is right is right. What you think is wrong and what is wrong is wrong. This is the ability of the Reality Stone. Described in simple and crude words. That is, changing reality. Of course. This did not mean that there was no limit to the power of Reality Stone. For example, if you wanted to become the Life Court, the 5 supreme gods, or something like this, Reality Stone would not be able to do it. And there was a very serious problem. That is, unless you gather all the other unlimited source stones, if you want to simply use the Reality Stone, you must possess the strength of Big Boss and can suppress the backlash of the Reality Stone. Otherwise, the user will only be confused by the powerful power of the Reality Stone and sink into his endless desire. In the end, he will be killed by his own wish that has expanded to its limit and become nourishment for this stone. From the description alone, such a dangerous Reality Stone seemed to be not suitable to be the first stone to be obtained. After all, the requirements to use it were harsh, and it was accompanied by huge risks. It was not like the Space Stone had almost no side effects, and its ability was more simple and crude. It was not as direct as the Time Stone and Power Stone. But among the 6 infinite stones, it was what Lod wanted the most. The reason why he wanted the Reality Stone the most was actually related to a conjecture he had earlier. This was a conjecture about Gyaku. When it came to Gyaku, it had to be explained. The entire Bleach series could be said to be revolving around it, and it could be said to be one of the most important props in the entire chapter. In Death God's original worldview, Death God and Hollow were 2 opposing existences, and there was a clear boundary between the 2. But this boundary was broken by a substance called Gyaku. When the boundary is broken, whether it is Death God or Hollow, they can obtain powerful strength and evolve to a higher dimension. But Gyaku's real ability is not simple. From Aizen description, it can be inferred that Gyaku's real strength is the desire of the person who occupies it to become reality and guide a force in the direction he expects. The existence of Gyaku is the power to destroy the 2 eternal horizon between God and people. Just as Aizen used Gyaku to create Arankar, and Wanderweiss used it to specially seal head captain Ryujin Jaka, all the results came from Aizen's wish. And like the incomplete Gyaku created by Kisukura Hara, as he expected, broke the boundary between Death God and Hollow. In addition to these mysterious and confusing abilities, which made people dizzy, the most direct manifestation of Gyaku is to protect the body of the host, and when the host's ability reaches the limit or the life is in danger, the host can evolve to a higher dimension. But Gyaku had a limit. Evolution was only to guide one's potential. It was not an infinite evolution in the real sense. Moreover, the most important thing was that Gyaku had the self-will. Once the master's heart wavered or his strength was insufficient to control it, Gyaku would mercilessly abandon the host. This is from the original work. After Aizen saw Mujutsu and was sealed by Kisukura Hara because of his wavering heart, he could see a spot. So, Lod had a sudden idea and had an idea. Gyaku was absorbing the hope of the people around him, changing reality through guidance, and the Reality Stone had the terrifying power to directly change reality. The 2 were extremely similar to each other to a certain extent. It was just that Gyaku's strength was not as strong as the Reality Stone, and the Reality Stone was not as flexible as Gyaku. Then the problem came. If he used the Reality Stone as a foundation, and then used the nails of the Soul King, as well as Aizen and Kisukura Hara's technology, then could the Gyaku that was finally created allow him to have power beyond all? But this was just a conjecture. Whether or not Gyaku could fuse with the real-world gem was still too far away from the current him. With Nimu's current technical level, she could still take a look at it normally, but if she were to fuse with Gyaku and the real-world gem, it would be no different than a joke. Even Kuratsuka Mayuri might not be able to make it, let alone Nimu. It was not that Lod felt that Kuratsuka Mayuri was inferior to Kisukura Hara, but it was mainly that the research direction of the 2 of them was different. Kuratsuka Mayuri was obviously more suitable for the creation of creatures and souls. It was obviously bullying to let him make Gyaku. Besides, Lod's eyes moved to the panel and stared at Gyaku, broken fragment 55/10,000. He could not help but sigh in his heart. How long would it take for him to gather Gyaku? Lod seriously suspected that the system placed Gyaku fragments in the card pool to cheat him. To expect to be pulled out from the system, he might as well expect to draw Aizen or Kisukura Hara, so that the 2 of them could make a new one. Chapter 184. Happy times were always very short. After staying in Asgard for half a month, Lod was absorbing the Reishi here almost at every moment, so that the interior of Siriti was filled with rich Reishi. Looking at the wave of income from Asgard, and after visual estimation that it would not grow in a short period of time, Lod proposed the idea of returning to Midgard. After rejecting the invitation of Empress Frigga and god King Odin, and rejecting the invitation of Thor to the banquet, Lod, with full harvest, stepped on the rainbow bridge with satisfaction and left Asgard. In the god king's bedroom, Empress Frigga stood on the balcony with the god King Odin, watching the gorgeous light emitted by the rainbow bridge. "This is not your style." Empress Frigga, who had a noble temperament, turned to look at Odin beside her. She said meaningfully, "Although that child's power is very special, it shouldn't be enough for you to send out the ether, right?" Odin looked back at his wife and said calmly, "Is my performance that obvious?" "No." Frigga smiled gently. "Give the ether to the child as a reward. This is something you've thought of a long time ago, right?" Although Frigga used a questioning sentence, her tone was full of certainty. "Haha. I can't hide it from you." Odin nodded with a smile and directly admitted Frigga's guess. "Why did you do that?" Frigga frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "You should know that ether is the safest place in Asgard." "I don't understand. Why did you do that?" Odin's eyes moved slightly. After a moment of silence, he held Frigga's hand and sighed, "I sent away the ether because of you." "Could it be?" Frigga seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes flashed slightly and she said, "You have seen about my future, and it has something to do with the ether particles, right?" "Yes." Odin looked a little unnatural. As the god king of Asgard, Odin was not as powerful as Sorcerer Supreme, but he was still a little bit nervous. She could observe the future of the parallel universe, wandering on any timeline, but she could barely see a corner of the future of Asgard. Frigga was a little short of breath, her hands tugging at the hem of her gorgeous dress, as if she had expected her ending. A moment later, Frigga gathered her courage and stared at Odin, asking word by word, "Tell me, what did you see?" Odin subconsciously avoided Frigga's gaze. His voice became a little low and hoarse as he said, "I saw your death. It was done by the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith." Although she had already expected it, when it came out from Odin's mouth, Frigga still felt dizzy. She bit her lips and said, "Since you have already seen my ending, why did you send away the ether?" Odin's eyes were deep. He said in a deep voice, "Because someone told me that fate has been broken." Frigga took Odin's hand and whispered, "Do you think we can succeed?" "I don't know." The God King, who had fought his entire life, had an uneasy expression on his face. "But this is my only chance. If I want to break the fate bound to Asgard, I must make a bet." Frigga's eyes lit up slightly, and she said with the same thought, "You mean, that child? Fate has rolled its die." Odin stared at the distant stars, his eyes flashing with a blazing divine light. "The only thing we can do is bet all our bets before the die falls to the ground. As for the direction and ending of the story, leave it to the narrative. What if we fail? At that time, it will be the problem that Thor needs to care about. What does it have to do with us? If you do this, Thor will hate you. I am his father. This is the responsibility that he must take." Odin's tone was very tough, and there was no room for turning back. Frigga sighed. She knew Odin's personality. Once she made a decision, she would never change it. She changed the topic and said, "What about Loki? Don't tell me that you can't keep the child." "Yes, but the price is too high." Odin sighed helplessly. "The other worlds are watching. Let's see how I plan to deal with Loki. Have they become so bold?" Frigga looked at Odin worriedly. "I don't have much time left." Odin sighed. "So I have to reserve some strength to deal with Asgard's future disaster, so I can only sacrifice him for the time being." Right now, Odin's lifespan was about to come to an end, and the strength of Odin that was gradually increasing in his body almost caused this divine king to be unable to bear the heavy burden. If he could not make a move, then he would not make a move. Every time he made a move, there was a great deal of risk. Odin's strength was like a double-edged sword, and the overly powerful strength would only make the aged Odin closer and closer to death. Frigga's eyes were dim. Everyone knew that God King Odin didn't have much time left, so the thoughts of the other worlds began to stir. They were like ravenous wolves with saliva, staring fixedly at the delicious meat of Asgard. At this critical juncture, once Asgard made any radical moves, it was very likely to trigger a great war in the 9 worlds. Odin was unwilling to see the situation, and Sorcerer Supreme was also unwilling to see it. So he had to endure it. It was just that, it was hard on Loki. Boom! A gorgeous rainbow, like a bridge between the stars, crossed the distance of several galaxies and headed in the direction of the Milky Way. When the rainbow bridge was about to reach the Milky Way, Lod inadvertently saw a huge dark red planet inside the rainbow. Moreover, this dark red planet was very close to the rainbow bridge, and it looked like it was going to hit. How close was the distance? Lod could even see the red atmosphere and storm on the surface of the planet with the naked eye. What the hell? In an instant, Lod was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Cold sweat directly poured out from his back. At such a close distance, if he was hit, he would be dead. But when Lod blinked his eyes and looked carefully again, he found that the dark red giant planet was gone, as if the planet was just his illusion. What the hell, in the blink of an eye, where did such a big planet go? Lod's mind was full of black question marks, but he was sure that it was not an illusion. A planet really appeared just now? It suddenly appeared and suddenly disappeared. Lod frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what was wrong. This planet seemed to have never been seen before. Moreover, a dark red planet near the solar system was still so huge. It was impossible for human observation skills to not discover it. The rainbow bridge did not stop because of Lod's thoughts. The light arrived at the solar system at an extremely fast speed and descended on Earth again. Chapter 185. It landed safely. Although Lod had been brooding over the encounter with the dark red planet, it was fortunate that no accidents had happened. But then again, although the rainbow bridge was an interstellar weapon, to some extent, it could barely be considered a vehicle, right? The vehicle being destroyed was terrifying. Lod secretly made up his mind that it was best not to ride a transport in the future, otherwise, half of the people would suddenly disappear one day. This time, riding on the rainbow bridge and meeting the red planet was already exaggerated enough. Who knew what would happen next? Therefore, for the sake of his own safety, Lod decided to walk in the future. This way, nothing could happen again. It's so good to walk. It can reduce the number of lines and also purify the air. It can also train Ho-Ho's level. It can be said to be 3 birds with 1 stone. This wave is definitely not a loss. Lod glanced around and found that the place where the rainbow bridge chose to land was actually in the old bridge city of New Mexico. The base of SHIELD's forward base was not far ahead. Lod could even see the huge gully left by the sword pressure after his battle with the destroyer. One HIELD's agent noticed the abnormality of the sky and drove in his direction. There was a familiar person in the car, Carlson. In the 30-degree weather, Carlson, wearing a black suit and a pair of sunglasses, stretched out from the window and waved to Lod. Looking at the shape of Carlson's mouth, he seemed to be saying, "Mr. Winter Monarch, wait for us. Tisk, a bunch of annoying fellows." A hint of impatience flashed in Lod's eyes. He was not in the mood to tangle with SHIELD and the others. He turned around and released Hell's butterfly from his sleeve. Carlson and the others were a step too late, and they could only watch helplessly as Winter Monarch turned around and stepped into the realm gate, his figure gradually disappearing from their sight. "Chief, he left." A brave agent walked over and asked in a low voice. Because the level of authority was too low, agent only knew that SHIELD was working with an invisible person, and Carlson was the person in charge. He did not know the details. Carlson did not answer his question. Feeling a little unhappy, he turned around and waved his hand. He said expressionlessly, "The mission is over. We can go back now. Just one step away." He was almost able to catch up just now, but unfortunately, he did not have the opportunity to ask about the information about the mysterious Asgarda. This time, he will go back empty-handed, and he will be warned by the director again. Soul Society, Siritii. Just coming out of the gate, Lod saw two figures fighting in the air at an amazing speed. The two completely different spiritual power collided with each other and created a roaring gale that resounded in the sky like thunder. If one looked carefully, one could see that the two sides fighting were the two Ajichas, Gwen and Grimjo. After the last defeat, Gwen painfully decided to compete with Grimjo for the title of the strongest hollow and began a long battle. As a battle maniac, Grimjo naturally would not refuse this request. As long as Gwen spoke, he would agree. Lod didn't choose to stop them. The battles between Ajichas were very common. As long as they didn't devour each other, it would be good. This could promote their evolution. A moment later, Gwen was caught by Grimjo and suffered a blow from Siro, announcing the winner of today, and then it was taken by Grimjo. Gwen lost a shameful record of 102 victories and was crushed by Grimjo from the beginning to the end. No matter how many times it was, there was no exception. "You are too weak, Gwen." Grimjo licked the wound and said arrogantly, "If this goes on, you will soon not be able to keep up with me." Gwen did not refute it, and the scarlet pupils under the mask showed a touch of confusion and anger. In the past, when she fought with Grimjo, she could barely hold on for hundreds of rounds, and then she was found by Grimjo to defeat her with difficulty. Both sides were injured. But today, in less than 50 rounds of fighting, she was defeated by Grimjo. Every battle of Grimjo will become stronger than the last time. This appalling progress speed really makes Gwen a little envious and jealous. If this goes on, soon, she would be surpassed by Grimjo in all aspects. Realizing that someone had come, Grimjo turned his head. When he saw Lod, his eyes showed a hint of provocation, as if he wanted to fight with her. Lod smiled and revealed a trace of spiritual power. Buzz. The entire Soul Society was shaking, and the spirit particles in the atmosphere were boiling like water. Grimjo's dark blue pupils slightly shrank, and his tone was mixed with shock. "Your spiritual power has become stronger. Do you want to try?" Lod smiled and said. "No need." Grimjo lowered his head and sneered, "I don't have the habit of looking for abuse. A one-sided battle is meaningless." The gap between the two sides was too big. It indeed liked to fight and advocated violence and destruction, but this did not mean that he was a fool. The kind of big hollow, who knew he could not beat but still wanted to fight, had been eliminated long ago when Jillian was there, but none of the big hollow who could live until Ajichas was a fool. And in the moment just now, Grimjo felt a strong pressure from Lod, as if he was facing a natural disaster. The blue eyes were as sharp as two steel swords, stabbing into his heart. The intuition of the beast told Grimjo that if he challenged the current Lod it was no different than pinching a chicken to death. "Sir." Gwen felt very embarrassed. She had followed Lod the earliest, but was surpassed by the new Grimjo. This shame made her a little ashamed. "You continue." Lod left a sentence, no longer paying attention to them, and left lightly. Since there is no decoration inside Siritii, most areas are forests. The only building inside is Nemu's Research Institute, which is also the place where Lod is going. The Research Institute is full of all kinds of information documents, and dazzling research equipment, which fully protrudes the sloppy attribute of the researchers. "Brother, you're back." A black shadow came out of the pile of documents and hugged Lod, rubbing him intimately. "I'm back, Nemu." Lod smiled and rubbed Nemu's little head. Did you miss me? Yes. Nimue nodded heavily, then stared at him with his big black eyes, full of expectation. Brother, take a guess. What did I invent? Lod raised his eyebrows. Oh Nimue, tell me, what did you make? Nimue said happily, I remembered the technical information about the space freezing that Chief Technological Development Department left behind. Space freezing technology. Lod was slightly stunned and did not quite understand what she meant. Brother is so stupid. Nimue glanced at him and then patiently explained, when Death God fought in the modern world, in order to avoid causing great damage to the soul and buildings, he would use a technique called space freeze to transfer the soul to another safe space. This way, the soul would not be damaged in a large area. When Brother fights in the future, after using this skill, the souls in the range will be transferred to other spaces and freeze the space in the modern world, so Brother will no longer need to be tied up. Yes. Lod's eyes lit up. With the space freeze technology, he did not need to worry about using Bankai in the modern world, causing great damage to ordinary souls, and could also avoid SHIELD and others to find out. Chapter 186. Whitebone Hell. After coaxing Nimue with 10 hamburgers, Lod left the research institute and went to Whitebone Hell. In the battle with the destroyer and Lafay, although he seemed to be alright on the surface, there were still some hidden injuries in his body, which just happened to need Whitebone Hell. Lod endured the pain and soaked in the hot spring. The milky white hot spring emitted an astonishing heat, expelling the hidden wounds in his body along with his blood. Half an hour later, spiritual power fell to his limit and Lod walked out of the hot spring. Whew! Lod exhaled a breath of hot air, feeling an indescribable comfort all over his body. Although the Whitebone Hell soup was unusually painful during the soaking process, the healing effect was also unspeakable. Get down to business. Lod rubbed his hands together, his eyes flashing with excitement. System, I want to draw 10 times in a row. Drawing cards could always make people excited, especially at the moment before the beginning, when the unknown fate came, it made him feel like his adrenaline was secreting. Ding. Are you sure you want to use 100 * medium soul lottery? I'm sure. Buzz. Purple, Eisen notes, remnant. White, Shinigami Women's Association 125, Summer Swimsuit Magazine, drunk. Purple, Keto Experience Speed * 10. Purple, Keto Experience Speed * 10. Golden, Divine Body. Gold, Million Shield. Gold, Heavenly Weapon Type, King Destroyer / Kiko, has the destructive ability equivalent to 1 million of Zanpakuto, one of the Shihaoring clan's heavenly weapon type. Purple, Medium, Spiritual Power Pearl * 10. White, Hair Gel Hand. Gold, Zanpakuto, no Zarashi. 4 gold and 5 purple. Lod smiled so much that the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. This wave of lottery has fully proved how pure his European bloodline is. But it feels like this lottery has become Aizen's special field, and several rewards are related to Aizen. Hair Gel Hand as Aizen's iconic pretentious move, in the end, he still could not escape this fate, and could find opportunities to use it later. Next is the Million Shield, which is a good thing for Lod at present. From the name, it can be seen that this is a defensive prop. In the original work, when Karakura Town was in the final battle, Aizen used the strength of Gyaku to form a huge shield on the back of the neck of the 1000-layer spiritual power, whose defensive power was high enough to resist the 3 Getsugas of Kurosaki Ichigo after hollow transformation. This number is definitely not low. If converted, it is probably at the level of 100 Meguru Makensei. However, there is also a flaw in the Million Shield. That is, the Million Shield must be set in advance before going to the battlefield. It cannot be used at any time and place, and it cannot be regenerated after destruction. It is a one-time life-saving prop. As for the god of reincarnation, there is no need to introduce it too much. As a prop to help Death God quickly practice Bankai, Lod planned to use it to practice Shinso's Bankai. After all, he had been coveting the divine killing spear for a long time. And also, King Destroyer, Kick. This was the torture tool for Soul Society to punish criminals, which was provided by the Shihaoern family, one of the four great nobles. Kick was the real form of the Sokyoku. After completely liberated, it would become a golden phoenix wrapped in flames. It was said to have the terrifying power of 1 million Zanpakuto. Moreover, the moment it penetrated the target, it would burst out 10 times the destructive power before. Just from the description of the last paragraph, Kick was definitely the strongest killer at the current stage of Lod. But from the original work performance, Kick, who claimed to have 1 million power of Zanpakuto, was easily blocked by Kurosaki Ichigo, which made Lod a little doubt whether it was as powerful as bragging. But one thing was certain, that was that Kick was actually not that simple. When destroying Kick, after completely liberation, Kyorika Shunsui and J. Sure Yukatake, 2,000-year captains, need to borrow the props that are also the same as the divine weapon, to be sure to completely destroy Kick. It can be seen that Kick is not simple. Lod thought of a possibility. Perhaps it was not Kurosaki Ichigo who blocked Kick attack at that time, but Waiwak hidden in the moon. This is also possible. And even if it is not Waiwak, Kurosaki Ichigo's wall can't be counted. Combined with all the conditions analysis, Kick is still qualified to be killer. On the other hand, the last Zanpakuto was no Zarashi, which made Lod a little unsure whether to laugh or cry. It was not that this sword was not good, but on the contrary, even among the many captains Zanpakuto, he was a first class. But the problem was that this kind of direct attack type Zanpakuto was obviously more suitable for the kind of rash man like Zaraki Kenpeki, making him, a civilized person, swing a huge dish, sword cut people. How to think it was not too good with his usual style. Among the remaining purple props, the only thing that was worth looking forward to was Eisen Notes. After Lod opened it, he roughly glanced at it, and the content inside made him a little disappointed. There is no record about Hyaku in Eisen Notes, only about the 4 basic training experiences of Slash, Fist, Walk, Spirit, and Death God, which is equivalent to a martial arts secret book. To say disappointed, it is certain. After all, before he opened the notebook, he still had a trace of anticipation. It recorded information about Hyaku, but it was clear that the system would not let him take advantage of the loophole. Experience is fine. Anyway, it is not a loss. Lod could only comfort himself like this. After all, he was a man standing on the ceiling of Death God. This wave was not too much of a loss. The consumables were taken according to the old rules. Spiritual energy plus 1000. Spiritual energy plus 1000. Spiritual energy plus 1000. Keto experience plus 1000. Keto experience plus 1000. Keto experience plus 1000. After taking the medicine, Lod called out to the system, "Check my interface." Host, Lod Carl. Bloodline, Death God, Quincy, Hollow. Title, Lord of Hell, Small. Spiritual Power, 4-seated officer, 11,500/50,000. Shikai, Shinso, Senbonzakura, Hyaoran Maru, Tenkan, Gonri, Maru, no Zarashi. Bankai, Daiguren Hyaoran Maru, Golden Lightning Palace. Zanjutsu, Level 5, 200/50,000 sword pressure, 2 breaks. Hakuda, Level 5, 100/50,000 single bone, Shunko. Ho-Ho, Level 5, 100/50,000 cicada shell. Kido, Level 6, 15,000/50,000 can use all keto below number 60. Hollow, Underworld God, 1%. Full bring technique, unlocked. Holy text, X-axis, one that pierces everything. Skills, soul distribution, touch healing, blood vein, blood artery, Hieronkyaku, divine arrow, chaos heaven puppet, arrow, super regeneration, hair gel hand. Soul attached, medium soul *30, low soul *270, high soul *1. Equipment, Jigai *3, substitute Shinigami badge, Hell's butterfly, memory replacement, monitor bacteria. Hogyaku, broken fragments, 55/10,000, Shinigami Women's Association 125, Summer Swimsuit Magazine *5, Kaja Negation God Guard's clothing, Anti-Cross Sinner, Soul Cutting Object, Heaven Step Ring, Divine Body, Million Shield, Kick, Eisen's Notes, Residual. Chapter 187. This was Hell's Kitchen. The day belonged to order, and the night belonged to chaos. At the center of a Hell's Kitchen building, on the roof of a building about 50 meters high, a man in a red tight suit looked down at the brightly lit street from the sky like a sharp hawk. Every remote street, every dark alley, and all kinds of people were reflected in the eyes of the man. His name was Matt Murdock. During the day, he was an elite lawyer in a suit. He was proficient in all kinds of legal regulations and was especially responsible for providing legal assistance to the poor. At night, he would turn into a superhero named Daredevil. Hell's Kitchen, who was wandering around the world of sin, would punish those criminals with lightning methods. However, ever since he accepted Hashwaltha's soul as a gift, it changed the trajectory of Matt Murdock's life. He was no longer a blind person, but a normal person. Although he had lost his keen perception when he regained the light, the bloodline of the Quincy in his body brought him a new power, which was several times stronger than the previous him. The Reishi in the atmosphere could become his eye, which made his perception range and acuity far exceed that of the past. Matt could increase the vision of people by 5 times by condensing Reishi in his eyes, reaching the level of an eagle. In this way, even if he was on the top floor of a 50-meter tall building, he could still clearly see every street of Hell's Kitchen and those who were ready or committing crimes. Finally, he found his target tonight. Justice, execution. Matt got up, spread his arms, leaned forward, and jumped down from the 50-meter tall building. Hoo-hoo! The strong wind brought about by the rapid descent roared violently in Matt's ears. He was like a freely soaring eagle, and Reishi condensed into 2 wings behind him, sliding toward the dark alley with Matt. After a while, Matt controlled Reishi's wings to come above the alley, and then turned over and fell from the sky. The light in this alley was dim. Although the length was very deep, the width was very narrow. It could barely fit one person through. The garbage that was thrown here gave off a bad smell, which made Matt, who had always been sensitive, frown. The target was a tall man. His whole body was covered in yellow linen clothes. He wore a large hood that covered his entire face. In addition to the dim light here, Matt could not see his face clearly. On the inside of the hooded man's arm, there was a little boy who was unconscious. Matt's eyes narrowed. Judging from the situation, the other party should be a human trafficker. This kind of person was very common in Hell's Kitchen. He often kidnapped some young orphans and then sold them to the gangs through various channels. And among these children who were sold, the best ending was to become the flesh of some perverts in the upper-class society, and the worst ending was to take the internal organs to the black market to sell. If the sins could be divided into a level, then in Matt Murdock's heart, these people who sold children were unforgivable. Put that child down. Matt's voice was low, and the anger in his eyes was about to burst out. He couldn't help but clench his fists, and his knuckles made a crisp sound. Tisk tisk. The hooded man clicked his tongue and looked at Matt Murdock. Seeing his strange outfit, he sneered, "Another superhero, a bunch of nosy fellows. I suggest that you do as I say. That way, I will consider being a little gentler," Matt Murdock said, trying to suppress the anger in his chest. The hooded man sneered again and again, throwing the child behind him. Then he said disdainfully, "Since you have been seen, then please go to hell." As soon as the word die fell, Matt Murdock saw the hooded man clench his hands together, as if he was holding a transparent weapon, stabbing towards his face. An invisible weapon. Matt Murdock frowned, but he was not flustered. Although invisible weapons were indeed a little tricky, they were not a threat to him at all. Since he was blind from a young age, he had already trained the rest of his senses to the extreme. Although he was not as sensitive as before, it was still very easy to avoid this kind of attack. He only needed to precisely determine the attack range and direction through the wind-breaking sound emitted by the weapon. Not only did Matt not retreat, but he rushed towards the man. He took out two short metal sticks from his waist and merged them in front of him, turning them into a long stick. Seeing that the two of them were getting closer and closer, just about 2 meters away, Matt suddenly took a deep breath and then roared. Matt suddenly exhaled, like a thunderclap, in the narrow alley. The hooded man obviously did not expect that this red tight-fitting man had this trick. In such a close distance, it was completely too late to cover his ears. He was caught off guard by this loud roar, and his brain buzzed, entering an unconscious state of dizziness. Good chance. A cold light flashed in Mate's eyes. The muscles on his legs tightened and swelled, expanding his tight clothes. Then, he gripped the end of the stick with both hands and used his legs as the starting point. His strength passed through his waist and shoulders. Finally, he moved his arms and stabbed the stick out. Bang! The speed of this stick was extremely fast. Combined with its unique way of exerting strength, it increased the power by several times. It was like an exploding tire. It made an ear-piercing explosion in the air and hit the hooded man in the chest. Dash! The hooded man threw his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood. The force of the staff directly caused his chest to collapse. Accompanied by the sound of ribs breaking, his entire person was like a kite with a broken string. He was sent flying at an extremely fast speed. The hooded man rolled several times before finally crashing into the garbage heap, letting out intermittent screams of pain. This staff had broken his ribs, causing him to bleed profusely in his chest. If there was no timely rescue, he would definitely die in the end. Clang! 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 The steel rod struck the ground with a crisp sound. Matt, like a demanding death god, walked towards the hooded man with the steel rod. "Just you wait." The hooded man cursed, then actually got up from the ground and drew circles in the air with one hand. Zap! As the hooded man moved, an orange-yellow electric current appeared out of thin air, outlining a huge circular pattern. Huh! Matt Murdock raised his eyebrows. He saw the hooded man's intention to escape and immediately sneered, "Don't you think it's too late to run now?" As he spoke, Matt Murdock threw the steel rod to the side, his hands in the shape of a bow. Swish! A blue arrow shot out with a strong wind, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced through the hooded man's right hand. The huge inertia nailed him to the wall. Ah! The hooded man's right hand was nailed to the wall and blood flowed down the wall, screaming in pain. "Now, I ask, you answer." Matt Murdock's eyes were as cold as swords. "If you answer one wrong word, I will make you suffer 10 times more than you are now." Chapter 188. Matt Murdock examined the hooded man and asked in a cold voice, "Which organization are you from? How many children have you kidnapped? Where are you going to send them?" He. The hooded man who was nailed to the wall by the sacred vector did not show any fear after hearing Matt's threat. Instead, he let out a sinister laugh, his eyes revealing a chilling fanaticism. Matt Murdock sneered, then punched the hooded man in the abdomen. Bang! A huge force hit the abdomen, followed by a spasm of pain, causing the hooded man's laughter to stop abruptly. Matt Murdock shook his hand and said coldly, "Now, can you answer my question? You son of a b*tch." The hooded man's eyes flashed fiercely and he spat out unbearable vulgarities. But before he could finish speaking, he was beaten by Matt. Bang! 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 Matt was expressionless as his fists rained down on the hooded man, and he even hit all the pain points in his body. Matt, who had learned martial arts from the staff, was quite proficient in the weaknesses of the human body, and he was very good at controlling his strength. Every punch could guarantee that the hooded man would be in so much pain that he would not faint. After more than a dozen punches, the hooded man convulsed in pain that he did not even have the strength to scream. "Are you comfortable?" Matt took out a tissue from somewhere and wiped his bloody fists. Then he said lightly, "Now, you can answer my question." He would not show mercy to such scum who sold children. In the past, he might have considered killing people, but after joining the Wandenreich, this concept had been completely removed from his mind. By the way, Matt wiped his hands and said coldly, "Don't think that you can be free just because you die. I can still beat your soul. If you don't believe me, you can experience it for yourself later." As a Quincy, Matt could wait for the hooded man to die and torture his soul again. The hooded man seemed to be frightened by the sentence. Seeing that Matt did not seem to be joking, he deliberated for a moment and said hesitantly, "We are fanatics." "Fanatic?" Matt frowned. He searched his mind and found that he had never heard of this organization. He asked, "You mentioned the sacrifice just now. What do you mean?" "It means the literal meaning." The hooded man took the opportunity to take a few breaths, then endured the pain and said, "This child is a sacrifice for the great Dark Ruler." Dark Ruler? Matt's frown deepened. It was another unfamiliar term. "Yes, the great ruler of darkness." The hooded man shouted fanatically, "He is the ruler of darkness, the end of infinite time, the only true God in the world." Tisk tisk tisk. Another lunatic. A trace of disgust rose in Mate Murdock's eyebrows, and he identified the hooded man in front of him as a member of a cult. As a lawyer, he had read through many cases. Among them, there were people who carried out crimes everywhere in the name of a certain evil god in the name of faith. There were even many of them who were brainwashed and laid their hands on their loved ones. He. The hooded man smiled coldly. "Looks like you don't believe in the ruler of darkness." Matt sneered. "I only believe in the law." The hooded man licked his lips and said seductively, "If you are willing to join us, you can obtain eternal life." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Matt shook his head and said indifferently, "Tell me where the base of your organization is. I can let you die a quick death." "No need." The hooded man suddenly raised his head, revealing the dark, cracked eye sockets hidden under the hood. He grinned. "You will see the leader of our organization soon." "Eh? Not good." Matt Murdock's heart throbbed, his pupils contracted slightly, and the hairs on his back stood up. "Who?" A sharp sound of air breaking came from behind him, mixed with a strong killing intent as he pounced over. Matt reacted quickly. He lowered his body and rolled forward, narrowly avoiding the sneak attack from behind. Before Matt could get up from the ground, he caught a glimpse of an orange-yellow whip coming at him from the corner of his eye. Crack! There was no time to dodge. Matt was hit in the chest by the orange-yellow whip, and his flesh was immediately split open. Ah dash! Matt couldn't help but let out a miserable cry. He endured the pain and removed the staff, turning it back into two short sticks in his hand. In this narrow alley, the staff could not be used at all, and it was better to face this kind of battle than a short stick. Crack! Crack! The two orange-yellow whips were mixed with the sound of explosions, causing the air to crackle like firecrackers. Matt jumped back and dodged the two whips. His gaze fell on the person who had attacked him. He saw that the person was wearing the same yellow robe as the hooded man. The dark black eye sockets were covered with turtle cracks and there was a disturbing chill in his eyes. "Who are you?" Matt asked after taking a few breaths to recover from the injuries on his chest. The man sneered, "Caecilius, the leader of the Zealot Spirit Cleansing Pavilion." Laud stared at the bald big shot in front of him and asked, "Sorcerer Supreme suddenly came to visit. What is it?" Sorcerer Supreme smiled and said, "I came to find you to ask you for a favor." "Favor?" When Laud heard this, he unconsciously frowned. "With your power, do you still need my help?" The implication of the sentence was that even if you couldn't solve the problem, it was even more impossible for me to solve it. Sorcerer Supreme smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's not a big deal, and it has something to do with you." "Oh." Laud raised his eyebrows and became a little interested. "Does it have anything to do with me?" "That's right." Sorcerer Supreme chuckled. "Do you still remember then?" "Of course I remember." The corners of Laud's mouth twitched. "That's good." Sorcerer Supreme nodded slightly and continued, "Do you still remember the item that summoned Then?" "It was the Dark Divine Book." "I remember." Laud glanced at Sorcerer Supreme and asked in confusion, "Wasn't that book taken away by you?" "No." Sorcerer Supreme shook her head and said, "When Then left Earth, he used his last bit of power to tear up the Dark Divine Book and scattered it all over the world. So I hope you can help me collect these scattered pages." Laud hesitated for a moment. "Then why don't you collect it yourself? It shouldn't be difficult for you." "No." Sorcerer Supreme sighed. "Then blocked me with black magic, so it's impossible for me to find the Dark Divine Book." "Then why are you looking for me?" Laud asked in confusion. Sorcerer Supreme gave him a deep look and said, "Because you have the power of Then and will attract the Dark Divine Book in the dark, so I can only ask you for help." Chapter 189. "You must be joking, Ancient One." Laud leaned back in his chair and rubbed the outer wall of the teacup with one hand. He stared at the tea leaves floating in the cup and said, "I'm afraid this matter is not as simple as you say." "What are you referring to?" Ancient One asked. "Then." Laud chuckled and said, "I don't believe that he didn't expect this to leave such a big flaw." Although Ancient One's words didn't seem to be wrong, she could still hear a flaw. Since Underworld God Then had torn apart the Dark Divine Book and scattered its pages all over the world, as one of the most important contingencies to return to Earth, how could he not have expected that Sorcerer Supreme would come to seek his help? He had not forgotten. At the last moment before Then left, he had taken the initiative to send the remaining dark energy into his body. And this dark energy that Then had left behind, with the help of the system, transformed into the hollow that was residing in his soul. However, Laud still couldn't figure out the reason why Then wanted to do this. His intuition told him that Then was planning a big game of chess. So he had no time to hide, so how could he rush up to him? Besides, Then was the overlord of the multivariate universe level. Ancient One was Eternal God's little brother. These two were both big shots. He wasn't even a godfather, so he would definitely not have a good ending if he were to get involved. Looking at the experience of those seniors courting death, it was best for him to hide a little further away so that the big shots wouldn't wipe him out when they were fighting each other. "I hope you can consider it." Ancient One's gaze was deep as she stared at Laud and said, "Besides, even if you refuse me, do you think you can stay out of this?" Laud raised an eyebrow, a little unconvinced. "Please enlighten me, Venerable One." Ancient One stretched out a finger and pointed at Laud's chest. She said calmly, "From the moment you accepted Then's gift, you already had some sort of connection with the Darkness Divine Book. You and the Darkness Divine Book are the coordinates that Then left behind, just like magnets of two poles. Even if you want to escape, it's useless. Those scattered pages will appear around you in all sorts of forms and eventually converge back into the darkness divine book. Decrypted. It turned out that the dark energy that then left in his body was actually similar to the darkness divine book. They were both special coordinates that led to Earth. Lod rubbed his swollen temples and asked, "Since that's the case, then I'll wait until the darkness divine book is gathered. When the time comes, I'll let you come over and take it away." "No." Ancient One shook her head and said seriously, "If we just wait passively, it will take at least 8 to 9 years. 8 or 9 years is not a long time." Lod picked up the teacup and took a sip. He looked at Ancient One doubtfully. "With our lifespan, 8 or 9 years is only a blink of an eye. Venerable One, you don't even have this bit of patience, do you?" Ancient One sighed. "I don't lack patience. In the long years, waiting is nothing to me." "Then why are you in such a hurry?" Lod looked straight at Ancient One and saw the anxiety and impatience in her eyes. "I have no time." Ancient One looked a little hesitant. After careful consideration, he said, "I can't tell you the specific details, but what I can tell you is that we must solve the dark book left by Thun in 8 years. She was really in a hurry. Although they had only seen each other 2 or 3 times, Lod had never seen Ancient One, who had always been indifferent and calm, show this kind of anxiety. She was simply like a terminally ill patient who wanted to do something before his death. "Wait, critically ill?" Lod's pupils contracted slightly, and he suddenly recalled the fragments of memories in his mind. If he remembered correctly, it was the beginning of 2009. The birth of Iron Man, the great battle between Hulk and New York, and the descent of Thunder God Thor, these 3 things all happened in the same year, and it was the starting point of all the plots in Marvel movies. And the timeline was pushed back by 8 to 9 years. 2016 to 2017. If nothing unexpected happened, that year was the birth of Doctor Strange. Lod endured the shock in his heart. He finally understood why Ancient One was so anxious. Because the birth of Doctor Strange meant the death of Ancient One. "Are you?" Just as Lod opened his mouth, he saw Ancient One shaking her head at him. "Even if you know something, you can't say it out loud. Do you understand?" Ancient One's eyes were unusually serious as he warned her word by word. This was both a warning and a reminder. Lod's heart trembled. He took a deep breath and nodded. "I understand what you mean." A smile reappeared on Ancient One's face. "Don't worry, I won't let you help for nothing. I will find a way to solve the coordinates that then left in your body." Lod hesitated for a moment and asked, "Venerable One, if the coordinates disappears, will the dark energy left behind by Caesar also disappear?" It was good to solve the problem of the coordinates, but the dark energy left behind by Caesar had long been transformed into the power of Hollow by the system. If it was solved by Sorcerer Supreme, wouldn't he suffer a great loss? Ancient One shook her head and stared at Lod with a smile that was not a smile. She knew what he was worried about, so she comforted, "Don't worry, that dark energy won't disappear. I will only help you erase the coordinates left behind by him." "That's good." Lod immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Looks like I have no choice but to agree." Ancient One smiled. "You and I both know what the infernal deity, Thun, means. Once he returns to Earth and his authority returns to the ancient times, no one will be able to stop him then. Could it be that even the Vishanti can't?" Lod asked. He. Ancient One smiled and shook her head. "Whether it is Vishanti, Thun, white magic, or black magic, do you think there is any difference between them in essence?" Lod was not stupid enough to say that the two were righteous and evil. Instead, he frowned and thought of another possibility. "What you are proud of is that they are essentially the same, and their goals are not simple. Sometimes, the boundaries between black and white are not so obvious." Ancient One sighed and said meaningfully, "Earth, is very special, so I must maintain its neutral nature. I absolutely cannot let any foreign dimensions invade. This is Sorcerer Supreme's duty. Any foreign dimension? A very intriguing sentence seemed to point out that the purpose of the Vishanti was not simple. Can I take the liberty to ask? Lod suddenly opened his mouth and said, why do you tell me so much? Ancient One turned her back to Lod and was silent for a long time. Because I saw the variable dot. After saying this inexplicable sentence, Ancient One drew a space door with one hand and stepped into it, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 190. After watching Sorcerer Supreme leave, Lod sat alone on the bench. Vishanti. Caesar. Lod looked at the steaming tea and knocked his fingers on the table subconsciously. Da da. Da da. His knuckles rhythmically knocked on the wooden table. Every time he tapped, the sound matched with the clock pointer hanging on the wall. From what Ancient One had revealed just now, Sorcerer Supreme and the god of white magic, Vishanti, did not just purely have a superior and subordinate relationship. Instead, they were partners who were wary of each other. This was interesting. Kamar-Taj's magic source was Vishanti, but Sorcerer Supreme, the leader of the organization, had said such disgraceful words in front of him that there was no essential difference between Vishanti and Caesar. The meaning behind this was intriguing. This made Lod even more certain of one thing, and that was to not believe in the plot too much. From many things that had happened to Marvel World, it could be seen that the truth was far from as simple as it seemed on the surface. It was just like under the surface of the calm water, but in fact, it was hiding an unknown crisis that was turbulent. If the truth was really as Ancient One had said, Earth had a special attraction that could make space-level giants like Caesar and Vishanti use all kinds of methods to invade Earth and take it for themselves. Then he could understand why Ancient One was so impatient. In fact, from the individual comic of the Doctor Strange, it was obvious that the position of Sorcerer Supreme was decided by the Vishanti, not based on personal talent or some other reasons. For example, there was a clip in the comic that Doctor Strange was defeated by Loki in the competition, deprived of Sorcerer Supreme's power, and expelled from Kamar-Taj. When Doctor Strange finally took back Sorcerer Supreme's position through various means, he found that all of this was a trial set up by Vishanti to test him. From here, it could be seen that Doctor Strange was far less glamorous than he looked. He wasn't like Ancient One, who had the backing of an eternal big shot, who could be considered on equal footing with Vishanti, and could only become a chess piece in Vishanti's hands. As a multi-dimensional universe-level giant, Vishanti was afraid of eternity, so he could only allow Ancient One to go collect all power of magic, allowing her to create Karma-Taji, establishing 3 great temples to protect the Earth dimension. However, one also had to pay the corresponding price for going that way. That was, Ancient One had to abide by the agreement, and when the time came, he would give Sorcerer Supreme's position to the strange doctor. It was likely that this was the problem that Ancient One was worried about. Doctor Strange could not resist the Vishanti, so if the matter of Caesar was delayed until 8 or 9 years later, no one was sure if these two magic gods would join hands. According to normal logic, it seemed that the Vishanti would not join hands with Caesar. After all, these two were already mortal enemies in the ancient times. But from Ancient One's performance, Lod was a little uncertain. One had to know that once the benefits reached a certain degree, even if they were mortal enemies, there was still a possibility of them joining hands. The world was filled with prosperity, and the world was in turmoil, all for profit. This sentence was not only useful to people, but also to those gods. The knocking of the knuckles stopped, indicating that Lod's thinking had ended. He spat out a mouthful of air from his lungs and then said to himself, "It seems that I have to accept this mission." Whether it was Caesar or Vishanti, at least he and Ancient One had the same opinion on one point. Earth belonged to human beings. It was best not to interfere with any foreign gods. Moreover, His original intention was to rebuild the three realms on earth, so how could he sit by and watch the invasion of those foreign gods from different dimensions? I am still not strong enough. The divine light in Lod's eyes faded slightly. Sorcerer Supreme's words made him determined that he had to become stronger as soon as possible. Let's set a small goal first. For example, first learn the Kami Shinai no Yuri. Underground space, amusement park. On a vast and empty plain, Lod placed the item revolving god body in front of him. The revolving god body was equal to his height, and its appearance resembled a pure white doll. The surface of the body was painted with unknown black lines, and there was an eye-catching black dot on each of its limbs. Let's begin. Lod took a deep breath, and then stabbed Zanpakuto into the revolving god body. The revolving god body developed by the previous 12th Division Captain Kisukura Hara could forcibly copy and materialize Zanpakuto's body. The most crucial step to achieve Zanpakuto's Bankai is to make the materialized Zanpakuto yield. In layman terms, it is to beat it. Usually, if Death God wanted to do this, he would need several years of training to do it. This was the first time he did not go through the system lottery, but went to practice Bankai. As the spiritual power in Zanpakuto continued to pour in, the shape of the puppet gradually changed. The long silver hair hung down to her waist. Her pale silver eyes were bright like stars. The lines of her face could be said to be perfect. She had the masculine aura of a man and also the feminine beauty of a woman. The arc and shape of her thin lips were just right. This was the appearance of Shinso after she materialized. Lod was stunned, his lips slightly opened, thinking that this handsome face was almost catching up to him. After a brief shock, Lod regained his calm. He stared at the materialized Shinso and said, "You should understand my thoughts, right?" "Yes." Shinso nodded slightly. His eyes narrowed into a long line, revealing a dangerous aura. He said, "I will decide the battle method. Is that okay?" Lod did not refuse. He nodded and said, "Of course. May I ask if we can start now?" The materialization time was only 3 days, so he had to seize every minute and every second to let the materialized Shinso enter a state of submission. "It's very simple to make me submit." The corners of Shinso's lips curled up into a smile that was as cool as a silver coin. "As long as you are faster than me, it will be enough." The corner of Lod's mouth twitched. Did this mean to make him a quick man? "Are you ready?" Shinso asked gently. "Get ready." Before Lod could say anything, his pupils reflected a fatal cold light. Buzz. Lod reacted very quickly and leaned back. A silver light flashed in front of his eyes, and the sharp wind from sword cut a few small wounds on his cheek. "Pa!" Lod supported himself with one hand on the ground and turned around to pull away the distance. He looked at Shinso in shock. It was too dangerous. If he had reacted just a little bit slower, there would have been a hole in his head. "Oh." Shinso tilted his head slightly and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Your reaction is quite fast. It seems that sneak attack is useless. Did you learn this trick from that slit-eyed guy?" Lod's eyelids jumped, and he secretly cursed the young man for not talking about martial arts and sneak attacking while he was speaking. "To be precise." Shinso smiled and said, "He should have learned this trick from me. After all, I stabbed him several times." Chapter 191. Lod was speechless. He now knew why Ichimaru-jin liked to sneak attack when others were talking. But it was normal to think about it. From a fundamental point of view, Shinso's ability was meant to be used for sneak attacks, so the other party's actions were understandable. Shua. Another ray of cold light swept over. However, this time, Lod was already mentally prepared. He used Ho-Ho had dodged this sword. Ah! A trace of distress appeared on Shinso's handsome face. He tilted his head and said, Your reaction speed is really fast. You actually dodged it again. It's because your killing intent is too obvious. Lod's mouth slightly twitched. He had been tricked once, how could he not be wary of sneak attacks? I forgot to tell you. Shinso smiled and said, in this battle, you can't have any ability other than me, otherwise I will judge you as a failure and refuse to use Bankai from now on. You don't have to say it. I don't intend to use other Zanpakuto. Lod seemed to have expected it to say this. There was no surprise on his face, and he clenched the short Shinso in his hand. If this battle did not restrict him, defeating Shinso could be said to be easy. But this was not Shinso's original intention, nor was it Lod's idea. Zanpakuto was a product that reflected Death God's inner heart, so lying to Zanpakuto meant that he was lying to himself. How could a person who could even deceive himself obtain the power of his inner heart? Kamishinai no Yari is the final goal. Shinso narrowed his eyes and smiled. I think I'm starting to like you a little. Clang. Lod pulled out the short-haired sword from his waist and pointed his sharp blade at the ground. He said lightly, it's too early to talk about liking you now. Why don't we have a deep conversation before deciding? Good idea. I also don't like masters who are too casual. Shinso agreed. Who? A gentle breeze blew across the plains, passing through the middle of the two. Lod and Shinso were about 100 meters apart, and the violence caused spiritual power to erupt like a volcano. Accompanied by two completely different auras, they collided in the empty space between the two of them, causing the sound of tens of thousands of steel, sword clashing. In the next instant, Lod and Shinso were like mirror images that reflected each other, and they both made the same move. The two of them suddenly lowered their center of gravity, and then they hid the short sword in their right hands under the hem of their clothes in their abdomen, as if they were gathering power. Two different voices sounded almost at the same time. Akoros, Shinso. Akoros Shinso. Shinso against Shinso. At this moment, the ground was suddenly torn apart. The wind that filled the sky was cut apart, and two streaks of silver swords light suddenly cut through the sky. Accompanied by an extremely oppressive aura, it was like a flood that had been accumulated for a long time, violently leaking out. As the violent wind surged, swords tip collided. It was like a script that had been set up a long time ago. The two of them had gone through thousands of drills. Shinso, who had been shot out by the two of them, was actually in a stalemate with sword in the middle. This could be said to be a coincidence, but it could also be said that their hearts were connected. Zanpakuto and Death God's minds had come to an understanding. Shinso and Lod were like one, and their thoughts were naturally the same. Combined with all the factors above, this was the reason why this coincidence was created. Clang. If one listened carefully, they would discover the horror of it. Not bad. Shinso smiled, pursed his lips, and said softly, but, can you be faster? As soon as he finished speaking, Shinso stepped on his ho-ho. His long silver hair was blown away by the strong wind. His delicate face revealed a sinister expression like that of a snake. His eyes were as bright as stars, and there was a cold light surging in them. He slashed down with the sword in his hand. It was a close combat. Although Shinso seemed to be short, due to its extremely fast speed of expansion and contraction, it could instead occupy a considerable advantage in close combat. He absolutely could not let Shinso's sword point at him. Otherwise, with Shinso's speed of expansion and contraction, even he himself would find it difficult to react in close combat. But the only good news was that this was the same for the materialized Shinso. Lod took a step forward, pressed one hand on sword's hilt, and then suddenly slashed upwards. Pull out sword, chop. Clang. The short sword crossed each other, and flames burst forth. Their swords, accompanied by the surging spiritual power, collided fiercely at a speed that ordinary people could not catch with their naked eyes. The white sparks that burst forth from sword's sword, which kept on clashing against each other, splashed up in a series of metallic sounds. It was like a gorgeous firework that bloomed brilliantly, illuminating the entire space. It seems that our thoughts are the same. Shinso seemed to be speaking leisurely, but the sword in his hand did not stop at all. He continuously attacked Laud, and his speed became faster and faster. The most fatal moment for Shinso was the moment when its sword pointed its tip at you. Therefore, both of them had the same idea and wanted to aim sword's tip at each other. Laud didn't say a word. He bent over and pulled out sword with lightning speed, pulling out an afterimage in the air. Phew! For a moment, the dense sword light instantly covered the entire area. The two of them were as fast as sword. In an instant, they sent out thousands of slashes. The unbelievable power surged, crushing the ground beneath their feet into pieces. The violent airflow filled the area around the two of them that was 100 meters away. It was like a storm formed by thousands of sharp blades that wreaked havoc. The air even let out a sorrowful wail when swords' blades collided. On the plains, streaks of sword light wreaked havoc like a torrential rain. The slashes crossed several hundred meters, illuminating a large area of open space. The crisp sound of swords' cries did not stop for an entire 3 days and 2 nights. The earth was covered with visible traces of sword slashes. The rocks and mountains that could be seen with the naked eye were all cut off by swords' light that burst forth from the battle between the two of them. The fracture appeared to be as smooth as a mirror. Clang, 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 clang. Laud seemed to not be tired at all as he waved his sword again and again. Even though his entire body was covered in wounds from sword at this moment, and the blood that flowed out had already condensed and turned into dark black blood scabs, and his long hair had not just drifted away, his azure blue eyes had become even brighter. Fast. Faster. Even faster. At this moment, there was only one thought left in his mind. Akuros, Shinso. Following Shinso's low roar, a beautiful sword radiance bloomed once again. Only this time, Laud did not choose to avoid it. Instead, he also raised his own Shinso. Akuros, Shinso. Puchi. Puchi. Laud and Shinso were pierced through at the same time, and bright red blood spilled onto the ground. Both sides were injured. Not bad. There was a hint of approval in Shinso's eyes, and he said softly, but this is far from enough. Chi. The extended sword contracted. Shinso's narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and he said with a cold smile, "You have to be careful with the next move. Don't die." Chapter 192. Could it be? Laud's heart suddenly felt cold, and he thought of a bad possibility. No, no, no. This was just a breakup, and Shinso was only using the manifestation of his body, so it should be impossible for him to use that move. However, what happened next hit Laud hard in the face. Boom! The majestic spiritual power was released with a loud bang. It was as if a sleeping giant dragon had awakened. It exploded with indescribable power and shattered the surrounding earth. A sharp and passionate sword intent pierced the top of the hole, as if it wanted to pierce a hole in the entire world. This was the captain-level spiritual power. Spiritual power continuously emitted from Shinso's body as it filled the entire underground space. If one had to use words to describe this feeling, it would be like a small boat floating in the sea, yet it encountered a heaven-destroying and earth-shattering wave that was about to capsize at any time. Spiritual power was like a huge wave that continuously slapped over, forcing Laud to have no choice but to use one hand to resist sword. His feet plowed out 2 deep ditches on the ground, retreating several hundred meters before finally stopping. Shinso's sharp eyes stared fixedly at Laud, his tyrant attire fluttering in the wind, his silver hair fluttering in the wind, his exquisite face exuding an incomparable strength. "If you can take this attack, I will recognize you as my master." Laud's eyes narrowed. He took a deep breath and raised his vigilance. He tightened all the muscles in his body and stared at Shinso. He knew the next sword would be faster than any other time. Shinso opened his eyes slightly and put short-haired sword in his abdomen. His thin lips opened slightly. Bankai, Kamishai no Yuri. Buzz. The world seemed to have been deprived of its original color and turned into a dead gray. A dazzling light of sword, like the morning light of dawn, illuminated the gray world full of dead silence. This was definitely the most dazzling sword that Lod had ever seen so far. His sword seemed to cut the space in half, and even the heaven and earth would lose color. Boom! The Kamishai no Yuri's sword's light disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed thousands of meters in the air. The sky, the earth, the rock mountain, the space, the airflow. Everything that was tangible and invisible was cut off by sword, leaving only the smooth, mirror-like surface. The sharp sword carried the momentum of splitting the heavens and splitting the earth, spreading all the way to a distant place that couldn't be seen. When it passes, it left a deep gully on the ground. Starting from the foot of Shinso, it spread to the furthest distance. Kamishai no Yuri. It is a Zanpakuto who can kill gods. In the original work, Ichimaru-jin used Kamishai no Yuri and almost killed Aizen, who has merged with Gyaku, which is enough to prove how terrible its speed and power are. Just as Ichimaru-jin himself showed, he was like a cold snake, never showing his sincerity to people, and the words that came out of his mouth, how credible they were, maybe only he knew. But now, he knew. Lod looked down at Sword's mark on his shoulder, which was so deep that bone could be seen. Blood flowed out like a spring, and his face could not help but be bitter. Ichimaru-jin, you big liar. The speed of the Kamishai no Yuri was definitely more than 500 times the speed of sound, and its length was definitely more than 13,000 meters. He was clearly already on guard against the Kamishai no Yuri, but it was still difficult for him to react. He could only barely avoid the vital parts. With the support of Bloodvein and the arrow, the Kamishai no Yuri cut through Lod's defensive skills as if it was nothing, tearing a wound deep to the bone from his shoulder. His muscles and bones were instantly cut open by Kamishai no Yuri. Do you still want to continue? Shinso tilted his head and smiled. By the way, you don't have much time left. Continue. Lod coldly spat out 2 words. This small injury was not enough to make him lose his combat strength. Reishi Plunder. Super Speed Regeneration. The visible Reishi was forcibly plundered by Lod from the atmosphere, and then stimulated super speed regeneration to repair the wound on the shoulder, so that the cut flesh and bones were healed at a very fast speed. This is the talent of Quincy and Hollow, within the scope of the rules set before, so even if Shinso slightly raised his eyebrows and was a little unhappy, he did not open his mouth to stop Lod. After all, it had violated the rules first. How troublesome. Shinso sighed in his heart. If it hadn't agreed to teach Lod a lesson on behalf of someone, it would have already been able to yield 2 days ago. Why would it be forced to use the Kamishai no Yuri now? The last move. Lod held Sword's handle with his 2 rarely seen hands, concentrating all of Blood Artery's strength on his arms. Come on. Shinso's expression became slightly serious. He understood that Lod was going to be serious. The invisible energy surging in the nearby space was like a sharp sword that was pressed against his neck, as if it could decapitate him at any time. Lod held the sword with both hands, and a bright divine light lit up in his eyes. Spiritual power and the sword intent were entangled with each other, as if they were material and filled the underground space. In the next moment, Lod had already smashed the air current in front of him with 1 step. His body was wrapped in a transparent chi cover, and he rushed in front of Shinso like a trapped dragon ascending to the heavens. The sword intent that rose to the peak slashed down with an indomitable momentum. Zanjutsu, break. Boom. The sword sound was like a dragon surging through the sky, like a landslide capsizing. The sword light carrying thunder and storm descended, accompanied by countless sword lights falling down. It was like a silver waterfall falling from the sky, and the terrifying sword intent contained within it seemed to want to split the entire underground space. Rumble. The underground space shook violently. The earth cried out under the sword light, and a huge crack that was like a rift valley with a diameter of 100 meters cracked open. The explosive winds rolled up the dust on the ground, and the waves of air that spread out destroyed several mountains. The endless amount of soil, sand, and stones were also lifted up to the top of the cave by the hurricane. A moment later, the dust scattered. Shinso's chest was torn apart by a huge sword wound. Blood flowed along his body, and his shoulder bones and ribs were all broken. Huckit. Lod's hands could not stop trembling, and all the strength in his body had been drained. Congratulations, you have cleared the game. Shinso looked down at the wound on his chest, and his face revealed a look of relief. From now on, you are my master. Can you answer a question for me? Lod took a few breaths and then looked up at Shinso. Yes. Shinso seemed to be very happy and directly agreed. Kamishini no Yori, is it also within your test range? Lod touched his shoulder that had already healed. He still felt a lingering fear in his heart. If he hadn't dodged quickly, Sword would at least have been seriously injured. No. Shinso smiled and said, Kamishini no Yori. It's a gift to express someone's dissatisfaction with you. Someone. Lod frowned slightly and asked in confusion, tell me clearly, who is dissatisfied with me? He. Shinso smiled and said, you will know in the future, but not now. He did not give Lod a chance to ask any more questions. After saying this, Shinso disappeared without a trace. He turned back into a divine body and fell to the ground powerlessly. Then, he was blown by the breeze and turned into dust that drifted in the air. Chapter 193. Ding. Obtained, Bankai, Kamishini no Yori. Lod sat cross-legged, put his Zanpakuto on his legs, closed his eyes and felt the will transmitted by Zanpakuto to him. This was Sword Zen. However, this time, he was not talking to his own Zanpakuto, but talking to Kamishini no Yori. By using the Kamishini no Yori to perform Sword Zen, he could quickly master Bankai. Every ability of Zanpakuto was reflected in Death God's heart. So in addition to the speed and length, the Kamishini no Yori also had a very fatal ability. Kamishini no Yori's blade will turn into dust when it stretches and shrinks, and after hitting, a small part of Sword's blade can be left in the enemy's body, and the poison hidden in Sword's blade can instantly dissolve the cells, so as to achieve the purpose of killing the enemy. This is very consistent with Ichimarujin's style, just like the snake hiding in the shadows, always revealing the fatal scarlet letter, patiently waiting for the time to prey on the prey, not moving but moving like thunder, killing with one blow, leaving no room for leeway. After Lod digested all the Bankai sent by his Zanpakuto, there was a surprise on his face. I didn't expect that it can actually be done like this. The Bankai Kamishini no Yori is a little different. The difference is that it needs a large number of spiritual power to maintain Red Daiguren Hyaran Meru and Golden Lightning Palace. Kamishini no Yori does not need a large amount of spiritual power to sustain. Only when Kamishini no Yori expands and shrinks will it consume spiritual power. About this, in fact, it can be seen from the original work. In the chapter of the decisive battle Karakura Town, Ichimarujin used Bankai when he first fought Kurosaki Ichigo. After that, he did not remove his Bankai until he caught the flaw of Aizen, and pierced through Aizen's chest after fusing with Gyaku with Kamishini no Yori, and used the cells hidden in Sword's blade to dissolve the poison, opening a hole in Aizen's chest. Even if Death God is more powerful, Bankai will take a little time. If it is easy to understand in layman terms, it is to release Bankai requires a read time. Even if the process of this read time is short, it is still inevitable. May I ask? If Ichimaru-jin really removes Bankai, with Aizen reaction speed after merging with Gyaku at that time, even if Ichimaru-jin Bankai speed is faster, it is absolutely impossible to run through Aizen's chest. So, Ichimaru-jin didn't release Bankai at all. He kept Zanpakuto in the state of Kamishinai no Yuri, just waiting for the moment when Aizen showed a flaw, and he could leave sword's blade fragments in the other side. Not mentioning the end of Ichimaru-jin, at least for Lord, it can be said to be a great news. With his current spiritual power wants to maintain Bankai for a long time, he must borrow the Ryotsu inside Soul Society, but this will affect Rukanga, and the follow-up results will be serious and even lower his authority strength. Therefore, every time he fought, Lord would carry out the idea of a quick battle. When he was certain that he wanted to kill the enemy, he would use his strongest power to resolve the battle as quickly as possible and reduce the consumption of his spiritual power. But now, there was no need to worry. The existence of the Kamishinai no Yuri perfectly made up for his shortcomings, greatly reducing the consumption of his spiritual power on spiritual power. Through the communication with the Kamishinai no Yuri, Lord also knew one more thing. That was that Ichimaru-jin really lied again. He once told Kurosaki Ichigo that the stretching speed of the Kamishinai no Yuri was 500 times that of the palm, and the length could reach 13,000 meters, but this sentence was later overturned by Silver himself. He told Aizen that the Kamishinai no Yuri was not so fast and not so long, and the real ability was actually poison. Ichimaru-jin's words were both fake and true. The stretching speed of the Kamishinai no Yuri was not as far as Ichimaru-jin said, but it did not mean that the ability of the Kamishinai no Yuri itself was limited, but because Ichimaru-jin ability limited the Kamishinai no Yuri. Kamishinai no Yuri told Lord that it could become faster and longer. But to really do this, it must be beyond captain level spiritual power. Just like Aizen and Yamamoto Genryosai, these two people can be said to be characters standing on Death God ceiling, with their monster-like spiritual power. In the end, it is still on spiritual power. Death God's battle was spiritual power's battle. In theory, as long as his spiritual power was strong enough, the upper limit of the Hyaran Meru could even break through the absolute zero. At that time, even if he went to face the old man's Ryujinjaka, he was afraid that he would not be outdone. No wonder Aizen wants to break the boundary. A trace of enlightenment rose in Lod's heart, and turned into a sigh. This is only in theory. If you really want to realize this, you will be limited by 2 points. Talent and limit. Everything has its limits. Death God and Hollow are no exception. There are many Death God with excellent talent in Soul Society. Death God may be able to break the limit by himself, but none of them. Even Yamamoto Genryosai, who is known as the strongest Death God, can't rely on himself to break the limit. Only Aizen, with the help of foreign objects Gyaku, broke the boundary. Let's not talk about Kurosaki Ichigo's plot armor for the time being. There is only Aizen in Death God. With the help of Gyaku, he broke the boundary and reached the final realm of the integration with Zanpakuto. The realm that touches the entire world ceiling. These are too far away from me. Lod shook his head and threw away the miscellaneous ideas in his mind. His eyes were firm. From today on, set a small goal and become captain-level Death God first. Breaking the boundary was too far away from him, and the top priority was to upgrade spiritual power. He couldn't always let him pull Soul Society's wool. The soul of Rukanga was hard to come by, but he couldn't afford to spend so much money. Upgrade spiritual power. Lod's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered another way. Soul Society. In the middle of the core of Siritii, there is a pure white tower towering into the clouds. The raw materials of the whole tower are murderous stones, a precious mineral that can completely block any spiritual power and Rishi. This pure white tower is called Palace of Penitence, which is the place where Soul Society used to imprison heavy criminals. But slightly different from the original work, This palace of penitence, in addition to blocking Rishi, also adds the power of hell in it, which can seal and suppress everything inside. In order to build this special palace of penitence, Lod had paid 5 medium-level souls as the price. The reason why he did not hesitate to pay such an expensive price was that in this special palace of penitence, what was imprisoned was not a heavy criminal, but a reality stone of one of the 6 infinity stones. Lod spent a lot of money to build this palace of penitence and used it to temporarily store the reality stone, completely putting an end to the unexpected. But today, he came to the palace of penitence for an experiment. Chapter 194. In front of the palace of penitence. In order to protect the reality stones inside, Lod set up the Keto array formation near the palace of penitence to ban all Rishi. Any outsider stepping into the array formation, all Rishi in the body will be banned, so if you want to go to the prison of the palace of penitence, you must follow the spiral staircase outside the White Tower and then walk all the way to the top. Lod walked up the spiral staircase and came to the Palace of Penitence's prison cell. The area of the Palace of Penitence's prison cell was not large, and one could see the overall layout at a glance. Because it was used to seal and preserve the reality stones, the prison cell area was not large, and it was roughly about 10 square meters. There was no furniture or other furnishings inside, no skylight or illumination, and other light sources. It was very similar to a quiet room specially used to punish criminals. When Lod stepped into the prison cell, he found that the room was actually illuminated by red light falling from the air. It was as bright as day, but under the scarlet light, the entire palace of penitence seemed a little strange. Lod looked up and found that the source of light was a reality stones. A stream of sticky, gelatinous substance floated in the air. The color was a disturbing scarlet. It was thick like a ball of blood. It constantly changed its form like a living creature, switching back and forth between solid and liquid. It was the strange red light that it emitted that lit up the entire palace of penitence. Nimue, are you there? A dignified look rose on Lod's face as he stared at the scarlet liquid in the air and called out to Nimue through Hell's butterfly. I'm here, brother. What can I do for you? From the other end of Hell's butterfly came the voice of Nimue. Lod said in a deep voice, freeze the space 1,000 meters around the Tower of Penitence. Don't let anyone disturb me. When Nimue heard the 3 words Palace of Penitence, she had already guessed what Lod wanted to do. There was a deep worry in her voice. The power of that stone is very dangerous. If it doesn't work, don't be reckless. Don't worry. Lod smiled briskly and comforted Nimue. When have you ever seen me try to show off? Besides, this is just an experiment. I understand. Nimue was silent for a moment. Then, she froze the space 1,000 meters around the Tower of Penitence. When the invisible power of space flowed down, like a jade bowl that enclosed the area within 1,000 meters of the Palace of Penitence. Lod himself, who was in the frozen space, did not feel anything, but in the eyes of Gwen and Grimjo in the outside world, the scenery within 1,000 meters of the Palace of Penitence appeared to be extremely strange and broken. This feeling was like looking at a mirror. Although the distance was close, they could not interfere with the world inside the mirror. Brother, space freeze is complete. Okay, I got it. Brother. What's wrong? Don't be reckless. Yes, I know. After hanging up the call with Nimue, Lod ordered Hell's butterfly to stay away from the Tower of Penitence. Considering that there might be a big commotion later, he asked Hell's butterfly to stay away from it so that he would not be affected. After all, this Hell was a special breed that Nimue had painstakingly cultivated. Its preciousness was not even inferior to that of the Shihaoring clan's heavenly bestowed equipment. After making all these arrangements and making sure that there were no omissions, Lod turned his gaze back to the blood-red reality stone. Lod's expression was solemn as he slowly exhaled, "Let me see just how powerful you are." The reality stone seemed to be a living creature with consciousness. It sensed the longing call from Lod's heart and pulled out a long thread like a stream of water, slowly flowing towards Lod. 1 point, 1 point. The scarlet reality stone flowed down and touched the tip of Lod's raised finger. When the scarlet red liquid wrapped around his fingertip, Lod could clearly feel a restless and violent scarlet energy rushing into his right arm. Then, an unimaginable pain came. In just a few blinks of an eye, this scarlet energy had already corroded his entire right arm, leaving only a pale white bone that was connected to part of the flesh and blood on it. It looked terrifying. What a terrifying power! Lod's expression changed slightly, and a thick shock rose from his eyes. Just a touch had corroded his arm. Moreover, this scarlet energy was spreading throughout his body. If he did not stop this scarlet energy, it would not be hard for Lod to imagine what he would become later. Boom! Lod's eyes narrowed and lightning covered his entire body. Instantaneous thunder god battle form. Even if this form consumed a huge amount of spiritual power, and it would also be accompanied by powerful side effects, in this kind of dangerous situation in front of him, only by going all out was the safest choice. In an instant, spiritual power, which had accumulated in Lod's body, was like a violent volcano, erupting with a destructive energy storm. The surging thunder roared like a dragon, setting off a substantial wave of air, continuously bombarding the surrounding ground. Fortunately, the whole palace of penitence was made of murderous stone, which could completely isolate all Rishi and spiritual power, so that it was not destroyed in such a terrible storm of spiritual power. Rumble. Lod was bathed in dense white lightning, and spiritual power was like a surging flood in his body, and the corroded white bone, from the nerves to the blood vessels and cells, was regenerating at an extremely fast speed. Super regeneration was barely equal to the speed of corrosion. On one side, he was constantly repairing and regenerating, while on the other, it was crazily corroding. The red and blue lights intertwined and merged together on his arm. However, he knew in his heart that this was only the beginning. If he wanted to take a preliminary control of the reality stone, he first had to be able to resist its backlash. Even if he had super speed regeneration and could use tricks, the pain was something he had to endure. Watching his arm being continuously corroded and repaired, this kind of strong visual impact was not something that anyone could bear. Moreover, in the process of constantly repairing, he still needed to endure endless pain. Ah! Lod couldn't help but roar. His pale face was covered with sweat the size of beans. It flowed down his cheeks, and his 2 rows of teeth were tightly clenched together, making a cracking sound. Was it once, or 10 times? Or was it 100 times? He didn't know, and he didn't remember. There was only corrosion again and again, and repair again and again. The intense pain seemed to tear the soul, and every nerve in the brain was screaming hysterically. In the process of flesh and bones constantly regenerating and repairing, it gradually made Lod feel numb to pain. The only good news was that super regeneration had been upgraded. Super regeneration LVL1? Super regeneration LVL2. Chapter 195. When the reality stone seemed to have been angered. As the most famous artifact in the entire Marvel world, the reality stone had an instinctive consciousness and would reject anyone who tried to control and use it. Even if it was Thanos of the Eternal Titan race, if he wanted to control and use the power of the reality stone, he still needed to borrow the power of the Infinity Gauntlet. On the other hand, what about Lod? He did not have the abnormal physical quality of the Eternal Titan race, nor the Infinity Gauntlet that were specially used to bear the backlash of the stones. If he wanted to control the power of the reality stone with just his physical body, the risks involved could be imagined. After being enraged, the reality stone changed its form into a sticky gelatinous substance. Then, with lightning speed, it suddenly enveloped Lod's entire body. Not good. Lod's pupils suddenly contracted, and his needle-like pupils trembled. He did not expect that the reality stone would suddenly expand the scope of corrosion to his entire body. In a breath's time, Lod's skin was corroded by the scarlet energy. The bright red muscles and blood vessels were peeled off bit by bit, revealing the pale white skeleton inside. One could even see the internal organs inside. Careless. Lod was drenched in cold sweat. He had underestimated the backlash of the reality stone a little too much. Although he could barely hold a slight advantage with his LV.2 super regeneration, this was not the result he wanted to see. The energy contained in the raw stone was almost infinite, but his spiritual power was limited. Should he give up? A hint of retreat flashed in Lod's heart. If he continued to be in a stalemate with the reality stone, when his spiritual power was completely worn out by the stone, he would probably die. But he was unwilling. In order to control the reality stone, his body was constantly corroded and repaired. He had suffered an almost inhuman torture. If he gave up now, wouldn't it be a failure? Hold on a little longer. If I still can't control it, then I can only give up. A hint of stubbornness appeared in Lod's eyes. He had already persisted until now, so there was no way he could hold on any longer. The people who often said that they wouldn't give up until they saw the Yellow River and wouldn't turn back until they hit the south wall. Perhaps they were referring to people like him. Everything in the world, one drink and one peck. If he wanted to control the power of the reality stone, he had to first be able to withstand its backlash. Just like how Thanos had forged the Infinity Gauntlet in order to avoid the backlash from the Infinity Stone, if Lod wanted to control the power of the Infinity Stone, he had to prove to it that he could withstand the backlash from using his power. Come on. Let's see who can hold on. Lod clenched his teeth, his eyes blood red. He endured the pain of his flesh being corroded and pushed the power of super speed regeneration to the limit. The reality stone flickered with a strange red light that was as red as blood. It seemed to understand Lod's stubborn thoughts. An endless stream of energy erupted, like a vast ocean, roaring and engulfing Lod. For a moment, the red light was blazing. At this moment, if there were any outsiders present, if one looked carefully, one would notice that within the vast sea of red radiance, there seemed to be a few strands of silver radiance that were difficult to detect. Corrosion, rebirth. Corrosion, rebirth. Corrosion, rebirth. The process of this reincarnation lasted for an unknown period of time. The reality stone corroded an inch of flesh and blood, and the super-fast regeneration repaired an inch of flesh and blood, destroyed a bone, and repaired another bone. Lod had already forcefully transferred the spirit particles in Soul Society before his spiritual power was exhausted, and his whole person was like a machine to maintain the super-fast regeneration. His mind was blank, and there was only one obsession left, which was to conquer this stone. I'm all right. Lod's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared in a low voice, constantly encouraging himself. When. The energy of the reality stone shook the entire space, and it emitted a faint tone. Under this strange scarlet light, Lod could clearly feel the greed and desire hidden in the reality stone. These were all the things he had tried to control the reality stone, but they were ultimately affected by an overly powerful force. Kaka. The demonic scarlet energy wantonly surged, condensing into a faint ripple. This seemingly harmless ripple spread outwards like water ripples. Everywhere it passed, even the ground that was made of murderous stone could not withstand this power and let out a cry of unbearable pain. Cracks spread out like a spider web under Lod's feet and gradually filled up the walls and even the ceiling of the entire room. The exterior structure of the entire Palace of Penitence became fragmented, like porcelain that had been smashed and stuck again. It looked like it would collapse at any time. Lod could not care about the Palace of Penitence because he sensed that the resistance of the stone was weakening. The opportunity he had been waiting for finally came. Spiritual power plunder. Lot absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy from Soul Society and turned it into the last bit of power to suppress the reality stone that was trapped in his body. The reality stone seemed to have noticed this and launched its final desperate resistance against Lot. The two forces used Lod's body as the battlefield and exploded into a final collision. Boom. Although the murderous aura stone could isolate spiritual power, it could not isolate the power of the stone. The Palace of Penitence was on the verge of collapse, and the cracks on the white wall continued to deepen. Finally, it could not bear this power. In a loud roar, the scarlet light penetrated the Palace of Penitence, and with the ripples produced by the collision of the two forces, the whole tower was shattered and turned into powder and scattered in the air. For a time, the scarlet energy was vast and mighty, sweeping the world like a vast ocean, covering nearly 1,000 meters. After a moment, after the scarlet energy expanded to the limit, it collapsed at an extremely fast speed. Finally, it condensed at the tip of Lod's finger and turned into an irregular red stone. Ha ha ha. Lod stood in the ruins, his clothes ragged. He looked at the stone in his hand and a faint smile appeared on his face. He, finally succeeded. After going through untold hardships and suffering, the self-consciousness of the reality stone had already acknowledged him as the controller. Restore. Lod gently waved his hand and sprinkled a demonic red light. A miracle had happened. The Palace of Penitence that had been destroyed was illuminated by the eerie scarlet light, as if he'd just rewind a video machine. The dust and gravel that splashed up and the collapsed tower followed the trajectory that had been destroyed before and returned to its previous appearance. No. To describe it more accurately, it should be said that it was modifying the contents of the video. It did not make time flow backwards, but used another method to modify the reality that the Penitence Tower had been destroyed. That was why the scene was extremely similar to the Time Stone. Chapter 196. The Hand's former site. After the Hand's core members and 5 fingers were destroyed, the entire organization was handed over by Hashwalth to take care of by him, which was used as a cover for the Invisible Empire on the surface. As for the real Invisible Empire, it was in the shadow of the bottom layer of the Hand. Under the moonlight, Matt looked at the Hand's door and sighed in his heart. Since the last time Jessica slaughtered ninjas, Matt felt that he could not get along with Jessica, so unless Hashwalth summoned him, he would never take the initiative to come here. But today was different. Matt touched the whip mark on his chest and could still vaguely feel the burning pain. His mind could not help but think of the previous battle. The mysterious man whose eyes were dark and full of cracks, with all kinds of strange attacks, almost suppressed him to the point that he could not breathe. If not for the fact that the Quincy had the ability to walk in the air, he would have died in that dark alley and become one. Thinking of this, Matt couldn't help but look sad. He clenched his fists and said bitterly, "If I awakened the power of the Quincy, I wouldn't let them leave at that time." On that day, Jessica pulled out her spiritual bow with both arms, and the power that killed nearly 100 ninjas in one fell swoop made Matt quite envious. But the hateful thing was, no matter how much he trained during this period of time, he was unable to stimulate that power. Other than being able to control a small portion of spirit particles, it was impossible to condense a spirit bow as strong as Jessica, let alone let him shoot a storm of arrows. It was precisely because he had not awakened the spirit bow that he could only control a portion of the weak spirit particles that he was pressed to the ground by that mysterious man. Although he managed to escape by luck in the end, he could not stop them from taking the boy away. Connecting it to the information revealed by the other person, they took the little boy away in order to sacrifice him to the god of darkness, instantly triggering the restless soul of the hero in Matt's body. After integrating all the known information, Matt was basically able to determine it. This evil organization known as the Zealot had a great scheme, and judging from the skilled methods and tone of those people, the child that they had captured was not just today. So, in order to save the children who had been captured, even if he did not want to see Jessica, Matt had no choice but to bite the bullet and step into the Hans building. The moment Matt stepped through the door with his left foot, the dark shadow projected through the moonlight instantly became like a living creature, squirming and swallowing him whole. Matt did not resist and allowed the shadow to drag him down to the ground. A few seconds later, when Matt opened his eyes again, he found that he was already at the lowest level. In front of him was a long bronze table that was 10 meters long and 4 meters wide. There were several seats on both sides of the table. Jessica was sitting on the right side of the long bronze table. She glanced at him coldly. "What did you come to me for?" Her attitude was still as bad as ever. Matt laughed bitterly in his heart. If he had known earlier, he would not have acted so pretentiously. Because he could not bear to see Jessica slaughter those ninjas, he shamelessly tried to persuade her, but in the end, he was mistakenly thought to be disloyal to Hashwalth, causing him to be targeted everywhere. "There's something I need your help with." Matt shook his head and cleared his messy thoughts. He straightened his back and looked at Jessica. Jessica narrowed her eyes. After a moment of silence, she said, "What is it?" "It's about an organization called Zealot." Matt narrated everything he had seen in detail. After listening to Matt's description, a hint of ridicule appeared on Jessica's face. She sneered, "Sorry, forgive me for refusing." Sure enough. Matt's face darkened. Before he came, he had already guessed that the possibility of him being rejected by Jessica was very high. The children who were kidnapped were all children. They wanted to sacrifice the god of darkness. Don't you have any compassion? Do you have the heart to watch those children die? Matt was still unwilling and tried to persuade Jessica to help. "You seem to have misunderstood me, Matt Murdoch. The order given to me by Lord Hashwalth is to hide the existence of the Wandenreich and secretly accumulate the power of the Quincy. He did not let us meddle in other people's business. Especially when fighting with such a mysterious organization. What if the existence of the Wandenreich is exposed? You should have seen the Battle of New York. If Soul Society notices our existence, do you intend to let Lord Hashwalth fight Soul Society for this trivial matter?" Jessica's eyes were cold as she issued a series of questions, leaving Matt speechless. If they wanted to take care of this matter, it meant that they were going to start a war with a mysterious evil organization. When Soul Society traced the clues to the Wandenreich, not only would they have to face the pursuit of Death God, but they might even implicate Lord Hashwalth. In Jessica's mind, Hashwalth had the highest priority. Second, it was about the expansion and development of the organization, and finally, it was her own little selfishness. On this matter that Matt was talking about, even though Jessica was a little tempted, she was still a little hesitant. However, when she thought about how she might expose Hashwalth and attract Soul Society's pursuit, Jessica instantly extinguished that idea. "I want to see Lord Hashwalth." Matt was silent for a while, then stared at Jessica with a sharp gaze, and said word by word, "It is not up to you to decide whether to save or not. Let the adults decide." The only person who could change Jessica's mind was Lord Hashwalth. In other words, he wanted to save the children who had been kidnapped by the fanatics. Only by obtaining Hashwalth's consent would he be able to get Jessica to help. But in this way, it would undoubtedly deepen Jessica's prejudice against him. But Matt could no longer care much about it. He would rather be punished afterwards than be a cold-blooded person who would not save him. "Matt Murdoch." A voice mixed with rage exploded in Matt's ears like a thunderclap. Boom. Before Matt could react, he saw Jessica suddenly disappear from the seat. The next moment, his neck was grabbed by a slender hand. The huge force made him unable to breathe. "Do you want to die?" Jessica's eyes were red, and she said with killing intent, "I should have told you that I will eliminate anything that will endanger Lord Hashwalth as soon as possible, including you." Cough cough, cough cough cough. Matt's face turned purple, and his eyes were filled with horror. He did not expect this woman to be so ruthless, and she did not even give him a chance to explain. "Jessica, let go of him." A gentle voice came from behind him, causing Jessica to be stunned. Matt, whose extreme lack of oxygen caused him to lose consciousness, heard this voice and his eyes flashed with a hint of ecstasy, because he knew that he was saved. Sure enough. Under the command of the voice, Jessica let go of Matt without hesitation, then turned around and knelt down on one knee, bowing her head and saying, "Lord Hashwalth, welcome home." Chapter 197. At the end of the long bronze table, on the chair that symbolized the highest position, a man with blonde hair and blue eyes, who was as handsome as an angel, suddenly appeared. "Ahem. Sir." Matt finally managed to catch his breath and quickly knelt down on one knee, lowering his head to show his respect. Jessica raised her head, her eyes filled with deep infatuation. She said softly, "Lord Hashwalth, why did you suddenly come here?" Hashwalth leaned against the back of the chair, his eyes wandering from the bodies of the two people, and said lightly, "It seems that you have a good relationship, but you have to pay attention to propriety when you play. Matt is not our enemy, understand?" "Yes, Lord Hashwalth." Jessica saw a hint of dissatisfaction in Hashwalth's eyes. Her heart immediately shivered, and she quickly bowed her head and apologized, "I understand. I will pay attention to propriety in the future. No matter how you looked at it, it was not a fight, right?" Matt glanced at the timid Jessica, the corner of his mouth slightly twitched, and a sense of lingering fear emerged in his heart. Jessica really wanted to kill him. He did not see any hesitation in this crazy woman's eyes, only pure killing intent. If Hashwalth hadn't appeared in time, he would have been a corpse by now. "Sir, there is something I want to report." Matt took a deep breath and threw these things to the back of his mind. He did not intend to give up the idea of saving those children because of Jessica's threat. "Matt." Jessica suddenly raised her head. Her heart was shocked and angry, and her eyes were full of killing intent. She did not expect Matt to be so bold, knowing that the consequences of doing so would be very serious, but he still insisted on being stubborn. She suddenly regretted that she had not killed Matt just now. Hashwalth had just arrived not long ago, so he did not know the conversation between the two. Seeing that Jessica's reaction was so intense, he frowned and said, "What is it? Tell me about it." Matt ignored the angry Jessica on the side and told her everything about the encounter with the fanatic, the missing children, and about the sacrifice of the creatures and the god of darkness. The infernal and the dark god. Hashwalth listened carefully. There seemed to be a glimmer in his eyes. His slender index finger knocked on the long bronze table and slowly said, "Tell me in detail. Do not miss anything about the infernal and the dark god." "My lord, it's like this." Matt combined his speculation with his own, combined the matter regarding the fanatic organization and the god of darkness with his previous speculation, and after sorting it out, logically, he repeated it once more. During this period of time, the anger in Jessica's eyes seemed as if it was real, and she wished she could devour Matt alive and skin him alive. In her opinion, if she rashly interfered in this matter, it was very likely that it would attract Soul Society's attention. At that time, Lord Hashwalth would definitely be implicated, and it was even possible that he would fight a captain-level death god. To Jessica, who viewed Hashwalth as a son, this was something that could not be tolerated. If not for Hashwalth's presence, Jessica would probably have exploded at this moment and nailed that damned bastard Matt to the wall with a sacred death vector. Without much trouble, Matt described everything that had happened, as well as all the details and clues. Caecilius. Hashwalth was deep in thought, and his heart had roughly determined 70 to 80%. Because he had a mental connection with Lod, what Hashwalth heard, without missing a word, was all transmitted into Lod's ears. Caecilius came from animated film version of a Doctor Strange. It was worth mentioning that Caecilius came from Camartage and was a powerful mage whose talent was second only to Strange. After finding out the secret of Ancient One devouring the dark power to prolong his life, he led quite a number of Camartage mages to defect. After that, they established an organization known as the Zealot. They believed in Dormammu of the Dark Dimension, pursued immortality and destroyed the three temples of Kamataji, allowing Dormammu to descend into an evil magic organization as their final goal. However, apart from that, in Laud's eyes, there was another doubt about the entire matter that his mother had described. Why would the fanatics led by Caecilius secretly capture those children? If they wanted to sacrifice these souls to Dormammu, this reason was a little too far-fetched. One had to know that Dormammu was a single universe-level powerhouse, and all of his mana came from the Dark Dimension. The only thing that could catch his eye was probably Earth's latitude. It was impossible for Caecilius not to understand this. Sacrificing the souls of dozens of humans and trying to move Dormammu was clearly an unrealistic thing. Moreover, to Dormammu who controlled the Dark Dimension, the souls of hundreds of humans were as small as dust. This was just like how $100 in your hand and then trying to bribe a certain horse-like boss was laughable. Unless Caecilius had the ability to sacrifice the souls of the entire human race to Dormammu, he might be able to satisfy the appetite of the ruler of the Dark Dimension. However, the problem was that Caecilius did not have the ability, and Dormammu did not dare to devour souls of the entire human race. Since that was the case, why would Caecilius abduct the child and declare that he wanted to sacrifice it to the god of darkness? Unless Caecilius was simply lying, using the name of sacrificing to Dormammu to secretly use these children to do other things. Hashwalth's expression changed a little, feeling that this matter was far from as simple as it seemed. I roughly understand. Hashwalth pushed the frame of his glasses with one hand and said lightly, "Are you sure about your source of information? Didn't you ask if there were any questions?" "I'm sure." Matt thought about it carefully and said with certainty, "He told me himself that he was the leader of the fanatics, Caecilius, and told us not to ask for more. What do you want me to do?" Hashwalth was expressionless, and his eyes were like torches as he stared at the kneeling Matt. "I want to ask the adults to help save those children." Matt lowered his head deeply. He understood that it was impossible to save those children with his own strength, so he could only place his hopes on Hashwalth. "No, I don't agree." Jessica immediately stood up and objected, "Lord Hashwalth, the Invisible Empire is still in a state of concealment. Once we choose to intervene in the matter of the Zealot, it will easily attract Soul Society's attention. This is too dangerous for us. Promise him." Laud's voice suddenly sounded. Hashwalth's expression was normal. His index finger tapped the long bronze table, making a crisp sound. He pretended to think for a while and said, "I agree to your request." Chapter 198. Agree. Matt was stunned for a moment, and then his face was filled with ecstasy. In fact, he did not expect much at first, and even prepared a lot of excuses, but he did not expect it to be so easy. It seemed that Lord Hashwalth was also a good person. Compared with Matt's ecstasy, Jessica, who was on the side, was shocked and puzzled. "Lord Hashwalth." Jessica's face changed dramatically and she exclaimed, "You can't promise Matt. Have you forgotten Soul Society?" "Don't worry, Jessica." Hashwalth raised his hand slightly and stopped what Jessica wanted to say. His emerald eyes showed a touch of pride. "Now my strength has recovered a lot. Even if Soul Society sends 1 or 2 captains, they can't do anything to me. But I still feel that it is inappropriate." Jessica's nervous expression eased a little, but she still looked a little worried. "Lord Hashwalth, there are 13 captains in Siritii. What if they come together to destroy the Wandenreich in human world?" "Impossible." Hashwalth was expressionless and waved his hand, "Captain-level death god needs to be in Siritii. This is the iron rule set by the Central 46. Unless there is a major disaster that threatens the entire Soul Society can only send 2 captains to human world at most. Lord Hashwalth, risking the danger of being chased by Soul Society to save some irrelevant people, is it worth it? Although Jessica reluctantly accepted this reason in her heart, she still wanted to try her best to dissuade Hashwalth. Jessica. Matt was a little angry. They are not unrelated people. They are a group of innocent children. Chi. Jessica let out a sneer and turned back to look at him coldly. Your kindness is really overflowing. Don't forget your identity, Matt. Matt said in a deep voice, I am a Quincy, but I am also a superhero. I can't just watch as those innocent children are sacrificed to the evil god. Trash. Jessica sneered and mocked, a piece of trash who hasn't awakened his bloodline yet and can't even grasp the spirit bow, yet he still has the face to say that he is a Quincy, a superhero. You. Matt's eyes were spitting fire. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles white and bulging. Don't look at me like that. Jessica sneered, her eyes filled with killing intent. If you don't agree, I allow you to challenge me. If you win, I will take back my words. Do you dare? Veins popped up on Matt's forehead, his chest heaved up and down violently, and he let out a heavy breath, wishing he could directly agree to Jessica, but his reason stopped this impulse in time. If he really agreed to do it, with his weak strength, in front of Jessica who had completely awakened the lineage of Quincy and mastered the skills of Quincy, he was afraid that he would be killed in an instant. Matt forced himself to calm down, he knew that Jessica was deliberately provoking him. Jessica knew that it was impossible for Hashwalth to change his mind, so she planned to kill him on the spot through a duel, so that she could indirectly stop Hashwalth. Haha, you really are a piece of trash. Jessica suddenly fell silent. She frowned and continued to mock him, do you want me to give you one hand? Or let you use 2 hands? Do you dare to agree? Matt's eyes were filled with anger as he forced himself not to speak. His goal was very clear. No matter how much he provoked, as long as he insisted on not speaking, when Hashwalth agreed, he would win. All of this was for the sake of justice. However, Matt did not know that his actions had already lowered Hashwalth's evaluation of him a little. A hint of disappointment flashed through Hashwalth's green eyes. Matt pursued justice and lent a helping hand to the weak. Hashwalth did not care about this. Instead, he thought that this was a bright point of his human nature, a quality worthy of affirmation. The problem was, Matt placed his justice concept above the Wandenreich. Just like the root of Jessica's hatred for him, it was Matt who did not hesitate to harm the Wandenreich in order to save the others. Jessica's worry was not without reason. If the Wandenreich was truly Soul Society's mortal enemy, acting rashly would definitely attract the pursuit of Captain Death God. Matt's request to him today was tantamount to pushing the Wandenreich into a fire pit. If one day in the future, the Wandenreich was going to be enemies with the righteous organization, at that time, would Matt choose to help them? This was the fundamental reason why Hashwalth was disappointed in Matt. He could allow his subordinates to have their own beliefs, but he could not allow them to place their beliefs above the Wandenreich. Matt had undoubtedly violated a taboo. Hashwalth sneered in his heart. He had already labeled Matt as certain death. However, in a short period of time, he would still leave Matt with his life. When he grew up in the future, he would use the Auswallen to retrieve the soul fragment in his body. Matt did not notice Hashwalth's thoughts about him, and all he thought about were the children who had been kidnapped. Matt Murdoch, you are a coward with no balls. Jessica saw that no matter how hard he tried to provoke him, it was useless, and he cursed in anger. Enough. Hashwalth spoke lightly, interrupting Jessica, who was still trying to provoke him. This matter has been decided. Go and find out about the fanatics. If you find any clues, Inform me in time. Jessica glared at Matt, and could only nod helplessly. I understand, Lord Hashwalth. Matt was secretly delighted. He looked at Jessica provocatively, then turned around and said gratefully, Thank you, Lord Hashwalth. I will go and collect clues about the fanatic now. Inform me later. Hashwalth slowly got up from his seat, turned around and walked to the shadow. His back was gradually swallowed up. It seems that Lord Hashwalth is not as cold-blooded as you. Matt was full of anger, and when he saw that Jessica's face was ugly, he could not help but mock her. Jessica was expressionless, and glanced at him coldly. The second time. What do you mean? What is the second time? Matt was confused and did not understand what he was saying. Jessica did not explain and turned into the shadows. Psycho. Matt shook his head and did not think too much about it. He attributed it to the abnormal brain circuit of this crazy woman, Jessica. If there were other members of the Hand here, they would definitely look at Matt with pity. When Jessica first announced that she would take over the Hand, those outer members and other gang members who had never seen her before all began to speak ill of her. How did Jessica respond? In the face of those people's abusive words, Jessica only swept her cold gaze over them. Then, she said indifferently, First time. Those people did not understand what she meant and were still laughing and cursing. Jessica was still unmoved. She only said coldly, The second time. Then, those people thought that she was afraid and shouted even louder. They even wanted her to be his sex slave. The third time. As soon as she finished speaking, Jessica drew her spirit bow with both hands, and azure arrows rained down. Each arrow was extremely precise, and it landed on the heads of those who had insulted her for the third time. 172 people dyed the Hand in blood. From then on, Jessica used bloody and cruel methods to swiftly and decisively clean up the power that the Hand wielded, and no one dared to go against her will. Chapter 199. When powerful spiritual energy shook the space, and Hashwalth, dressed in a white military uniform, stepped out of the huge white stone door. Welcome back, Lord Hashwalth. Gwen had been waiting by the door of the crossing and respectfully said, Please go to the Palace of Penitence. Lord Lot has been waiting for you for a long time. I got it. Hashwalth nodded slightly. His gaze fell on Gwen. He frowned and said, You lost to Grimjoe again. Yes. Gwen lowered her head in shame. Sorry, I let you down, Mr. Hashwalth. The supply of souls for the next month will be halved. Gwen was shocked, but what followed was deep fear. The soul supply is halved. Only enough to barely maintain the most basic needs of a Aegis. If this goes on for a long time, she will gradually become weak, and even have the possibility of regressing to Jillian. Once Aegis retreats to Jillian, she will completely lose the possibility of evolving again, and 100% of losing her self-consciousness, becoming a beast without emotion and will. This was not the result she wanted. Gwen raised his head and said with a frightened expression, Lord Hashwalth, No need to say any more. Hashwalth waved his hand and interrupted Gwen's words. Then he said coldly, If you continue to be like this, rather than wasting the soul of an adult, you might as well give the opportunity to Grimjoe, and maybe you can give birth to a Vasto Lord. In his view, rather than letting Gwen continue to live and waste his soul, it was better to stop the damage in time and focus on cultivating Grimjoe. The devouring between the same kind was common. The evolution of the Aegis was a cruel selection. They relied on each other to devour flesh and blood of their own kind, stepping on the throne made of the same kind of pure white bones, and in the end, they could evolve into Vasto Lord, above all the Great Hollow. Therefore, feeding Gwen to Grimjoe and letting the more talented Great Hollow evolve was understandable. The scarlet pupils under Gwen's mask suddenly shrank. Sensing the thoughts of the man in the white military uniform, she immediately lowered her head deeply. Her voice was mixed with a touch of fear. She gritted her teeth and said, "Lord Hashwalth, please rest assured. I can definitely prove my value." She deeply knew that this man in front of her would definitely do what he said. If she was still unable to prove her value next month, then she would be fed to Grimjo without hesitation as bait by this cold and ruthless man. It was cruel, but also very realistic. No one would endlessly pay for a waste. I hope so. Hashwalth glanced at her. Then he stepped on Hirankyaku and disappeared. Whew! Gwen let out a long sigh of relief. If Ajichas could still secrete sweat, perhaps her back would be drenched in sweat. Next month. If he lost to Grimjo again, perhaps Hashwalth would make a move. She is indeed a waste. A sneer suddenly came from the side, causing Gwen to turn around and glare angrily. Seeing the familiar grayish-white, she gritted her teeth and said, "Grimjo, are you here to laugh at me?" "Laugh at you?" Grimjo elegantly walked over, licked his lips with his fleshy tongue, and his eyes showed disdain. "You think too highly of yourself. I don't have such low-level interests." Gwen clenched her fists and stared at the leopard with her scarlet eyes. She said coldly, "So, are you here to laugh at me?" "Ha! Of course not." Grimjo said sarcastically, "If I have the time, I would rather go to sleep." Gwen's chest rose and fell violently, obviously angry. She gritted her teeth and said, "Grimjo, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Can you beat me?" Grimjo looked up at Gwen, then sneered, shook his head and said, "Forget it, with your current level, I only need 10 moves to kill you. I advise you not to die. You are courting death." Gwen roared angrily, and spiritual power rushed out like a storm. In the face of Grimjo's repeated verbal provocation and Hashwalth's words, Gwen's nerves broke in an instant, and she fell into a state of uncontrollable rage. "Kill you!" The god of the angry howl caused a surging wave of air, which spread out like a tide. A figure shrouded in overflowing anger and killing intent, spiritual power was like a real dragon tearing through the sky, smashing through the sound wave barrier formed by layers of wind barriers, rushing towards Grimjo. Courting death. Grimjo's eyes flashed coldly, opened his mouth and gathered the red spiritual power, Zero. Boom. Zero shot towards Gwen with an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The majestic spiritual power spread out, plowing the earth around him into ravines, as if he had been trampled by an army of thousands of men and horses. Dense cracks filled the space. Zero. Gwen was not to be outdone, and she also responded to Zero. 2 rays of scarlet energy collided. Boom. A huge boom resounded through the sky like thunder. The extremely violent energy tangled with each other, and waves of shock waves that were visible to the naked eye rushed into the sky like a high-spirited dragon, crushing the white clouds that were thousands of miles away. Bang! 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 The 2 completely different spiritual powers surged. As the 2 powerful bodies collided, cracks appeared on the ground around them. The atmosphere also emitted bursts of cries, unable to withstand the battle between them. In just a few moves, Gwen had been forced to show signs of defeat. "Is this all you have?" Grimjo provoked again, with a touch of calm in his tone. Obviously he has not used all his strength. Grimjo. Gwen was furious, attacking like crazy, trying to save the situation. But she did not know that her action gave Grimjo a chance. Whoosh! The sharp claws that were suffused with a cold light whistled over, and they transformed into a wisp of a breathtaking thread that slashed towards Gwen. No, not good. Gwen's heart trembled, and when she wanted to defend again, she realized that it was already too late. Poochie. Faced with such a sharp claw, Gwen's steel skin was completely useless. The muscles on her chest were forcibly torn apart, and her flesh and blood flew out, spraying a bright red blood. Gwen was defeated again. And this time, it was even faster than last time. Grimjo became stronger again. I lost again. Gwen seemed to have lost all his strength and looked at Grimjo with complicated eyes. You. Why did you hold back just now? Grimjo deliberately restrained his strength with that claw, otherwise she should be dead now. Grimjo licked the blood on the claw and snorted, I am not interested in killing a waste. Gwen said miserably, is it useful? Even if I live, I will not be able to escape death in the end. Grimjo sneered, do you know why I am stronger than you? After being defeated again, Gwen was as lifeless as a puppet and said stiffly, I know, because your talent is stronger than mine. No. Grimjo shook his head, raised a paw, pointed at the hole in his abdomen, and said, it's because I filled my empty space and found the meaning of my own death, so I'm stronger than you. Fill. Empty space? The meaning of death. Gwen was stunned. There seemed to be something flashing through her mind, but she could not recall it when she tried to recall it again. Let's go to the modern realm. Grimjo stared at Gwen and said word by word, we were born in the chaos of Hollow, so we need to find the section we lost and find the death that symbolizes your death. Only in this way can you surpass me. Gwen looked at Grimjo with a complicated look, then what is your symbol of death? Me. Grimjo's eyes rose and he licked his lips. I was born from that light, symbolizing the death that destroys everything. Chapter 200. Sir, I'm here. Hashwalth stepped into the Palace of Penitence, bowed his head and said respectfully, you called me here. What are your orders? He saw Lot at a glance, sitting cross-legged in the middle of the Palace of Penitence. Above his head floated an extremely irregular red stone, surrounded by a strange red light curtain sprinkled by stones. How is it over there? Lot opened his tightly closed eyes, and a strange red light flashed in his pupils. I have already ordered. After Hashwalth finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment and asked, however, I still do not understand one thing. I hope that sire can clear up my confusion. You want to ask why I want to interfere with Caecilius' matter, right? Lot saw through his thoughts with a single glance. Yes. Hashwalth was puzzled, I do not understand what you mean. Is there anything special about Caecilius that is worth wasting our time dealing with? To be more accurate, Caecilius is not the main target. Lot shook his head and said, I just have some doubts and want to confirm it. I understand. I will find Caecilius and the fanatic organization in the shortest time possible. Hashwalth nodded slightly and pushed the golden frame. He did not ask Lot why. Lot continued, there is one more thing I need you to do. Hashwalth lowered his head and said in a deep voice, please tell me, sir. I will definitely complete it. Use Abyss of Despair to nurture a batch of Big Hollow. I want to use them to experiment. After Lot finished speaking, he paused and suddenly thought of Hashwalth's character. Then he reminded, however, you are only allowed to use the evil people to nurture them. You are not allowed to affect those ordinary people, understand? Using the whole spirit to nurture Hollow, to put it bluntly, it was a different kind of body experiments. Although Lot admitted that he was not a good person, he was not an evil person without a bottom line. At least, he still had a bottom line principle to stick to. The bottom line and principle were to speak to good people, and he had no bottom line when it came to evil people. Instead of staying in society to harm others, it was better to capture and nurture Hollow and make some contribution to him. I understand, my lord. Hashwalth pushed his eyes and did not ask Lot why. He said indifferently, using human morals and laws to help us select the material for Hollow is the most suitable. Go. Lot waved his hand and said, I will stay here for this period of time. I will leave the outside matters to you. He was also familiar with the principle of the use of stones, so it was impossible to go out in a short time. He could only let Hashwalth handle it on his behalf. Hashwalth responded in a deep voice, "Yes, sir." New York, Manhattan. Manhattan was composed of 2 islands, surrounded by 3 rivers. There were many famous enterprises gathered here, and it was the economic and cultural center of the entire United States. Although the area was the smallest among the 5 major administrative districts, the flow population was the most dense. The most famous company in Manhattan, however, was the Oscorp. It was the biological science and technology laboratory under the Osborne Group. It was a super-large enterprise whose status and industry were second only to that of the Stark Group. When it came to the Osborne Group, it had to be said that the founder of the Osborne Group was Norman Osborn. Norman Osborn, from starting from scratch to establishing the Osborne Biotechnology Group, in just a few decades, had gathered a large amount of capital and connections. Even in the military and political circles, he had great influence. He often appeared in major financial magazines and weekly magazines. He could be called the best example of inspirational. Different from Tony Stark's father career, Norman Osborn's experience of starting from scratch was often called one of the most outstanding capitalists in this century. Even he himself had admitted it. However, Osborne Group had not been doing well recently and was facing the problem of the military requesting to revoke a large number of orders. The Osborne Group could rise up in a short period of time and even suppress the Stark Group in some ways. It had a close relationship with the political world of the U.S. military, and if the military revoked a large number of orders, it would seriously affect the stock of Osborne. F***ck. In a gorgeous villa that was comparable to a palace, a man in his 40s was angrily cursing, pouring expensive red wine at his feet, soaking the sky-high Arabian carpet. This man was Norman Osborn. Over the years, he had been managing the Osborne Group. The excessive fatigue had caused his hair to turn white and wrinkles to appear at the corners of his eyes. The muscles on his face had collapsed like a ravine. He looked much older than his actual age. A bunch of bastards. Norman Osborn's eyes were gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "It was just a few mistakes. They actually want to withdraw their investment." During this period of time, Norman Osborn felt a headache when he faced the threat of the military revoking the order. The military asked them to create superhuman serum and wanted to replicate the miracle of the Captain America at that time. As expected, this mission fell on the Osborne Group that was famous for biotechnology. Norman Osborn was full of confidence at first and thought that the superhuman plan was not difficult. They could completely replicate the miracle and create the Captain America that belonged to Osborn. When the time came, they could take the opportunity to suppress the Stark Group. But after studying for a while, the problem came. Norman Osborn found that the superhuman serum was difficult to duplicate. In addition, there were all kinds of side effects. Several human experiments ended in failure. The research of the superhuman serum went on for 3 years. Seeing a lot of protests smashing down, Osborne Group's experiment progress was not effective at all. The military finally could not bear it anymore. They strongly demanded Norman Osborn to either hand over the superhuman serum within a month or cancel the order and return the funds. Once the military withdrew funds, Osborne Group's capital chain would break. When the shareholders of Osborne Group saw that the situation was not good, they were like sharks who smelled blood and joined forces to suppress Norman Osborn. They asked him to hand over the position of chairman and use his shares to calm the anger of the military. He. Just as Norman Osborn smashed the furniture in a fit of rage, a cold laughter suddenly came from behind him. Norman Osborn turned around and saw a mysterious person covered in a yellow robe sitting on a soft and spacious sofa, tasting his treasured wine. The mysterious person took a sip of red wine and chuckled. "It seems that you are very unhappy. It's you." Norman Osborn did not panic, as if he had known him for a long time. He gritted his teeth and asked, "When will you give me what you promised me?" "Don't worry, Mr. Osborn." The mysterious man shook his red wine glass and said coldly, "The things you want will have to wait for a while. Norman Osborn's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with anxiety. "How long do we have to wait?" The mysterious man thought for a moment and then said, "Well, about 3 months. It's been too long. Can you be faster?" Norman Osborn was burning with anxiety at the moment. If they waited for 3 more months, the Osborn group would probably have to take another surname. "Of course, Mr. Osborn." When the mysterious man saw the dagger, he smiled and said, "But you have to pay a price." "What price?" "The number of offerings increased by 3 times.